a genius inventor, while messing around, accidentally gets logged out of his life and time travels back to the past. Unexpectedly, he becomes the crown prince of the Joseon dynasty in Korean history. From there, he begins to hack the system, using future technology to reform the country. While other nations are still using oil lamps, his country has electric lights. When they're still using horses for transportation, his nation already has trains. When the enemy soldiers are still wearing fabric armor in battle, his army is equipped with iron armor and 6-barrel guns. Every shot takes down a foe, absolutely dominating the battlefield. Watch how a 9-year-old crown prince turns Joseon into the most powerful dynasty in history. The story begins with our protagonist, Kim Jin-ho, a genius inventor who can create anything. When he was in middle school, he successfully made a model of a steam engine. By high school, he was forging iron armor, like an ancient master craftsman. In college, he built a human-powered plane that didn't need fuel. He made a toy gun that was so strange it hurt more than a real gun, which almost got him arrested by the royal army a few times. However, during an earthquake, Jin-ho accidentally dropped some explosive materials, and he immediately received a one-way ticket to the past. Jin-ho woke up in the body of a newborn baby. He soon realized his family in this life wasn't ordinary at all. They were upper class. At first, he thought his parents were just regular nobles, but it turned out they were not only wealthy but also powerful. His father was the crown prince, the future king, the fourth ruler of the Joseon dynasty in Korean history. Our main character was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Truly a king reborn at the finish line. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Jin-ho was 4 years old. At this point, the reigning emperor decided to pass the throne to the crown prince. With his father becoming king, Jin-ho naturally became the crown prince. Like other royal children, Jin-ho had to start his education from a very young age. But being mentally over 30 years old, he found it infuriating to have to attend basic classes like a kid. To get out of studying, Jin-ho came up with a plan to use his father to his advantage. In history, King Sai-young the Great was known for being a wise ruler who highly valued invention and actively fostered the talents of the nation. Jin-ho's plan was to gather talented craftsmen, teach them critical future skills and knowledge, so that he would gain his father's trust and respect. Ultimately, he would live a life of luxury, reaping the rewards without working. But on the surface, he still needed to appear diligent and studious, to earn the trust of others and manipulate them easily. The first step in his plan was to win over the people responsible for teaching him, because when he reached adulthood, they would hold important positions in the court. More importantly, he needed to train these people to become his loyal servants in the future. The next day, while on his way to his study, Jin-ho suddenly stopped, catching a whiff of something foul. Curious, he looked around, wondering what could possibly smell so terrible. Then, right in front of him, he spotted a massive pile of dung in the grass. Seriously? He thought. Did ancient people just poop wherever they wanted? At that moment, a group of palace maids passed by, bowing to greet the crown prince. Jin-ho was about to continue on his way, but the foul stench hit his nose again. He turned his head and noticed that, sure enough, the last maid in the group had accidentally stepped in the pile, and her dress was smeared with it. Jin-ho was fuming. He realized the culprit behind the mess was a maid from the palace. As someone from the modern world, he couldn't tolerate such unsanitary behavior. Determined to prevent this from happening again, Jin-ho decided to speak with his teachers. On my way here today, he began, I saw a maid with feces on her dress. It's natural for people to relieve themselves, but getting it on their clothes is unacceptable. One teacher argued that clothes not only cover the body, but also represent social status, so some inconvenience was to be expected. But with his modern mindset, Jin-ho immediately shut the teacher down. With sharp logic, even if a person wears tattered clothes, their virtue will still shine through the world. Don't you see that judging someone's status based on their clothing is outdated? The teachers were speechless, realizing they couldn't argue with him. They quickly changed the subject. This isn't something that can be resolved overnight. Your Highness, do you have any other questions? Jin-ho cursed them under his breath. Annoyed by their evasiveness, he pressed further. Recently, I read a report about Tsushima Island being invaded. It said that everyone, from nobles to commoners, Had to enlist because the defense forces were so inadequate. Why aren't we training a proper navy? Jin Ho unleashed a torrent of questions, leaving the teachers stammering like they'd been muted. I also want to know why we didn't evacuate the civilians from the island. If you're worried about the Japanese pirates occupying the land, wouldn't it be better to relocate the people to northern Osen? The more Jin Ho spoke, the more the teachers began to sweat. They hadn't expected the crown prince to be so knowledgeable about national affairs. But no matter how much Jin Ho pressed, the old foxes insisted that these were matters beyond their control. Hearing this only made Jin Ho even angrier. But there was nothing he could do. After that incident, the old scholars started gathering to talk amongst themselves. They were amazed at how intelligent the crown prince was, even though he was only 5 years old. While most kids at that age were still in kindergarten, he was already outsmarting his tutors. They discussed amongst themselves, saying that if the crown prince was already this intelligent, they should teach him more advanced topics. Once he ascended the throne, he would surely become a wise and brilliant emperor. Meanwhile, Jin Ho, still in the palace, had no idea. He had just made his life harder for himself. He already hated studying, and now they were going to make him study even more. He was still fuming at the old scholars for their arrogance. According to history, the original owner of this body would die young from overworking. Jin Ho had planned to start making moves when he turned 15. But given the current situation, he realized he needed to act sooner. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. And now Jin Ho was 7 years old, officially crowned the crown prince in front of the entire court. The ancient rituals were overly complicated and tedious, making him feel utterly exhausted. But after years of enduring grueling studies, he had finally secured his rightful position as crown prince. Now, he was allowed to participate in the imperial discussions with his father and the ministers, where he could present a few plans to develop the nation and strengthen its wealth and power. However, the biggest issue was that the royal treasury didn't have enough funds to operate. And even though he had been crowned crown prince, he was still just a 7-year-old kid with no real power. No one would listen to him. Still, he couldn't just sit idly by. He needed to start small. After writing on a sheet of paper, he accidentally smudged ink all over it. How annoying, he muttered. No matter how many times he used a brush, he could never get used to it. This era is just too inconvenient. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's it. Instead of tackling big reforms, I should start with the little inconveniences. This was just the beginning. Outside, blacksmiths were working with hot iron, shaping it into various forms. This was the military supply division, an imperial facility responsible for producing weapons. As Jin Ho passed by, the sight filled him with excitement. Just the smell of hot iron lifted his spirits. I miss the smell of metal, he thought. I'll come here more often to get to know the people. A supervising official approached him, bowing deeply to greet the crown prince. Jin Ho smiled and replied, "Nice to meet you. Thanks to your hard work, the Zoyan fortresses are becoming stronger than ever." The man, Li Chong-ho, was the overseer of the military supply division. Humbled by the prince's praise, he replied, "It is my honor, Your Highness." Jin Ho cleared his throat and got to the point. "I'm here for something specific. Who's the best craftsman with gold and steel here?" Li Chong-ho was taken aback. "Gold and steel, Your Highness?" He pondered for a moment before responding. "There is someone who might be able to help." After hearing what Li Chong-ho said, Hyang summoned the skilled blacksmith. As soon as the man saw the crown prince, he knelt down and bowed deeply, saying, "This humble servant greets Your Highness, the crown prince." Hyang responded, "Humble? Oh, don't say that. How could someone working at the military supply division, responsible for fortifying the defenses of Osen, be considered humble?" The blacksmith quickly replied, "Your grace is truly boundless." Hyang then took out a scroll and said, "Come closer. I have something I'd like to ask of you." He placed the blueprint on the table and asked, "Can you make this?" The blacksmith looked at the sketches, puzzled, and asked, "What is this?" Hyang placed his hand on the table and explained, "It's a replacement for the traditional brush." The blacksmith's face showed clear astonishment. "It looks like something that can hold ink inside and release it when writing. But the most important part seems to be controlling the amount of ink that flows out with each stroke," he speculated. Hyang was thrilled that the blacksmith had grasped his idea. "Exactly. In addition, there needs to be a rounded tip at the end of the nib. to prevent too much ink from soaking into the paper. Also, can you make the slit where the ink flows out as narrow as possible? The blacksmith replied honestly, if I give it my best effort, I think I can make it about 5 mo wide. Hyang began calculating in his head. 5 mo? A kai is about 3 centimeters. So that's 1/10 of that, around 0.15 millimeters? And you can achieve that by hand? Hyang added. In fact, you'll need to make a lot of these pens. And they need to be completed as quickly as possible. Not over the course of a month. Since the pen tips will come into contact with water, we'll need to use gold and silver instead of iron. To prevent rust, the pens will be made from thinly hammered sheets. If we make the molds correctly, we could produce 20 pens a day. The blacksmith pointed to the drawing and said, the main issue is the slit. Hyang continued to discuss the details with the blacksmith. When writing, the line should be as thin as a strand of hair. Hyang thought to himself, around the size of a mechanical pencil tip. Maybe 0.5 millimeters. Should be fine. After some calculations, the blacksmith came up with a specific measurement. Then I'll make the slit about 1 gi wide. Hyang seriously asked, how long do you think it will take? The blacksmith answered, if you give me 2 days. Hyang quickly responded, I'll give you 3. Bring me your best finished product. The blacksmith eagerly accepted the order. I obey, Your Highness. 3 days later, right on time, the blacksmith presented Hyang with the finished product. I've made 5 nibs, each with a different line thickness. Please try them out and choose the one you like best, he said. Hyang attached the nib to the pen body and nodded. He gently dipped the nib into the ink tray and made a swift stroke across the paper. The nib produced a fine, elegant line, exceeding his expectations. Hyang smiled brightly, while the 2 craftsmen stood in awe. I really like it. You did a fantastic job. Hyang praised. It's all thanks to your guidance, Your Highness. The blacksmith replied humbly. After testing all the nibs, Hyang gave his order. Then make 100 more with this line thickness. And keep 10 of them in excellent condition. The blacksmith immediately complied. Of course, Your Highness. Hyang then added. And can you engrave plum blossoms on the nib of this gold pen? Without hesitation, the blacksmith responded. Certainly, Your Highness. Hyang, excited, asked. How long will that take? The blacksmith confidently replied. Just 10 days will be enough, Your Highness. Hyang, being careful, reminded him. I'll give you 2 extra days. But there should be no defects. I'll be introducing this to my father. The blacksmith, Gong, bowed deeply and pledged. I swear there will be no defects, Your Highness. Hyang added one more important thing. By the way, I'd appreciate it if you kept this project a secret until I introduce it to my father. Gong quickly replied. As you command, Your Highness. After finishing their discussion, Hyang swiftly left. Li Chong-ho, watching from behind, remarked, His Highness is truly mature for his age. Gong agreed. Yes, I've heard he's only just turned 8 this year. But the way he speaks and acts is like that of a 30-year-old. Li Chong-ho turned and asked, putting that aside, you must have realized something by now. Isn't it great to be the best craftsman in Osun? It turned out that Gong had received a certificate of recognition, personally awarded by Crown Prince Hyang. He cherished the gift greatly. I'll need to find a carpenter to make the best frame for this. It's definitely something worth keeping as a family heirloom. Finally, the nibs requested by Hyang were completed. With intricate plum blossom designs engraved on them, the pen moved smoothly across the paper, producing incredibly fine lines. When Emperor Yung Ni-ion tried it, he was amazed. This is a truly remarkable tool, 10 out of 10. In the 3rd year of Sai Yung's reign, the crown prince introduced the golden pen to the king. The emperor, after testing it, couldn't stop praising it. The wrist and arm feel so comfortable when writing with this pen. And it looks beautiful even when writing quickly. The crown prince has created something truly admirable. Hyang humbly responded. You're too kind, father. The emperor then ordered. The historians must record what the crown prince has done today. The historian bowed and acknowledged. Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor Yun Yung gazed at the pen for a long time. You've done something truly remarkable, Crown Prince, he said. Then he noticed something special. Is this a plum blossom? He asked. Hyang quickly replied. Yes, it's engraved on the nib because it's the symbol of the royal family. The more Hyang explained, the more pride the emperor felt. Excellent. But how did you come up with the idea for this invention? As expected, the king asked about the reason. Why the crown prince created this tool? Hyang paused for a moment, thinking to himself, here it comes. Using his wits, he answered, one day, when father was dipping his brush into the ink, I noticed something unusual. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Unusual? Hyang continued. I saw the ink being absorbed by the bristles of the brush. Normally, water flows downward, but what I saw was the opposite. How could I not find that fascinating? So, I set out to make this. The emperor was impressed with the crown prince's intelligence. Many people have used brushes, but none have thought like you. Isn't this a perfect example of learning through observation? Hyang boldly responded. Thank you for your kind words. Father, I have a request. Speak your mind, the emperor said. Hyang called out, eunuch, bring them here. The eunuch appeared, carrying a mysterious box. Yes, crown prince. Hyang turned to his father and said, please grant these gold pens to the historians and the ministers of the court. The emperor, curious, asked, all of these pens? The crown prince proposed. The ministers and officials who need to write quickly should use them, and the historians, who record everything without rest, have a particularly tiring job. I thought they might benefit from something that would help them a little. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. No one had ever thought to empathize with the work of the historians. The emperor asked for everyone's opinion. I believe the crown prince's idea is excellent. What do you all think? The ministers all agreed with Hyang. We believe the crown prince is right. For someone so young to already be thinking about the well-being of his officials. It's a beautiful thing to see, they said. Finally, the king gave his approval. Distribute the gold pens to the historians and court officials, he ordered. The servants quickly obeyed. Yes, your majesty. Throughout the session, the emperor smiled in happiness, and the ministers shared in his joy. His Highness, the crown prince, truly has deep thoughts, they remarked, as Hyang smiled in satisfaction. Not long after, the golden pen Hyang had created sparked a new trend in Yoshin. In the third year of Sai Yung's reign, the crown prince introduced the golden pen to the emperor, who was highly impressed after testing it. The emperor asked why the crown prince had created it, and Hyang explained that seeing the ink rise through the brush bristles gave him the idea for the pen. The emperor praised the crown prince's intelligence and suggested that the ministers and officials who needed to write quickly should use the pen. After Hyang invented the golden nib pen and introduced it to the court, the reaction was overwhelming. The court officials and ministers fell in love with the invention. Everyone kept talking about it. Have you tried the golden nib pen that the crown prince invented? I have. It's truly excellent. One reason it became so popular was that it made writing official documents much easier. Additionally, Hyang created a portable writing board for the generals. When you need to issue urgent orders, this writing board will allow you to write comfortably anywhere. It's the perfect companion to the golden nib pen, he explained. Everyone who used it exclaimed, this is amazing. Emperor Yun was very pleased and ordered the mass production of both items, distributing them to the generals along with the golden nib pens. The golden nib pen that Hyang invented brought significant changes to the kingdom. In the capital, merchants were bustling with business. How much is the total? 2 coins and 3. But for you, I'll only charge 2 coins and 2. That's a bit pricey. Let me borrow some ink and a board. The shopkeeper quickly handed them over. Here you go. The customer tested the pen. Writing, today I'm buying 2 sacks of white rice. He widened his eyes in admiration. So this is the golden nib pen everyone's been talking about? Yes, the shopkeeper replied. This is the pen that the emperor has promoted, with beautiful plum blossom engravings. The man marveled. It's truly beautiful. The customer smiled and added, it's also easy to carry around, and very convenient when I need to write something quickly. Now, I need to bring all the paper I bought today back home. With that, he waved and walked off, and the shopkeeper bowed in return. Take care. As the man disappeared from view, the shopkeeper was still thinking about the golden nib pen. I smell profit in the air. A few days later, during a court session, a minister reported to the emperor. Recently, there's been an unfortunate incident in the market. An unfortunate incident? Speak, the emperor commanded. There are rumors that counterfeit golden nib pens are being sold everywhere. The minister explained. How dare they forge such a valuable item, especially one bearing the royal symbol? This is an outrage. Punishment must be severe. The officials all agreed in unison. We urge your majesty to punish them strictly. The emperor, remembering Hyang, said, I believe we should consult the crown prince. After all, he is the one who invented the golden nib pen. The eunuch immediately called out, summon the crown prince. A short while later, Hyang arrived. Father, you called for me? The emperor got straight to the point. The ministers have said that those making counterfeit golden nib pens must be severely punished. I'd like to hear your thoughts. My son. Hyang bowed and replied, yes, father, as he furrowed his brow in thought. Everyone's eyes were on him, waiting for the young prince's response, admiring how thoughtful he appeared. A few minutes later, Hyang spoke up. Father, may I handle this matter? 1 month passed in the blink of an eye, and the crown prince made his move. Hyang slowly walked into the Ministry of Revenue. Everyone present immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, we greet the crown prince, they said in unison. Hyang spoke calmly. All right, do you know why I've called you here? He held up a pen. One of the officials, upon seeing it, went pale, and no one dared to raise their heads. None of us would dare allow our guilds to commit such a treacherous act. One of them said, my guild would never do such a thing. Another chimed in. Hyang glanced at them and replied, I didn't come here to accuse you. Stand up. Sweat dripped down their faces, their bodies trembling. With a sharp slap on the table, Hyang's tone dropped. Don't make me repeat myself. What do you think you're doing? Stand up, now. As the officials regained their composure, Hyang sat down at the table, speaking with authority. I'll get straight to the point. I intend to grant the production of golden nib pens and regular pens to one of your guilds. However, those who produce golden nib pens will be required to pay 20% of the profits to the court. Additionally, the market price of the pens cannot be more than 60% higher than the production cost. One official hesitantly spoke up. Your Highness, please pardon me, but there's a problem. He carefully explained. A 60% profit margin sounds like a lot, but when you factor in the wages of the sellers and the makers, we're left with only a 30% profit. And if the court takes 20%, we'll only be left with 10%. At this, Hyang slammed his hand on the table, his face darkening. Are you trying to lie to my face? The official immediately fell silent. Hyang pointed at him and shouted, I said 20% of the 30% profit, which would leave you with around 6%, not 10%. Take this deceitful, money-blinded fool out of my sight, and revoke his guild's bidding rights. The man froze, stammering, Your Highness. 2 soldiers quickly dragged him away, ignoring his pleas for mercy. Please, Your Highness, I beg you. One official glanced over in fear, and the room was filled with a heavy, oppressive silence. No one dared to say another word. Hyang then spoke. Both His Majesty and I believe that the merchants and common folk of Osun are vital. No one can do everything on their own. Everyone needs help in life. He stood up abruptly and raised his voice. But if any of you dare lie like he did, you merchants will be seen as nothing but worthless. Remember that. Everyone bowed deeply and responded in unison. We will remember, Your Highness. After Hyang made his stance clear, the bidding process for the golden nib pens concluded. Without any further scheming, Hyang called the eunuch to meet him in private, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You've done very well, eunuch. Oh, I wouldn't dare, Your Highness, replied the eunuch, slightly puzzled. But why did you need to do this? Your Highness? Hyang sighed. You know, I'm still too young. I don't have any other choice. The eunuch nodded in understanding. Indeed. Well then, Your Highness, with your permission, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, Hyang replied. Inside, he felt immense satisfaction. Good, very good. Everything is going smoothly. Just keep it up. One day, however, an official suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, I Grand Chamberlain Sung have something to report. He spoke with a stern tone. We can no longer proceed with the Crown Prince's plan. The official reported this firmly to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I Grand Minister Sung have something important to say. This was the first time Jin Ho, now Hyang, had faced such political intrigue. He turned to look at the man. With a resolute expression, Sung said, We cannot continue with the Crown Prince's plan. Your Majesty. Since Hyang's reincarnation, he had been met with constant praise and laughter, especially as the treasury had been growing. Everyone had been delighted by the financial success. Since the sale of golden nib pens began, the financial situation had gradually improved, bringing in revenue like never before. Thanks to this, King Sejong and the ministers started to pay attention to the positive impact of trade. The emperor lavished praise on Hyang. The crown prince has truly done something wonderful. However, those who were less fond of the prince began to gather in secret. A few conspirators huddled together, discussing, how can the court turn into a place of business? The merchants will end up becoming the lowest class in society. The emperor and officials are showing too much favor toward them. One said, stroking his beard. The root of all this stems from the crown prince. We must act quickly to expose this to the emperor, or else things will continue down the wrong path. The group agreed. No matter how intelligent the crown prince is, he's still just a child. It's a serious mistake to let a child decide such important matters. But before they could complain to the emperor's father, the Grand King Taejong, passed away on the 10th of May, in the 4th year of Seyoung's reign. Grand King Taejong died at the age of 56. The conspirators had to put their plans on hold. It seems we'll have to wait for the next opportunity, one of them said, and they all agreed. Meanwhile, Hyang was extremely busy. Day and night, he immersed himself in one book after another. So, the books from Europe in this era are brought here through China? With his hands on his hips and a confident expression, he thought, hopefully, this will help address the source of my inspiration. If I claim all these ideas as my own, they'll become suspicious. Hyang's face darkened. I need to learn how to deceive them. 2. Everything was going according to plan. During a formal presentation to the court, Hyang explained clearly and logically. That's why I believe it would be much more convenient if these Indian numerals, as the Westerners call them, Arabic numerals, were used in our country. What do the ministers think of the Crown Prince's proposal? Minister of Revenue Kim Jung spoke up. After careful consideration, I believe that Indian numerals are indeed very useful for representing numbers. Minister of Rights Hyo Do also agreed. I concur with that assessment. The emperor quickly made a decision. With the agreement of these two key ministries, you are all permitted to use Indian numerals starting next month. If the results are positive, we will implement them nationwide. Everyone responded in unison. We obey, Your Majesty. As the next petition was read, the emperor said, I think the crown prince should hear this. Hyang, confused, replied, Yes, father. The emperor rubbed his temples. Looking weary, the emperor of the Ming has sent a letter. Emperor Yongle was very pleased with the golden nib pens, and has ordered us to send an additional 10,000 as tribute. Hyang knew that the royal treasury was not in good shape, and he quickly began to think. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he proposed, Father, what if the court were to establish its own guild? Everyone was shocked at the mention of the word, guild. How could that be? Minister of Rights Heian protested. The emperor motioned for him to be quiet. The crown prince has more to say. Continue, he urged Hyang. Hyang began explaining carefully. Since the emperor of the Ming has requested more pens, it's clear that they are quite popular in the Ming dynasty. With its vast territory and large population, the number of literate people in Ming must be many times that of our own nation. If we collaborate with merchants to handle the production of golden nib pens, the number of pens we can sell would far exceed the amount the Ming dynasty is demanding as tribute. The emperor made a thoughtful sound. Sinking into deep thought, Minister Kim Jung was already calculating in his mind. If we base our calculations on that, both the emperor and the minister shared knowing smiles. We'll surely make a profit. Hyang continued. We can also request that merchants escort our diplomatic missions to the Ming dynasty. In return, the merchants would only need to pay for their lodging expenses. Minister Sung growled in protest. No, we cannot follow the crown prince's plan. He presented his reasoning. While the crown prince's plan would certainly bring wealth to the court, if we grow too rich, the people will become indulgent in luxury. This could lead to tyranny, and the power of the royal family would no longer be secure. Another official spoke up. I, the Minister of Rights, agree with Minister Sung. How could we allow lowly merchants to accompany a diplomatic mission to the Emperor of Ming? It would tarnish the honor of our nation. Yoshin, it seems that the crown prince does not yet fully understand state affairs or the policies of our country. I believe it would be best for him to focus on his studies and learn to view national matters through the eyes of a true king. Hyang respectfully asked his father, May I have permission to respond? Father? The emperor nodded. Permission granted. Hyang turned to Grand Minister Sung. Did you say that if we grow wealthy, the people will become indulgent in luxury, and that this will eventually lead to tyranny? Is that correct? Indeed, replied Sung, looking at what has happened in the past. Before he could finish, Hyang interrupted. If we look at the past, it was the people who toiled with their sweat and blood to sustain that luxury. Are you accusing me of draining the people's sweat and blood? Sung retorted. Didn't I already mention that our goal is to bring wealth from outside? Sung, however, paid no attention to Hyang's words. Even if this plan yields positive results, there's no guarantee that things will remain peaceful in the future. When something goes wrong, it is the people who will suffer. Hyang directly confronted him. Are you only living for today, Grand Minister? Sung was visibly losing his composure. What did you say? Hyang didn't hesitate to repeat. How can you be so sure that the golden nib pens will only sell once? The merchants won't stop with just these pens. Sung frowned. Are there any high-ranking officials using the golden nib pens? At first, many might buy them out of curiosity. But eventually, the pen will never compare to the elegance of the traditional brush. It will just become a mere toy. Nothing more. Minister of Revenue Kim Jung intervened. Grand Minister, you are mistaken. Do you know how many golden nib pens have been sold in just the past month? In the court alone, we've sold 400, and among the common folk, over 1.000. Sung was shocked. In 1 month? How could something so frivolous sell so much? Hyang admitted. I apologize. Perhaps it's considered frivolous because it was created by a child, me. Sung quickly bowed, begging, please forgive me, Crown Prince, for my rashness. Hyang raised his voice. Therefore, for the sake of the people's well-being, our relationship with the merchants is truly important. He then called out, Eunuch, bring the book from my study. The one titled, Geography of the World. A moment later, the book was in the emperor's hands. This is one of the books I collected, thanks to the envoys we sent to the Ming dynasty. It details the geography and regional products of the Ming dynasty, as well as its neighboring countries. It also notes that the Ming dynasty and Dai Viet harvest far more crops than Roshan. They have abundant food reserves as well. Hyang continued. Many of our poor people suffer from hunger because our harvests are too meager due to droughts and spring famines. So, we must use the profits from the envoys to purchase food and provide relief for the people. Once again, Sung objected. That cannot be. The righteous path for a king is one where both the ruler and the people are equally poor and honest, finding joy in simplicity and building virtue through humble living. Hyang raised his voice. Are you saying we should take pride in poverty and find joy in acting virtuously? Have you seen any commoners who truly want to live in poverty and remain virtuous? They are only poor right now. In the summer, they suffer from droughts. In the winter, they freeze. In the spring, they starve to death. In such dire circumstances, who would praise the virtue of their king? Hyang spoke sternly. There is a saying, even a nobleman will jump over a wall if his child goes hungry for 3 days. No parent can sit idly by while their children starve. The king is the father of the people. Shouldn't that father do something for his children? The emperor, visibly excited, exclaimed, My son speaks wisely. No one in the court dared to speak further. The scribes, bewildered, looked around before hurriedly writing down what had been said. The emperor cleared his throat, and many of the court officials who opposed the crown prince's ideas fell silent. Seeing this, Hyang passionately continued, For the prosperity of Joseon, and to save the people of this land, we must act. Moved by Hyang's words, the emperor once again praised him. My son speaks wisely. The emperor took a moment to regain his composure, while Hyang, noticing this, continued as everyone waited in silence. Please, continue, said the emperor. Hyang responded, Yes, father. The ministers and nobles outside the palace can endure hunger because they understand why they must endure it, and how to do so. But the commoners lack that knowledge, and do not know how to bear hunger. If we wish to educate them, we must at least lessen their hunger first. Don't you think? The emperor slammed his hand down on the table. Exactly. Everyone in the court watched in stunned silence. Hyang thought to himself, My father is so worked up. He's about to explode. Let's stop here for today. Hyang continued. Throughout history, it has been said that the will of the people is the will of the heavens. Even if we uphold our virtues, What would the gods think of us? If the people are still crying out in misery? Moreover, the people say, man proposes, God disposes. After doing everything in our power, shouldn't we wait and see how the gods respond? Yet, when droughts or plagues strike, the ministers claim, it's because the king has lost his virtue, and demand that the emperor preserve his virtue above all else. Isn't that contradictory? Hyang then addressed the room. I know many of you have been officials since before this dynasty was founded. So why didn't you accuse King Taeo of losing his virtue when he established this dynasty, while being a subject of the Goryeo kingdom? Or my grandfather, King Taejong, was he unvirtuous for raising his sword against his brothers? Or is my father unvirtuous for ascending the throne instead of his elder brother, the rightful heir? At this, Grand Minister Sung cried out, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, that's not what we mean. Your Majesty, we have never harbored such vile, treacherous thoughts. We beg your Majesty for mercy. Everyone in the court echoed in unison. Please, Your Majesty, grant us mercy. The emperor spoke up. The crown prince's words were a bit harsh. I hope the ministers will forgive him. Next time, be more careful with your words. Hyang quickly responded. I will remember that, father. The emperor turned to the ministers. Listen carefully. I also believe that the well-being of the people is the most important. Moreover, the tribute to the Ming emperor will proceed as the crown prince has planned. Everyone bowed their heads and complied with the emperor's command. Do you have anything else to add, Crown Prince? Hyang quickly replied, I believe it is more reasonable to pay the people with food for their labor, rather than simply giving them handouts. Father, the emperor was surprised to hear this. Pay them, you say? Hyang explained in detail. While the lack of rain is a major cause of drought, the absence of irrigation systems and water reservoirs is also a significant factor. We must prepare for droughts by constructing reservoirs in every town and repairing the existing ones. I think we can mobilize the people to do this work and pay them with food. In this way, we can alleviate hunger. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? He then turned to the ministers. What do you think, ministers? All of them agreed. We believe this is an excellent idea. Your Highness, the emperor gave an order. Crown Prince, return to the palace. Hyang bowed respectfully. Yes, father. The emperor suddenly remembered something. And don't forget to prepare for participating in state discussions after the ancestral rites are completed. Thank you, father, for allowing this young and inexperienced son to join in state discussions. Hyang replied as he turned and left. The emperor stood up and announced, the court is adjourned for today. Everyone is dismissed. Yes, Your Majesty, they all replied. But before anyone could move, the emperor added, and one more thing. His voice grew deeper and more serious. Perhaps I should also consider. What do you all really think about this dynasty? The ministers were filled with fear. Your Majesty, we have never harbored any disloyal thoughts. They all pleaded, please show mercy. Your Majesty. The emperor's face darkened. Return to your duties. He commanded coldly. Show mercy. Your Majesty. They echoed as they left the chamber. Once outside, the ministers whispered among themselves. One wrong step, and there could be bloodshed. Not only does he carry the blood of King Taeo, but also of the former rulers. Grand Minister Sung interrupted. Stop speaking nonsense. You all better watch your tongues. I'm only worried about the future of this nation. Is this really how it ends? He let out a sigh. The others signaled for him to be cautious. Loose lips sink ships. Don't you know that by now? Sung sighed again. We've suffered a great loss today. We've underestimated the crown prince. Just because he's still young. One of the ministers asked. So what do we do now? Frowning, Sung replied. If there's no other option, we might have to submit a resignation petition. Hearing this, the others were taken aback. Resign? Sung continued. Yet it is our duty to offer advice. If the emperor goes astray, even the Book of Documents says, a wise ruler must listen to the voice of the people. I will make sure the emperor remains a wise ruler. His words were laden with hidden meaning. The teacup was set down. I've heard that the crown prince caused quite a stir. In the morning court session, the queen consort remarked. The emperor, exhausted, recounted. The crown prince didn't do anything wrong. Quite the opposite. The boy spoke very accurately. I was the one who caused the commotion. I couldn't control myself. And I ended up repeating the words I used to say back when I was still a grand prince. So, The dignity of my kingship. The queen consort laughed so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. How unfortunate. I wasn't there to see that side of your majesty. The emperor, embarrassed, quietly muttered, "Stop it, lady of the central palace. I was already so ashamed." She smiled. "Yet your expression is much brighter than before. Don't you think? You didn't even realize it, did you?" She poured more tea into his cup. "Feel free to talk comfortably. Besides, there's no need for your majesty to fear the pens of the scribes. Is there?" Sipping his tea, the emperor replied, "You're right. My top priority should be making myself comfortable." "Wise words, your majesty," she praised. The emperor continued, "I also told the crown prince that he would be participating in state discussions after the ancestral rites." The queen consort felt a hint of concern. "Is that really all right? The crown prince is still quite young." Recalling the events of that morning, and how the boy handled the issue of the golden nib pens, the emperor mused. "With the way he acted this morning, and how he dealt with the pen issue, I think it will be fine. The more I observe him, the more he resembles a man in his 40s. The queen consort couldn't help but laugh. "Not long ago, your majesty was worried that the prince's intelligence would cause a rift between the two of you. But now, you seem much more at ease." The emperor didn't hesitate. "That's right, I am at ease now." Back in the palace, the emperor ordered the royal kitchen staff and everyone else to leave. Once he was alone, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Now, should I let them show themselves? Or should I force them out? His mind was in turmoil. Should I let things end peacefully? Or should I let blood be spilled? He racked his brain. Many of the officials from my father's time are still in the palace. I need to have loyal ministers. Officials who only follow my command. When King Sejong's decree was issued, the Ministry of Revenue began manufacturing golden nib pens to be sent as tribute to Emperor Yongle. However, a serious problem arose during the preparations. The emperor asked, "What did you say? They can't meet the production deadline?" A court official replied, "Forgive me, Your Highness, but the merchant guild responsible for producing the golden nib pens has reported that they are unable to meet the production capacity in time." Jin Ho pondered. "As I expected, given the current state of the workshops in Joseon, it's impossible to produce the pens within the deadline." He then said, "Father, I'd like to confirm something. May I summon the representative of that merchant guild?" Sung immediately objected. "This cannot be allowed. How could we summon a mere merchant to discuss state affairs?" The emperor calmly responded, "Grand Secretary, you knew how I would answer. And that's why you dared interrupt me, didn't you?" Realizing he had overstepped, Sung stammered, "Your Majesty, I." The emperor continued, "I understand your loyalty, but why don't you suggest an alternative solution instead of blindly rejecting everything?" Sung bowed his head. "I beg your Majesty's forgiveness." Then the emperor commanded, "Summon the merchant quickly." A merchant from the guild was brought in and knelt before the emperor. "Your humble servant greets your Majesty." The emperor stated, "I've summoned you because the crown prince has a question for you. Answer honestly." "Yes, your Majesty," the merchant replied. Jin Ho spoke, "I've heard that your guild cannot produce the golden nib pens on time." "Why is that?" The merchant explained, "Golden nib pens are delicate works of craftsmanship. We must focus intensely to create each one. Even if we work faster, there are limits." Jin Ho inquired, "So the entire process of making each pen is done by a single craftsman, correct?" "Yes, that's correct," the merchant confirmed. "A skilled craftsman must make each pen one by one." The prince thought for a moment before turning to his father. "Father, I have a solution, but I need to speak with the craftsman from the guild first." Once again, Sung vehemently protested, "Your Majesty, first a lowly merchant, and now the prince wishes to summon a mere craftsman to this esteemed place? Please reconsider." The emperor, losing patience, shouted, "Grand Secretary, be quiet. Why shouldn't I summon him when this concerns the affairs of the nation?" Sung still displeased, tried to argue, "Your Majesty, I." But the emperor cut him off. "If you continue to argue, I will begin to question your loyalty." The room fell silent. No one dared to object further. The emperor ordered, "Summon the craftsman." Once the craftsmen arrived, Jin Ho addressed them, "I've heard that each craftsman is responsible for every part of making the golden nib pens. Is that true?" The group knelt and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Jin Ho continued, "I have a suggestion for all of you. Instead of having one craftsman do everything, why not divide the tasks? One person can shape the nib, another can form it, and a third can do the engraving. What do you think of this change in how the pens are made? The craftsman exchanged surprised glances before responding. It might be possible, Your Highness. We would need some time to adjust. But once we're familiar with the new process, it should be faster than what we're doing now. Jin Ho nodded. This is called the division of labor. When multiple people work together, they can produce a larger quantity of products much more quickly. The emperor was impressed. That makes sense. We will await good news from you. You may leave. After everyone left, the emperor asked about labor division to increase productivity. How did you come up with such a brilliant idea? Crown Prince? The prince thought of a reason to respond. When I visited the kitchen, I saw the assistants and maids splitting tasks according to the head chef's instructions. I remembered that and came up with this idea. The emperor laughed heartily. This child came up with such a brilliant idea from things that others often overlook. The crown prince truly is an extraordinary child. What do the ministers think? Everyone replied, We agree, Your Majesty. The crown prince is very wise. However, Sung went against the majority and said, I believe the crown prince is focusing too much on trivial matters. Your Majesty should use his sharp mind to study the teachings of the wise men instead. The emperor responded, Why do you consider the act of thinking and drawing meaning from things that others usually overlook as trivial? Didn't the wise men also ponder over things that are good for the nation and its people? Then share their thoughts? Why are you so narrow-minded? Sung flustered, explained, I only want what's best for the crown prince. Your Majesty. The emperor grew angry. Is this like what the crown prince mentioned the other day? That you think I and my ancestors are unworthy of ruling? Is that why you dare to speak such absurd things? Sung panicked, quickly explained, I would never dare have disloyal thoughts like that. Your Majesty, please understand my intentions. Another minister thought to himself. Indeed, Sung words were a bit narrow-minded, but it's not worth the emperor suppressing him like this. It's common to show off a talented child, but using power to suppress those who disagree is unbecoming of a ruler. Jin Ho also thought, Father is revealing his true nature again. After a while, Jin Ho returned to the East Palace, closed the door, and sighed. That was tense. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't come up with the example of labor division in time. He then reflected. Speaking of which, lately, Father has been calling for me often. I only wanted a bit of attention, but it seems I've dug myself into a hole instead. I didn't even realize that the concept of labor division didn't exist during this period. Even before Adam Smith mentioned labor division, it had been occurring naturally for a long time. However, turning labor division into an industrial principle was an agreement between absolutist monarchies and market regulation policies. What about Roshan? Although nominally an absolute monarchy, from a historical perspective, it's actually a struggle between the king, who wants to maintain absolute monarchy, and the officials, who favor a republican system. The people, on the other hand, want a semi-republican government. A king who loves the people more than the officials would ensure the people's interests are protected, giving them true power. Success can't happen overnight. I will have to build step by step to strengthen the king's power. Father would also want to do this. I need to ensure Father's authority extends even to the remotest areas of the kingdom. And to do that, I need wealth. It's decided. I will fill the treasury first. Then the crown prince left the East Palace and went to the main hall. The emperor, surprised, asked, Why have you come here? The crown prince replied, I have something to discuss about the envoy preparing to visit the Ming dynasty. There is something we need the emperor of the Ming to confirm. Those present were astonished, wondering in their hearts, what purpose does the crown prince have this time? Jin Ho said, I have something to discuss about the envoy to the Ming dynasty. There is a matter that needs to be confirmed by the emperor of the Ming. The emperor, curious, asked, What is it? What is going through your mind this time? The crown prince smiled and calculated silently. The first step to filling the treasury is securing the monopoly on gold-tipped pens. We need to ensure that Roshan's merchants obtain the exclusive rights to trade gold-tipped pens in the Ming dynasty. The Emperor of Ming keeps demanding more of these pens from us, which clearly shows they value this item highly. The Ming dynasty is many times larger than Roshan. So, as I mentioned before, their demand for gold-tipped pens is much higher. He continued, Next, every time the Ming envoy comes to our country, they demand a great deal of tribute. Therefore, We need to request an imperial edict limiting their demands. Sung agitated, interrupted. Crown Prince, that is impossible. The Ming dynasty views Roshan as a vassal state. How dare a vassal complain about the demands of its suzerain? That would be extremely disrespectful. The Crown Prince challenge. How is it disrespectful? Does being from a larger country give them the right to bully smaller nations? Sung replied. That's not the point. If we suddenly reduce the tribute compared to what is customary, there will certainly be serious consequences. Jin Ho, feeling frustrated, thought, this old man is always opposing me. He then said aloud, do you know where all this tribute comes from? Isn't it the hard work of the people of our country? Moreover, the amount of tribute that the Ming dynasty demands keeps increasing, meaning that the food for our people is decreasing. At this rate, even the taxes that fill our national treasury will diminish. Shouldn't we address this danger before it happens? Sung responded. This is because the Crown Prince still doesn't fully understand state affairs. The people in the envoy are all eunuchs, the closest servants of the emperor. If they speak ill of us to the emperor of Ming, we could face grave danger. The Crown Prince replied, do you really think the emperor of the Ming dynasty is that foolish? Sung stammered, that's not what I mean. I'm just afraid that your young age may lead to major losses in exchange for minor gains. The Crown Prince, now angry, shot back, what does this have to do with my age? And didn't you just say that we're risking a great loss for a small gain? Every time the Ming envoy comes, the tribute they take blocks roads for miles. Isn't that wealth they've stolen from our treasury and the people? He continued. Master Yoshiens, the ancient sage, once said that a true official ensures the people can live in peace. Yet you insist on bowing down and serving these eunuchs. What does that make you? Sung tried to respond. You are exaggerating, Your Highness. We are not bowing down. The Crown Prince interrupted. I haven't finished. Mencius once said that a righteous person, even when living in luxury, still shows compassion. Even when seated in the highest position, they maintain their integrity, always adhering to the path of virtue and righteousness. Now, giving money and flattering these eunuchs, does that align with any of these three principles? If not, how dare you still call yourselves righteous gentlemen? Then the Crown Prince knelt down and earnestly pleaded, Father, please allow me to lead this envoy. This time, I will petition the emperor of the Ming dynasty and do everything I can to put an end to this wrongful custom. Please, grant me your permission. He continued. It's true that I am still young, only 9 years old, but my determination is higher than the tallest mountain. The emperor massaged his temples and said to the Crown Prince, the journey to Beijing is long and full of difficulties. The Crown Prince responded, the current situation of Roshan presents both a crisis and an opportunity. If we know how to take advantage of it, it could become the foundation for 1,000 years of development. But if we fail, we will remain a small, isolated nation. I hope Father understands my intentions. The emperor sighed and said, return to your palace. Crown Prince, eunuchs, escort him back to his chambers. He seems overly excited. Calm him down. The Crown Prince shouted in desperation. Please, Father, let me go. I beg of you. Back in the East Palace. The Crown Prince, frustrated, yelled, everyone, get out. Damn it, I was too emotional. He sat alone in the hall, deep in thought. That wretched Sung he looks down on me because I'm young, doesn't he? He's been nitpicking at me since last time. I won't sit idly by. Just wait and see, you scoundrels. Then he called out, eunuch, prepare for the journey to the Ming dynasty. The eunuch was startled. What? Why all of a sudden? I said, prepare my things now. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, the officials were discussing. We cannot act as the Crown Prince has suggested. Your Majesty, please understand our concerns. The emperor sighed deeply and said, do you know how much sleep that child gets each day? Never more than 6 hours. A child of only 9 years old is already thinking of ways to make the country prosperous, while all you can do is say, no, over and over. The officials bowed their heads. Our sins deserve death. Your Majesty, our sins deserve death. Suddenly, a servant rushed in and reported, Your Majesty, there's an urgent matter. The emperor asked, what is it? The servant responded, the Crown Prince is preparing to leave. Everyone was shocked. What? Where is he going? The emperor, alarmed, asked, where is the boy planning to go? A eunuch replied, it seems His Highness intends to leave for the Ming dynasty immediately. He said he cannot afford to delay even a moment if he truly cares for the country and its people. The emperor, furious, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Why is that boy so insolent?" In a rage, the emperor stormed towards the crown prince's quarters. Upon seeing two eunuchs leaving the chamber, he loudly called out, "Hey, you two, come here." The two eunuchs immediately approached, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, we greet you." The emperor questioned, "Aren't you the eunuchs from the East Palace? Where are you going?" One of them respectfully answered, "We are on our way to the Office of Records." "Your Majesty," the emperor asked, "for what reason?" The eunuch hesitated for a moment, then stammered, "Your Majesty, we have been ordered to record all the tribute items that have been given to the envoys of the Ming Empire since the reign of the late King Taizong." The emperor, upon hearing this, was furious, and, with a fiery temper, growled, "What, that insolent brat?" Scene shifts to the empress's quarters. A servant hurriedly called from outside the door, "Your Majesty, Empress, there's a major issue." The empress turned her head in surprise and asked, "What is all this commotion about?" The servant, in a panicked voice, said, "The crown prince is packing his belongings to leave for the Ming Empire." Upon hearing this, the empress was truly alarmed and exclaimed, "The crown prince is heading to the Ming Empire? Does he think it's like taking a stroll through the village? Why is this happening?" The servant quickly replied, "He said it's to stop the envoys of the Ming Empire from demanding excessive tribute. The Ministry of Justice officials said he's overreacting, and that's why the crown prince declared that he will go there himself." After a brief pause, the servant added, "And the emperor is already on his way to the East Palace." Hearing this, the empress furrowed her brows, her face showing clear signs of tension and concern. She immediately left her chambers and hurried towards the East Palace. While running, she couldn't stop worrying. "What on earth are you doing, my son?" The servants, not understanding the situation but seeing the empress's urgency, quickly followed behind, calling out, "Your Majesty, Empress." At the East Palace, the emperor, unable to contain his rage, pointed at the crown prince and shouted, "You insolent child, what is this reckless behavior?" The crown prince, with a firm voice, responded, "I am not being reckless. I am doing what I must as the crown prince." Outside the hall, the ministers stood in a line, none daring to step inside. The emperor's angry voice still echoed, "You brat, do you even know how old you are? How can you act like this?" The crown prince replied, "Age is not a barrier to doing what's right. It's merely an excuse people use to claim someone is too young to take action." The emperor, growing even more furious, demanded, "Why are you acting so recklessly?" At that moment, the empress arrived, out of breath, and called out, "Your Majesty." The crown prince, still refusing to back down, declared with determination, "If father is the parent of our people, then I want to be their older brother. Every time the envoys come and go, the people cry in distress. As their elder brother, how can I remain silent?" The emperor, enraged by his son's defiance, gritted his teeth and shouted, "You insolent child." Finally, he commanded, "Steward, bring me the whip and the punishment bench." The empress and those outside were shocked and alarmed. In a state of panic, the empress rushed into the hall, shouting, "Your Majesty." The servants behind her, equally frightened, called out, "Your Majesty, Empress." As soon as the empress opened the door, she cried out, "Your Majesty, the crown prince is only 9 years old." The emperor, frowning, replied, "Precisely because he's young, he needs to be disciplined and taught. Empress, this is not for you to interfere in." He then turned to the two eunuchs and ordered, "Eunuchs, escort the empress out of the room." The empress, horrified, called out in desperation, "Your Majesty." Before the two eunuchs could escort her out, the empress made one final plea, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." Each lash of the whip landed hard on the crown prince's legs. With each strike, the emperor angrily shouted, "Your first mistake is being too arrogant with your limited knowledge. Your second mistake is disrespecting those who serve you and not knowing how to behave properly." Though the crown prince was still young, he didn't cry or make a sound. He only gritted his teeth and endured the pain. By now, his legs were covered in red welts from the whip, but the emperor showed no sympathy and continued striking him while saying, "Your third mistake is disregarding your father's orders. You must reflect on your actions today and make sure this never happens again." Outside, the empress, hearing this, had cried until no tears were left. The ministers, standing tensely outside the chamber, anxiously looked toward the door. Finally, the doors opened. After the intense punishment, the emperor, breathing heavily, stepped out and ordered, "Call the royal physicians to treat the crown prince." Those present quickly responded in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." As the emperor walked past, he saw the empress still sobbing and instructed her, "Take care of the crown prince." Then he glanced at the ministers, leaving them with one final remark, "You are all more petty than a mere child." One of the ministers, unable to hold back, muttered, "How could the crown prince act this way?" Another, noticing the empress still nearby, warned, "Quiet, the empress might hear you." The empress, her voice filled with anger, turned to the ministers and said, "You all, why couldn't you think as thoroughly as the child, and let things get this bad? I will never forget what happened today." The ministers, lowering their heads, could only respond, "We are to blame, we deserve punishment." Later, in the crown prince's chambers, the empress, while scolding the crown prince, repeatedly slapped his legs. "You little rascal, why do you always make me so worried? You can't behave this way. Do you understand?" The crown prince cried out, "Mother, it hurts." Lying face down, the crown prince thought to himself, "This hurts, whether in my past life or this one. My legs always seem to take the brunt of things." After a while, the crown prince was surprised to feel that his mother had stopped hitting him. The empress, heartbroken, wept quietly and then bent down to embrace him. "Right now, this mother has no one else but you, my child." The crown prince, hearing this, replied softly, "I'm sorry, mother." Scene shifts to the royal court. The emperor sat sternly, looking down at the officials gathered below. Then, turning to a eunuch, he commanded, "Eunuch, bring the documents the crown prince told you to prepare." The eunuch quickly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Shortly after, the eunuch presented a stack of documents. After reading through the documents, the emperor sternly said, "The smallest amount of tribute they take is equivalent to 2 months' worth of our annual treasury. And the largest can reach up to 5 months. If we also count the tribute taken from smaller villages, the total could amount to nearly an entire year's worth of resources." He held up the records and questioned, "Do you see this, ministers? Here is the list of tribute sent to the Ming Empire up until now. Year after year, the amount of tribute sent to the Ming Empire has only increased. What do you have to say about this?" Seeing their silence, the emperor angrily slammed his chair and shouted, "Why do you not respond? Even the crown prince, a child, has thought about this, yet you all cannot?" The ministers, bowing their heads, responded in unison, "We apologize, Your Majesty." The emperor then commanded, "Choose the envoy leader and assistants within the next 2 hours and report back to me. If you cannot decide within 2 hours, I will charge you all with treason." The ministers quickly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." Later that night, while the emperor was gazing at the moon, the voice of the empress broke the silence. "Your Majesty." He turned and asked, "Is something the matter, Empress?" She replied, "I stepped outside for some fresh air because I couldn't sleep." After a brief pause, she hesitated before saying, "Your Majesty, why did you punish the crown prince so severely today? I feel that you were harsher than usual." The emperor remained silent for a moment before answering. "The crown prince is an intelligent child." Hearing this, the empress looked up. The emperor continued, "However, there are times when he becomes too absorbed in his own intelligence. Today, he faced opposition from the ministers. And that is what happened. A tree that grows too straight can easily break. Without the trust of the ministers, how can he properly care for the people?" The empress remained silent, watching him. The emperor added, "I believe the crown prince was born with the qualities of a sage. Therefore, from now on, I will teach him as best as I can, guiding him down the right path." Upon hearing this, the empress smiled softly and replied, "I cannot fully grasp the deep meaning behind your actions. I have no other wish. As long as this is what you aim for." After disciplining the crown prince harshly, the emperor had immediately ordered the ministers to select the envoy leader and assistants. Though the crown prince's actions were extreme, he had not spoken anything wrong. However, his extremity had surpassed the emperor's tolerance, and so the crown prince was punished for it. The crown prince rested his chin on his hand, sighing repeatedly, as he sat watching his 2 younger brothers playing in the courtyard. Particularly the one about his age. That child was an important figure. The boy who was playfully running around was Iu, my younger brother. However, he wasn't just an ordinary child because, in the near future, that boy would cause a bloody disaster in this very forbidden palace. That boy will become the 17th king of Yoshin. King Sejo. As far as I remember. After he kills the current ruler of this body, King Moonjong, and once Moonjong's nephew, King Danjong, ascends to the throne, he will lead the Gaiyuzhongnan rebellion and eliminate all those who oppose him. During his reign, he won't stop there, he will also poison his own brother, Grand Prince Anpyeong. To give you a clearer picture, the Gaiyuzhongnan rebellion was a great uprising, a coup in 1453, led by King Sejo to purge the close allies of the sitting king. I remember my teacher once telling me about this man, Prince Suyong. He abandoned both his younger brother and his older brother, betrayed his own grandfather and father, and cast a dark shadow over the prosperous era of the Joseon dynasty. Most historians view Grand Prince Suyong negatively, and this is something that deeply worries me. That innocent-looking brat will grow up to be a tyrant. Jin Ho pondered to himself. What should I do? I have to do something before he shows signs of becoming that monster. Suddenly, Jin Ho smiled as an idea came to him. I've got it. That's the best way to change someone. He quickly grinned and approached his two younger brothers, thinking, with careful education and everything I've learned by rote, I'll make sure he serves under me until his death. His strange smile gave IU a sudden shiver. Why did I just feel a chill down my spine? Jin Ho began his approach, first calling out, IU, Eon, good morning. IU and Iyeong were the real names of the two princes. Suyong and Anpyeong. The two children politely bowed to him and responded, good morning, big brother. Jin Ho nodded warmly. I'm glad to see you both so happy. He looked at his younger brother and asked, IU, your writing class is about to begin soon, right? Do you want to study with me today? The odd question left IU confused. He remained silent for a moment before asking, why? Jin Ho, caught off guard by the question, stammered in reply, why are you asking that? I'm just curious to see how you're progressing with your studies. But in his heart, he was thinking, soon, you'll be working tirelessly under my command. You won't have the luxury of being lazy like you are now. IU furrowed his brows, showing disbelief at his brother's words. In the end, he decided not to agree. Turning his back, he said, I'll study on my own. Despite Ji-hun's desperate call. IU, wait. IU coldly grabbed his younger brother Eon's hand and said, come on, let's go. Don't play there anymore. You're bothering our elder brother. Although IU didn't seem overly upset, there was a hint of displeasure on his face as he left. Time slowly passed into the afternoon. An eager IU ran towards the dining hall, excited for dinner. The maid following behind him gently reminded, young master, it's almost time for dinner. Running like that is dangerous. At a corner, IU overheard some servants whispering, which caught his attention, causing him to stop and listen. He quietly poked his head around the corner to eavesdrop. Isn't the crown prince amazing? One servant said. So young, yet he excels at literature already. Not only that, he's already aware of the country's major affairs. How could someone be born a prodigy like that? It's incredible. IU's ears perked up, hoping they would talk about him next. However, the more he hoped, the more disappointed he became. While the crown prince received endless praise, when the conversation shifted to him, it was filled with comparisons. Well, the eldest prince is bright too. But compared to the crown prince, they were born to be compared to each other. The words made IU tremble with anger. The maid behind him finally noticed and rushed over angrily. How dare you speak like that? The two startled maids, realizing they had been caught, immediately bowed and apologized. Oh, dear heavens, we deserve death for this. Just as the maid was about to drag them away for severe punishment, IU intervened and pulled her back. Let it go, let's just leave. Though still a child, IU already understood disappointment. His expression was calm, but inwardly he questioned, what have I done to be lesser than my brother? A few days later, Ji-hun once again gathered his two younger brothers in his private chamber. Trying to strengthen their bond, he proudly held up two self-made flashcards and exclaimed, Tada, this is how this character is written. It's based on the sky and the earth. The cards, with one side showing a character and the other a drawing, looked incredibly attractive. Eon, delighted, shouted, wow, did you make these, brother? Ji-hun replied proudly, of course, I had the eunuchs in the palace help make these cards. These cards were meant to help him spend more time with his younger brothers. Laughing inwardly, Ji-hun thought, I had those eunuchs make these memory cards in a single day to help us remember these Chinese characters. Now learning will be so much more fun. He smiled and called out, IU, Come and have a look at these too. But IU, uninterested, declined. I already have a tutor. So I don't need them. Ji-hun, confused, asked, wouldn't it be more fun if we studied together? But before he could finish, IU reacted sharply. I can manage on my own. He turned away, saying coldly, please don't call me for things like this again. His actions left both Ji-hun and Eon surprised and puzzled. The next day, in the courtyard, IU sat with his tutor, studying diligently, hidden behind the bushes nearby. Ji-hun crouched, watching them. This kid is harder to figure out than I thought. I need to observe what he does every day, he thought to himself. The tutor asked kindly, don't you find this part difficult? IU smiled and replied, no, your teaching method is very clear, so I don't find it difficult at all. His polite and well-behaved demeanor left Ji-hun stunned. What is this? He's much nicer than I thought. Is he only difficult with me? The tutor continued. Alright then, let's review the 3 fundamental relationships and the virtues of steadfastness that we studied yesterday. IU politely responded, yes, sir. He immediately began reciting. Loyalty of the subjects to their ruler. The king is the overseer of his people. The filial piety of a child to their parents. The father is the guardian and disciplinarian of the child. Note: overseer here refers to someone who manages and is responsible for discipline. Similar to the modern understanding of a guardian or supervisor. IU continued to recite confidently. Much to Ji-hun's amazement. The dedication of a wife to her husband. The husband is the overseer of his wife. Ji-hun couldn't believe what he was hearing. What is this? Not only has he mastered the 1,000-character script, but he's also memorized the 3 fundamental relationships and the 5 virtues of steadfastness. Ji-hun suddenly remembered something his tutor once said. There was a rumor about Grand Prince Suyong. People claimed that while Suyong was slightly less accomplished than King Moonjong, he was skilled in both literature and martial arts. The only issue was that his older brother was too exceptional. But perhaps, at some level, this was just a rumor. Ji-hun seemed to realize something. He focused on the diligent child before him. What this kid needs is. That afternoon, during Suyong's swordsmanship training, the boy was intensely practicing with a wooden dummy. As he struck the dummy, there was a loud noise that startled him, causing him to drop his sword. The heavy sword rolled across the ground and stopped at Ji-hun's feet. Ji-hun, picking up the sword, asked, it looks like you're practicing martial arts, right? Holding a wooden sword himself, he added, how about you teach me some sword techniques? I don't know much about swordsmanship because, up until now, I've only studied the theory. IU, though slightly annoyed, didn't refuse. While swinging his sword, he simply said, it's not that hard, you just do it like this. Ji-hun, standing beside IU, nodded thoughtfully and remarked, it looks pretty difficult, doesn't it? He raised his sword high and asked, do I do it like this? But as the sword lifted above his head, Ji-hun lost control and fell backward, pulled down by the weight of the sword. Ouch, he cried. Startled, IU called out, big brother. Lying on the ground, Ji-hun sighed. Oh, man, just as I thought, it's not easy at all. Scrambling to sit up, he said, I'd really appreciate it if you could teach your helpless big brother. I have no talent in this at all. Can you help me? I'm asking as a favor. IU furrowed his brows. Considering his brother's plea, he stayed silent for a moment, deep in thought. Then, suddenly, he burst into laughter, teasing, why are you so bad at this? And so, under the setting sun, Ji-hun and IU grew a bit closer while practicing swordsmanship. Ji-hun constantly exposed his weaknesses and praised his younger brother. Is this how you do it? IU shook his head. No, raise your hand a bit higher. Children are naturally simple-hearted. IU had always felt, no matter how hard he tried, that everyone around him said he wasn't as good as his older brother. This led to his feelings of dislike. But now, seeing that his older brother had weaknesses too, and was even worse than him in some areas, he felt a sense of balance return. With that, IU became more willing to let Ji-hun approach and began treating him more warmly. The first step in changing the future tyrant had been completed. One beautiful morning, 2 noblewomen were sitting together, chatting. The lady in pink whispered, have you heard about the memory cards that the crown prince made? The lady in blue nodded and said, yes, I've heard about those. I've heard that they're quite useful. Oh, really? The lady in pink exclaimed. The lady in blue confirmed. Yes, I've heard that studying has become much more enjoyable with those cards. The lady in pink began seriously thinking about the memory cards. Do you think these memory cards could help my son learn Chinese characters more easily? She asked. The lady in blue smiled and replied, perhaps. The power of word-of-mouth marketing is not to be underestimated. Later that same day, the lady in pink went to speak with her husband, who was a court official. Husband, I've heard that the memory cards made by the crown prince are very useful. The official, surprised, asked, how do you know about that? Looking worried, she replied, I found out by chance. But do you think we should borrow those cards? I'd like to use them to teach our son. The official, stroking his beard, hesitated. I'm not so sure. But the wife continued to push. Why don't you ask the crown prince to borrow them? The thought of an adult asking a child for something embarrassed him. So he wanted to refuse. How would I save face? He groaned. Immediately, his wife scolded him. Is your pride more important than our son's education? This could impact the future of our family. As it turned out, this official wasn't the only one curious about Jinho's memory cards. Several other families were as well. So they banded together to request an audience with the young crown prince. When they expressed their desire, Jinho played hard to get, shaking his head. Those cards were made for my younger brothers. The officials, desperate, pleaded, then please, sell them to us. Price is no issue, just sell them to us. Jinho sighed and eventually relented. If you want them that much, I suppose I have no other choice. He raised 3 small fingers in front of the officials, demanding a price of 3 sol, equivalent to 159 kilograms of white rice. The price was quite high, causing the officials to gape in shock. What? Jinho repeated. Did you not hear me clearly? That's 159 kilograms of white rice. One of the officials, sweating, stammered. Does that mean these cards are worth 159 kilograms? Jinho smiled and replied, it's not that expensive. Really? He explained. One part of the cost is for the materials used to make the cards. Another part will be stored in the national treasury. And the final part is for my personal use. The officials hesitated for a moment before one of them asked, your personal use? What exactly does that mean? Jinho, speaking reasonably, responded, it's to buy books because, for various reasons, the price of books is quite high. The officials silently looked at one another. Finally, one official, unable to wait any longer, spoke up. Fine, I'll buy them. My wife has been pestering me about this recently. Once someone took the lead, the others quickly followed, eagerly raising their hands. I'll buy them too. I want the memory cards as well. Many officials wanted to purchase the cards. Jinho smiled happily and said, all right then, it's a deal. Jinho was very satisfied. Now I can fully pursue my passions. He thought he had found a way to make money. But there was still something more important he needed to address, his father's health. In the emperor's private quarters, a delicious meal had been served. The emperor looked around anxiously, making sure no uninvited guests were present. Only then did he lower his gaze to the plate of meat before him. The emperor reached out to grab a piece of roasted meat with his chopsticks. But suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Father! Startled, the emperor dropped the piece of meat. The young crown prince burst through the doors and demanded, are you eating nothing but meat again? Annoyed, the emperor grumbled, what's this brat up to now? Inside the chamber, the two began to bicker, neither backing down. You know, even a dog would be angry if its meal was interrupted. Right? The emperor growled. But eating healthy is one way to protect your health. The crown prince fired back. Outside, the eunuchs exchanged hesitant glances. Should we take him out of here? One of them whispered. Wait until His Majesty gives the order. Another replied. Back at the dining table, the emperor, furious, slammed the table and yelled, what did you say about my meal? Not healthy? Look. He gestured to the dishes, 3 meat dishes, roasted chicken, charred pork, and stir-fried beef with onions. Jinho bluntly picked up the plates and retorted, is this what you call healthy? It's all meat, and you haven't even touched any vegetables. The emperor, unable to argue, stammered in response, this brat. This argument had become an everyday occurrence. The maids knelt on the ground, sighing, Crown Prince, please stop. His Majesty has had it tough lately because of you. It all started when Jinho began obsessing over King Taejong's meals. He became overly concerned about his father's diet. During working hours, he would sneak in with a book in hand, droning on. If we look at the dietary regulations of the Yuan dynasty, A balanced diet with a variety of vegetables is necessary for a long and healthy life. He even went to the kitchen to instruct the cooks. Too much salt. Redo this dish. Cut down on the meat. The kitchen staff, though reluctant, couldn't refuse him. Even during meals, Jin-ho would sit beside his father, muttering, "Too much meat will thicken your blood. And what happens when your blood thickens? It stresses both your mind and body. And when the mind and body are stressed, what happens? If you're not careful, it could affect your head. And if your head is affected, what will happen to the nation? The country's stability will be at risk." Every meal, the emperor had to listen to his son's constant nagging about one thing or another. All because, it's for father's health. The servants could see the emperor's eye twitching in anger and knew he was about to reach his breaking point. The maids, still kneeling, braced themselves. The emperor they knew was about to explode. As they predicted, the emperor finally snapped, shouting, "You brat, I've been lenient with you because you're still young. But I can't take it anymore." The emperor pointed at Jin-ho and scolded, "You brat, stop interfering with my meals." Even a ghost, if it died after eating, would still have its own unique charm. Furious, he ordered, "Someone, take the crown prince out of here immediately. Don't let him come near while I'm eating." Jin-ho, helpless, was grabbed and dragged out of the room, only managing to call out, "Father." He thought to himself, "I can't let this happen. If this continues, the old man will fall ill soon. He has to stay healthy so he can rule for a long time. Only then can I enjoy a comfortable future." He stood outside the emperor's quarters, stunned, while the servant who had dragged him out bowed and said, "My apologies, Your Highness." Jin-ho's mind raced. "I need to do something. His diet is a serious issue. What should I do to keep the old man healthy?" While Jin-ho was deep in thought, the emperor inside shouted, "Bring me more meat." Suddenly, an idea hit Jin-ho. "Oh, that's it. There's still one way." He quickly set to work on his new plan to improve his father's health. He went straight to the palace's professional woodworking shop to start the project. The woodworkers were kept busy for days and nights, tirelessly following his commands. "It needs to be rounder," Jin-ho insisted. "Yes, Your Highness," the craftsman replied, constantly reworking the item. His odd behavior left everyone puzzled. Why is His Highness making us create such a strange thing? They wondered. From that day on, Jin-ho visited the workshop more frequently. Eventually, after much effort, the woodworkers presented the finished product to him. "Your Highness, it's completed." But when Jin-ho held it in his hands and applied just a bit of pressure, the item broke in half. Furious, he shouted, "Not like this. Make it stronger. Do it again. And make sure it's sturdier this time." The workshop echoed with Jin-ho's constant demands. "Do it again. Make it rounder. Rounder." A few days later, Jin-ho confidently appeared before the emperor and the court officials, holding his new creation. The emperor, seeing him, sighed. "What now?" Jin-ho approached with both hands offering the new items and replied, "I created these for your health. Father, this is a durable jump rope and a jingle bell." The emperor, skeptical, asked, "Are these really good for my health? Aren't they just regular pieces of string?" Jin-ho explained with a smile, "No, father, this is no ordinary string. This is part of a brilliant plan to take care of your health." After working tirelessly day and night, Jin-ho presented the emperor with a jump rope and a set of bells as health management tools. "This is a great way to help you stay fit, father," Jin-ho said. "It's called jump rope." The emperor, hearing Jin-ho's explanation, wasn't entirely convinced. How could jumping rope possibly make me healthier? He thought. Seeing is believing, Jin-ho said as he grabbed his creation. "Father, may I demonstrate how it works?" The emperor nodded. "Go ahead, I permit it." Jin-ho first put the jingle bell around his neck, then grabbed the jump rope with both hands. He began performing a basic jump rope routine, the kind that any modern person would know, in front of the entire court and the emperor. After a moment, Jin-ho stopped, panting. "That's how you use the jump rope." But the emperor still didn't get it. "How does this help my health?" he asked, eyes wide with confusion. "Isn't it just regular jumping? Are you saying this will make me healthier?" Jin-ho, prepared to back up his claims, held up an English book and replied, "Yes, father. According to Western scholars, people who sit a lot tend to have weaker lower bodies. But here, it says that jumping rope can strengthen your legs." Then, with a touch of mystery, Jin-ho leaned in and lowered his voice, glancing at the court officials before adding, "There's another benefit." The moment he had piqued everyone's curiosity, Jin-ho played the part of the clueless child, saying, "It's good for men, but I don't really know how to explain it." Bullseye. When it came to general health, most of the men in the court didn't pay much attention. But when Jin-ho hinted at the other benefit, suddenly everyone's ears perked up, including the emperor's. The emperor, now serious, asked, "Is that really true?" Jin-ho nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, father, I'm sure of it." The emperor's interest wavered. It looks odd, but it doesn't seem that different from regular jumping. And the boy says it's good for that too. He asked again, "So I just spin the rope and jump over it, right?" Jin-ho nodded, pointing to the bell around his neck. "Yes, just follow the rhythm of the bell, father." He then called over a servant. "Steward." An elderly man stepped forward, bowing. "Yes, your highness?" Jin-ho removed the bell and handed it to the steward. "Put this on the emperor." He instructed the steward, "When father jumps rope, you must count 100 jumps according to the sound of the bell." The steward respectfully responded, "Understood." Jin-ho, in a more emotional tone, said, "My greatest wish is for you, father, to live a long and healthy life." At this point, the emperor could hardly refuse. He moved to an open area in the courtyard to practice. Jin-ho, delighted, said, "Father, let me tie the bell on you." The emperor looked incredulous. "Do I really have to wear this?" Jin-ho carefully tied the bell around his father's neck. "Yes, father, you need it to keep the rhythm." The emperor hesitated. "But wearing this makes me look a bit like a pig, doesn't it?" Jin-ho hadn't considered that. But once the emperor pointed it out, even he had to admit it was true. He burst out laughing so hard that he spat out his drink. The emperor, irritated, asked, "What are you laughing at?" Jin-ho, not willing to admit anything, replied, "Nothing at all, father." "All right, let's begin," he said, before starting the jump rope exercise. The emperor hesitated. "Do I really have to do this? It doesn't feel right." Jin-ho reassured him, "You'll get used to it soon, father." And so, the emperor reluctantly agreed to start. He swung the rope and attempted a few jumps. However, due to his round figure and lack of exercise, the emperor was out of breath after just a few jumps. He stopped and asked the steward, "This isn't as easy as I thought." "Steward, how many times did I jump?" The steward, speaking honestly, replied, 9 times, Your Majesty." The emperor was shocked. "Only 9? Turning to Jin-ho, the emperor tried to negotiate. "Since it's my first time, shouldn't we lower the number of jumps?" The crown prince crossed his arms and shook his head. "No, father, you have to keep trying. You must aim for more." Jin-ho declared, "I will stay until you reach 100 jumps." This declaration nearly brought the emperor to tears. Over time, the story of the emperor's diligent jump rope exercises became the talk of the palace. One day, a group of officials gathered, whispering among themselves. One of them rushed over. "Are you all still here?" 2 royal physicians, standing nearby, asked, "What's the matter?" The man, with a serious expression, said, "The emperor just coughed." One of the physicians, puzzled, replied, "Doesn't His Majesty usually cough around this time?" The man, looking grave, said, "That's not the point. The important thing is that right after he coughed, he ran to use the plum blossom chamber pot." For context, the plum blossom chamber pot is a special royal chamber pot designated for the emperor. This news was quite shocking because ever since the emperor began his daily jump rope routine, King Taejong had undergone significant changes. In the past, he only had a bowel movement once every 3 days, but now he was going every day. The palace maids had even congratulated him on his improved health. Not only that, but he could stay up late to handle court documents. And, for some reason, he had been visiting the queen's quarters more frequently than before. The queen's quarters, of course, being where the empress resided. Rumors quickly spread among the officials. "Have you heard? The emperor has been jumping rope. And he uses the plum blossom chamber pot right after he coughs. His complexion has also improved a lot recently. It all seems to be connected." One of the officials whispered, "Don't tell me, it's because of the jump rope." Another nodded in confirmation. "It seems so." They sighed and shared their own health concerns. "These days, I haven't been feeling too well." "Same here. I haven't been sleeping well at all. And my wife has been complaining every night." As soon as they finished speaking, they exchanged knowing glances. One afternoon, while the crown prince was quietly studying, a distressed voice suddenly called out, "Crown Prince." Jin-ho was startled and looked up. In front of him were all the court officials. gathering and approaching him. In a panic, Jin Ho asked, "What's going on?" The officials were blunt. "Can you make more jump ropes? Please? You can ask for as much rice as you want, we'll pay. I want to buy one for my wife and children." One official started talking over another. "And I need one for myself, too." The scene turned chaotic, like a classroom full of preschoolers. Jin Ho raised his voice. "Please, one at a time, speak one by one." This success far exceeded Jin Ho's expectations. He returned to the woodworking shop and told the workers, "We have a lot to do now. So from now on, everyone will be assigned specific tasks. One person will make the ropes, another the handles, and another the bells." The workers, tears welling in their eyes, resigned themselves to their fate. Crown Prince exploiting labor. Then Jin Ho announced, "Now, start making 500 more." In their hearts, the workers were in despair. "Please just kill us already. We're human too." But it didn't stop there. Jin Ho pulled out another design and said, "I also need you to make this." The artisans, worried, wondered, "What now?" He handed the design to a servant and instructed, "Take this to the royal tailors." The servant asked, "What is this, Your Highness?" Jin Ho explained, "Well, it's uncomfortable to jump rope in skirts. So to make it easier for people to move, I came up with this, exercise pants." Jin Ho's combo of products created a revolution in the health of the court families. Now, the entire household would jump rope together. With healthier husbands and happy wives, families across the nation were joyful. People praised the innovation. "Now that we have this, everything is so much easier. Such a small thing with such a big impact. The Crown Prince is truly a genius." Not only were families happier, but Jin Ho, after collecting rice from the officials, happily stored it in his private warehouse. Standing before the massive stash of rice, Jin Ho crossed his arms and laughed loudly. "I'm earning money even faster than I thought. But it's still not enough, I want more." Of course, with all the praise came some criticism. Some old-fashioned officials began to murmur, "These inventions of the Crown Prince have made him quite famous. I hear he even sells them to the high-ranking ministers. Doesn't he?" They pointed fingers and commented, "Hoarding money isn't something a wise person should do. Indeed, we cannot stay silent about this." One senior official stepped forward and urged, "Calm down, let's wait for the right moment." The others quieted down and listened as he continued. As the saying goes, from small things, big things grow. If the Crown Prince grows arrogant and can't justify his actions, he'll bring about his own downfall. As time passed, it was finally time for the envoy to set off for Beijing. Instead of allowing the usual merchant caravans to accompany the diplomatic mission, the Minister of Foreign Trade suggested establishing a proposal for the envoy's journey to the Ming dynasty. King Sejong, upon hearing the suggestion, spoke to his close advisors. "Consider Hyang's proposal and instruct the envoy to convey this idea to the Ming dynasty." The envoy departed, and time continued to pass. In the palace, Hyang was standing and gazing at the sky when a girl's voice called out, "Hey, Hyang, look at this. Do you know what this is?" It was Princess Yang Su, the older sister of King Moonjong, presenting a plate of colorful, intricately shaped treats to the protagonist. Hyang thought for a moment and hesitantly answered, "It's yakgwa?" Yang Su burst into laughter and playfully smacked Hyang on the back. "Wrong. The correct answer is dasik." She teased him. "You've been studying for 100 days. And you still don't know this?" Dasik is a traditional Korean sweet, often served with tea. Yang Su continued to mock her brother. "You should go for a walk instead of being cooped up in the palace reading books all day. If you keep this up, you'll end up looking like father." At this, Hyang immediately thought of his father's round, chubby figure and trembled with anger. "I'm still better off than you," he retorted bitterly. Yang Su, unconcerned, kept walking with a smile. "I doubt that. Anyway, study hard today." She politely greeted the eunuchs. "Good morning, Grand Eunuch." The eunuch, showing respect, asked, "Did the princess sleep well last night?" In Korea, princess is a title often given to the daughters of kings. As Hyang walked, he muttered to himself, "She's always teasing me like that. But at her age, that's pretty normal, right?" His thoughts wandered back to his sister, Princess Yang Su, who was still smiling brightly in the distance. But in 2 years, she would cause the entire palace to mourn in sorrow, because she would die from smallpox. Smallpox, a disease that has now been completely eradicated, was once regarded as one of the most terrifying diseases in human history. It caused fever and body-wide rashes that left severe scarring. In the medieval period, smallpox had a mortality rate as high as 30%. This is why it was said that tigers, smallpox, and war were the three most terrible disasters in the world. King Sejong was deeply heartbroken when the princess died. After all, she was his firstborn child. But I won't let that happen, Hyung thought determinedly. His face was filled with resolve. Alright, I'm going to solve this problem. I have a plan. The scene shifts to the protagonist standing in front of a cow. He asked the elderly servant, "This cow has smallpox, right?" The cow's owner, kneeling on the ground, respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Hyung smiled confidently. "Perfect, you're going to be the key." The bodyguards standing nearby were bewildered. What is the Crown Prince planning now? This place is Neobion Island, now known as Jo Island. In this era, the land here is not suitable for agriculture, so livestock farming is more common than crop cultivation. Hyung questioned the farmers kneeling before him. "So, are you the only ones who raise cattle here?" One of the farmers replied. "Yes, Your Highness." Hyung continued, "Which of you has never had smallpox? Raise your hand." A farmer in a brown tunic raised his hand and reported, "That would be me, Your Highness." Hyung asked further, "Have you ever contracted smallpox after you started raising cattle?" The farmer responded, "No, Your Highness. I've been like this since before I came to Neobion Island." Curious, Hyung asked, "Has Neobion Island ever had a smallpox outbreak?" The farmer replied, "Yes, Your Highness. There's at least one case every year before the cold season." Hyung, confused, asked, "Then why hasn't anyone here contracted smallpox?" The farmers were silent for a moment before one of them answered truthfully, "Well, to be honest, our doctor and landowner don't believe in it, but we know of a secret method to prevent the disease." Hearing this, Hyung's face relaxed, and he smiled. "I knew it." He thought of Edward Jenner, the man who invented the first smallpox vaccine. Jenner's discovery came from noticing that people who contracted cowpox from livestock did not get smallpox. After numerous experiments, he saved humanity through a technique known as vaccination. Hyun asked the farmers, "Does anyone here know this secret method?" A man in white stepped forward and said, "I know it, Your Highness." Hyun then said, "Can you perform it on me?" The farmer, shocked and thinking he had misheard, stammered, "What did you say, Your Highness?" Hyun, his face full of determination, held out a needle. "I want you to use that secret method on me." The farmer, horrified and in disbelief, exclaimed, "Your Highness, are you serious?" At the royal palace, the emperor was seated, listening to his ministers' present reports. "Our finances are tight, we need to raise taxes. There's no other solution," one minister said, his face tense. Suddenly, a steward came running in, panicked, and reported, "Your Majesty, there's a serious problem." The emperor, sitting regally on his throne, calmly asked, "What's the matter?" The steward leaned in and whispered something into the emperor's ear. "It's about the crown prince." The emperor's calm demeanor shattered. "What, is that true? Where is the crown prince now?" The ministers, startled by the emperor's loud reaction, were confused. "What's going on? What happened?" they asked each other. The steward explained, "The crown prince has just returned to the palace." Immediately, the emperor rushed out in a panic. "Hyung," the emperor shouted, his voice filled with fear. Seeing the emperor's urgency, the ministers quickly followed him. The emperor, running through the halls, continued to call out for his son. "Hyung, Hyung." Finally, he spotted his son walking ahead in the distance and called out loudly, "Hyung." From afar, upon hearing the emperor's frantic calls, both the servants and the crown prince were taken aback. King Sejong rushed over, panic-stricken. "There you are you hurt anywhere?" Hyung, confused by his father's reaction, stammered, "No, father, what's going on?" The emperor's face darkened, filled with fury. Turning to the steward, he demanded, "Explain this to me." The steward, stammering nervously, replied, "Your Majesty, I was only repeating what Eunuch O had said." The emperor called out, "Eunuch O, what exactly is going on?" The eunuch immediately dropped to his knees, bowing, "Your Majesty, I deserve death, but I swear I didn't lie." The emperor, furious, shouted, "Are you mocking me?" At that moment, Hyun spoke up from behind. "Father, the eunuch is telling the truth. I think it's about what happened on Neobion Island." Hearing this, the emperor, perplexed, asked, "What are you talking about? Crown Prince?" Hyun continued, It's just a misunderstanding. I'm talking about a disease that occasionally breaks out and spreads among the people of Roshan." The emperor, recognizing the description, asked, "Are you talking about smallpox?" Hyang, excited, replied, "Exactly. While reading medical texts from China, I found a remedy for this disease. So, using that method, I took the smallpox pustules from a cow and inoculated myself with them." Upon hearing his beloved son's words, the emperor's mind spun in disbelief. He couldn't handle the shock and fainted on the spot. Both the ministers and Hyang cried out in alarm. "Father, please wake up, father." After the shock, the emperor finally regained consciousness. His face was pale as he stared at Hyang in disbelief. "So you're telling me you injected cow pus into your body?" Hyang calmly replied, "Yes, father." Without any hesitation, King Sejong, still unable to fully comprehend, thought of the cow and couldn't believe what he was hearing. He continued, "You surely don't know what pus is, do you? There's no way you—" Before he could finish, Hyang laughed and interrupted, "It really is pus, father. It oozes from the wounds of the cow." Hearing this, the emperor, trying to contain his anger, asked, "So, this procedure you're talking about, you only applied it to your skin, right?" But Hyang bluntly answered, "No, father. I used a needle to inject it into my body." At that moment, the emperor was filled with rage. He rushed forward, grabbed Hyang by the shoulders, and yelled, "You reckless child, how dare you do something like this? Just because it's written in a book, you think you can follow it blindly?" Hyang tried to explain, "Father, I'm fine. An experienced person performed the procedure on me." The emperor, astonished, asked, "What? Who?" Hyang pointed to someone and said, "Him." The farmer, terrified, immediately bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I'm just a humble servant of the crown prince." Hyang introduced the man. "This man will be my servant in the future." "No. I mean, he's a shepherd from Neobion Island. He's the one who performed the procedure. He said it's a secret technique passed down for generations to treat smallpox on the island." King Sejong, still incredulous, asked, "A cattle herder?" The farmer replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. That's correct." The emperor approached Hyang and gently asked, "My crown prince, are you telling me this man is wise? You're talking about that cattle herder?" Hyang confidently responded, "Yes, father. He has cured all the people on his island." But the emperor raised his voice again. "Even so, you didn't have to use yourself as a test subject for this treatment. What were you thinking? You're the crown prince." Hyang, not backing down, replied, "A life is a life. Father, there's no nobility or commonness when it comes to life and death. Many people have been cured and become healthy again, so why should I be afraid?" The emperor, still worried, said, "But this was too reckless. What if something had gone wrong?" Hearing this, Hyang sighed, pausing for a moment before speaking. "Father, you know, as well as I do, that far too many people have lost their lives to smallpox in this country. I believe it will reach the palace someday. If I can prove that this treatment works, we can protect not only the citizens but also the people we care about. Don't you think so, father?" King Sejong, deeply moved by Hyang's words, stood silently for a long time. He sighed, thinking to himself, "I truly cannot tell whether this child will be a blessing or a curse for Yoshin." His actions and thoughts were like those of a wise philosopher. Yet at times, he was like an unsatisfied thunderbolt, striking a rock continuously for 100 days without rest. After that, the emperor ordered the guards, "Take this man to the prison. Make sure he is fed well and not tortured." The emperor then turned to the cattle herder and said, "If anything happens to the crown prince, I will take your life. However, if your words prove true, you will be richly rewarded." The cattle herder, trembling with fear, replied, "I understand, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Grand Inspector was speaking with the astronomer. "Litron," the Grand Inspector remarked, "have you heard about the crown prince? He claims to have been cured of smallpox after being treated by that lowly slave. The crown prince even injected that disgusting cow pus into himself." Litron responded, "It sounds unbelievable, but if it's the crown prince, he must have had his reasons. He can create things no one else even imagines. Besides, the crown prince always spends time studying in his chambers." This time, though, before Litron could finish, two men ran by, shouting, "The crown prince!" Litron, startled, asked, "What's going on?" Eunuch O replied hastily, "It's serious. The crown prince is—" At that moment, the crown prince was lying in bed, his body burning with a high fever. Despite this, Hyang insisted, "I'm fine." But the servants worriedly responded, "How can you say that? You're burning up like a furnace." One of the servants, angry, muttered, "That's So-adu, that scoundrel." Meanwhile, So-adu was tied to a chair in the prison. The warden yelled, "You insolent fool, how dare you endanger the crown prince by mocking the royal family?" So-adu, confused, exclaimed, "What's going on?" The warden snapped back, "Still trying to lie? The crown prince is suffering terribly. As if at death's door." So-adu, realizing what was being discussed, calmly said, "Ah, you must be talking about the fever?" The warden, surprised, asked, "What? How do you know about that?" So-adu explained, "There's no need to worry. It's common for a high fever to last for up to 5 days. But after 10 days, the crown prince will recover, as if his body has been completely cleansed." The warden, taken aback by the explanation, was skeptical, but So-adu's words proved to be correct. After exactly 10 days, Hyang was fully recovered and went on as if nothing had happened. Later, in the palace, Hyang proudly stood before the emperor and said, "Look, father, I've completely overcome the threat of smallpox." The emperor, deep in thought, responded, "I can't be sure of that based on just this incident." Hyang then suggested, "Then let me go to a place where smallpox is currently spreading, and I'll prove it to you." The emperor immediately refused. "No, absolutely not." But Hyang pressed on. "Then how about this, father? Let's use this method to treat people in areas where smallpox outbreaks are occurring. I'm confident that those who receive the treatment, once it's properly explained to them, will be cured." Suddenly, Grand Inspector spoke up from behind. "We cannot proceed with this, Your Highness. This might just be a mere coincidence. Furthermore, isn't the Crown Prince's method essentially forcing people to undergo this treatment?" Hyang remained silent for a moment before replying, "Grand Inspector, this is what So-adu and his family have been doing for decades. How can you call this a coincidence? And since we're planning to accept voluntary participation for this method, there's no element of force. Everything in this world only advances through multiple trials and experiments." Hyang continued, "If we don't try to overcome our fear of failure, what will be the fate of our kingdom?" Hearing this, no one said a word. The Grand Inspector stood there, clicking his tongue in frustration, visibly angry. Following Hyang's suggestion, the areas where smallpox outbreaks were most common were prioritized, and the treatment began. Those who feared smallpox the most eagerly participated. The effectiveness of the method would soon be proven. Furthermore, King Sejong ordered an investigation alongside the smallpox vaccination campaign, a two birds with one stone approach, combining vaccination with a population census to verify the method's efficacy. When the results were confirmed, King Sejong allowed the treatment to be spread throughout the Joseon kingdom. One day, while Hyang was walking, a voice called out, "Hyang, look, do you know what this is?" It was Yang-su, to which Hyang responded, "It's sugoa, traditional Korean sweets." Yang-su smiled. "Correct. To reward you, I'll perform a little show with these." Yang-su wasn't particularly skilled at playing instruments, but Hyang endured it, trying to listen patiently. Yang-su then teased, "You shouldn't be sitting around studying all the time. You should appreciate the arts. Have you gained a little weight recently?" At that moment, someone came to fetch Yang-su. "Princess, it's time to go." Yang-su waved goodbye. "See you later, Hyang." Hyang thought to himself, "She always says what she wants and then leaves." Watching his sister's happy figure walking away, Hyang smiled. "Still, it's good to see that you're healthy, sister." With the smallpox issue mostly resolved, Hyang began immersing himself in policy planning. He organized the medical records and compiled them into a book, a summary of traditional Korean remedies and agricultural truths. He even wrote another book summarizing farming methods suited to Joseon's climate. Moreover, Hyang proposed policies for various other fields, including drawing a new map. Looking at his accomplishments, Hyang smiled with satisfaction. All of this forms the foundation for improving efficiency on a comprehensive scale. Though some ministers objected occasionally, Hyang often ignored their opposition outright. This earned him the nickname, the Sleepless Road of the Six Ministries. The administrative center of Joseon's capital was bustling day and night, earning its reputation for non-stop activity. Night had fallen, and as the ruler of the kingdom, King Sejong gazed up at the starry sky, his mind filled with many thoughts. The emperor turned and instructed his guards. "Don't follow me anymore." The attendant, concerned, said, "But, Your Majesty. Sejong reassured him. I just want to have a private conversation with my son. The emperor glanced towards Hyung's quarters and noticed that the oil lamps were still lit. A clear sign that Hyung hadn't gone to bed yet. A court official stepped forward and reported. I've heard that the crown prince often stays up until 1 a.m. Sometimes even 3 a.m. Even though it's advised to sleep by 11 p.m. The emperor, puzzled, asked, so young and working so hard? Inside Hyung's quarters, the crown prince was focused on writing when he heard the announcement. His Majesty has arrived. Hyung put down his pen and went to greet his father. Father, what brings you here so late? Sejong calmly walked in. I was taking a walk and noticed your lights were still on. So I came by. What are you working on so late? Hyung answered honestly. I'm reading a book. Father, curious, the emperor asked. A Western book, is it? What's it about? Hyung replied. It's called The Art of Alchemy. The emperor, confused, asked. Alchemy? What's that? Hyung explained. It's the study of turning metals like iron or lead into gold using different methods. The emperor stroked his chin. Deep in thought. Turning iron into gold. Is that possible? Hyung admitted. Unfortunately, according to the book, it's not possible, but the experiments are meaningful. Alchemy in the medieval period had a significant impact on the development of modern chemistry. Intrigued, King Sejong said, let me take a look at that book. Hyung responded. Of course, father. I even have a translated copy if you'd like to read together. Taking the book in his hands, the emperor skimmed through it and commented, I was just curious about what Western writing looks like. A few hours later, Hyung was stifling yawns, feeling exhausted and wanting nothing more than to go to bed. However, his father sat before him, still engrossed in the book. Hyung was impressed. Father, aren't you tired? You're so focused. The emperor even praised the appearance of Western letters. This Western script is fascinating, he said, but Hyung couldn't see the appeal. The emperor called his son over. Come here and take a look. He pointed to a line of text on the page and said, based on how this word appears in different places, it seems like it refers to the subject of the sentence. And if you look closely, most sentences begin with these letters. So this part must correspond to the first syllable, this part to the middle syllable, and this part to the final syllable of the word. Hyung, listening to his father's observations, was stunned. This man is a genius, no, a monster, he thought. In such a short amount of time, father has figured out the structure, spelling, and meaning of Latin. Seeing his son remain silent for so long, the emperor spoke up. Isn't that right? Hyung, startled, quickly responded. Yes, father, that's correct. King Sejong continued. These Western letters are quite different from Chinese characters. They all seem to look alike, but it seems their meaning changes depending on how they're arranged. He then stroked his chin, deep in thought as he looked at the letters. After a moment, he called his son's name. Hyung immediately replied, yes, father? The emperor began. Looking at this, it makes me wonder, what do you think about creating a writing system specifically for Joseon? Hyung's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly responded, I've long thought that Joseon needs its own writing system. Even among those who know Chinese characters, only a few are truly proficient, right? The emperor hesitated before replying. But if I publicly declare that I want to create a new writing system, the Hall of Worthies will immediately oppose me. The Hall of Worthies, established by King Sejong, was the central institution for research and policies, heavily influenced by Confucian scholars. Hearing this, Hyung responded, but there are so many people who can't even write a petition because they don't know the characters. If you explain this properly, father, things will go smoothly. The emperor smiled at his son. It seems you've always found writing characters difficult, haven't you? Hyung smiled awkwardly but thought to himself, it really is hard. The emperor then reminisced about his own experience. I remember the first time I tried to write a sentence. It was such a struggle. I spent 2 hours thinking and writing just one poem. But when your grandfather saw it, he burst out laughing. The emperor then stood up, walked to the door, and said, it seems I've stayed too long. You should go to bed now. Hyung bowed and replied, yes, father, you should also rest. Joseon needs you to be healthy. The emperor, pleased, looked at his son with loving eyes. This boy, I hope you reach the age of 15 soon. Hyung, confused, didn't understand what his father meant. But the emperor just smiled kindly and said, go to sleep. The next morning, Hyung stood before the royal court and addressed the emperor. The 6 ministries need to be fully separated, and each ministry should record its work in detail. If records are only kept chronologically, future generations will waste too much time trying to find what they need. The emperor asked the court officials, "Does anyone have a different opinion?" They responded, "We agree with the crown prince's suggestion." After considering it, the emperor said, "I also think this is a good idea. Ministers, I understand why certain policies were implemented, but future generations will only be able to understand these decisions by looking through records. From now on, each ministry's minister must organize and classify records according to the crown prince's instructions." Everyone in the court listened to the emperor's words and responded in unison. "We obey, Your Majesty." After a strategy meeting with the emperor, everyone was dismissed. Grand Inspector and Grand Historian walked together, but it seemed they were both somewhat displeased. The Grand Historian furrowed his brows and said, "This is terrible. Now, the Crown Prince is even interfering with the record-keeping of the 6 ministries. We are the ones who have to do all the work here." Grand Inspector responded, "Exactly. Isn't everything already being recorded in the official annals by the royal historians and in the daily journals of the Secretariat for State Affairs? The Secretariat Journal keeps records of the daily life of the king and his interactions with the bureaucratic machinery." The Grand Historian agreed. "That's right, but isn't this just doubling the work for no reason?" Grand Inspector added, "Even without these changes, we've been incredibly busy lately. All because of the Crown Prince. At this rate, one day, the Crown Prince will cause a huge problem, won't he? Frankly, if this continues, I think the atmosphere in the court is going to change drastically. If we keep going like this, there may come a time when the Crown Prince undoes everything he's worked to build." The Grand Historian countered, "It won't get that bad. After all, the Crown Prince still has morals." Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was feeling very enthusiastic. "This is a reform, a true reform. I'm going to completely change these disgusting old customs. Just thinking about it excites me. I won't tolerate this bureaucratic nonsense anymore. Once was enough." Back with the 2 ministers, the Grand Inspector, hearing the Grand Historian's words, added, "But all of the Crown Prince's proposals are contrary to tradition. What if the Crown Prince accidentally revives a shadow from the past?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "That will never happen." The 2 ministers, who had been standing confidently moments earlier, quickly bowed. Chief Minister Ryu Yun-yun, "You're here." With a stern expression, Ryu Yun-yun said, "Many people who have read just a few books think they are qualified to discuss state affairs. But most of these fools know nothing about the world. If the Crown Prince crosses the line and ruins what we've built, even though he is the Crown Prince, I won't stand idly by." Scene shift to the royal court, where King Sejong opened the morning session. "I imagine returning from the Ming dynasty must have been difficult. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty," replied Grand Inspector respectfully. The king then asked, "What's the status of the Rosian embassy?" Another official reported, "After discussions, the Ming dynasty has decided to allow the establishment of a Rosian embassy in Shandong province." Hearing this, King Sejong was somewhat relieved. "I see. Did anything notable happen during the journey?" The official reported, "Yes, many Ming merchants expressed a desire to purchase Joseon paper from us." "Paper?" the Crown Prince repeated, as if seeking confirmation. Grand Inspector continued, "Yes, Your Majesty. Many people want to buy our paper because it is of much better quality than the paper of the Ming dynasty. They requested that we bring more next time." After thinking for a moment, King Sejong briefly considered issuing an order to increase the production of paper at the paper mills. "All right, you may return to your seat," he said. Meanwhile, Hyung, feeling confident, saw this as a great opportunity and spoke up. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." With just one sentence, Hyung made the officials around him break into a cold sweat. "Here we go again. What is it this time?" King Sejong hesitated and asked, "Do you really need to speak now?" "Yes, Father," Hyung responded, showing clear determination. Seeing his son's resolve, the king allowed him to speak. "All right, then, go ahead," Hyung calmly suggested. "I request that we shut down the paper mill." Hearing this, everyone present was shocked, their jaws practically hitting the floor. They thought it was absurd. How could they shut down the paper mill when so many from the Ming dynasty were eager to buy Joseon paper? Wasn't this completely contrary to the Crown Prince's previous stance? This was an opportunity to earn new income for the kingdom. So why shut it down? Hyung, hearing their murmurs, cursed silently to himself. "Shut up, all of you, and let me speak." The crown prince then addressed the court. Shutting down the paper mill is entirely consistent with my views. King Sejong, intrigued, asked, then explain your reasoning. Hyung respectfully began. Yes, father. As you know, Joseon paper is of exceptional quality, thanks to our skilled paper craftsmen. However, as I have learned, these craftsmen are not compensated fairly for their work. It's said that their wages are so low that they can't even support their families. As a result, many have had to take on extra jobs or even leave their positions to become tenant farmers or work in other crafts. Hearing this, Ryu Yun-yun's expression grew serious. Hyung continued, in such a situation, if the workload increases and the management becomes stricter, even more people will quit their jobs. But Ryu Yun-yun quickly interrupted. This problem arises because those workers are simply lazy. Workers in military factories and other royal workshops are granted the 9th rank and receive corresponding wages. Yet, very few of those officials in that rank ever resign. That means the lack of money isn't a valid excuse for their laziness. Hyung, growing angry, furrowed his brow and retorted, are you not aware that the officials you mention receive many additional unofficial benefits? Even at your residence, Lord Ryu, people visit from the crack of dawn, and your house always has guests. Ryu Yun-yun maintained his stance. That's just an expression of gratitude, a gesture of goodwill from them. Hyung immediately countered, I'm not saying that's wrong, but if we continue to ignore the efforts of the paper craftsmen, how can they be expected to fully dedicate themselves to their work? If things keep going like this, not only will we fail to advance our technology, but Joseon's paper-making skills will disappear forever along with these craftsmen. In the end, King Sejong seemed to agree. The crown prince is right. But Ryu Yun-yun, with a stern expression, asked, does the crown prince know that it was King Taejong who established the paper mill? That's because the paper collected for currency was of inconsistent quality, making organization extremely difficult. If we abolish the paper mill, we'll face that challenge again. I urge the crown prince to reconsider. Caught between two opposing arguments, King Sejong found himself even more conflicted. What should we do now? He wondered. At that moment, Hyung glanced at him, giving a subtle signal. You know what to do, right? I trust you, father. Suddenly, Hyung's expression shifted from resolute to blank as he observed his father's face. That old man. King Sejong turned to Hyung again, asking, what do you think? This made the crown prince reflect for a moment. When did Sejong develop this odd habit of pushing difficult questions onto me? Hyung thought, does he want me to engage more in these discussions? With a sigh, Hyung answered in a firm tone. Have the ministers forgotten about the gold-nibbed pens? He clearly outlined the standards the court required. 3 cha wide, 2 cha high. The paper must not be too rough, and its color must be as bright as peach blossoms. We hire craftsmen to meet these standards and offer the lowest price. Hearing this, Ryu Yun-yun hesitated. But what about the costs? Hyung continued to persuade them. Let me give you an example with the gold-nibbed pens. Recognizing these craftsmen as royal merchants will boost their business. The court can then collect taxes from their profits, earning much more than the initial costs. Moreover, if Joseon's merchants have to compete on paper quality, the standard will improve, leading to even more Ming dynasty traders seeking our paper. The officials were left speechless. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. In my opinion, the crown prince's proposal seems quite reasonable. It was none other than the Minister of Revenue, who then shared his thoughts. The Joseon dynasty has been established for nearly 3 years now. Yet this issue has never been fully resolved. If costs keep rising and we now have a solution, why not use it? Hearing this, Ryu Yun-yun harshly rebuked him. Minister of Revenue, watch your words. Are you forgetting that everyone must follow the teachings of the sages for the nation to remain at peace? Then, turning to King Sejong, Ryu Yun-yun reported, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's suggestion may be correct, but it is only a temporary solution. For lasting peace and prosperity in the country, we must prioritize the moral education of the people. Another official suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, what Grand Inspector just said is nothing more than empty theory. How can the people understand the teachings of the sages if they are constantly suffering in poverty? Education is important, but we can only educate the people once they have enough to eat. This remark sparked a heated debate among the officials. Hey, you're a high-ranking official. How can you say that? Watching the commotion, Hyung smirked quietly to himself. Interesting, maybe I should invent popcorn for moments like this. Now, Let's see how father reacts. Noticing King Sejong raise his hand as if preparing to make a decision, the crown prince guessed, "Don't tell me he's going to hand the responsibility to me again." The king's voice boomed across the hall. "Stop, I've heard enough from all of you. Yes, educating the people is essential, but ensuring their livelihood is equally important. I expect all of you to come up with various solutions to address this." With the king's command issued, no one dared to object. The officials had no choice but to bow their heads and reply, "We will follow your majesty's orders." King Sejong continued, "As for the paper mill issue, I believe the crown prince's proposal is valid, but shutting it down immediately may not be appropriate. Therefore, come up with a more comprehensive solution and report back to me." The officials once again responded in unison, "We will comply." After giving his instructions, King Sejong turned to his beloved son. "Crown Prince, listen carefully." "Yes, father," Hyong responded respectfully, bowing. The king then said, "I know you care deeply about the prosperity of the kingdom and the well-being of the people. As the crown prince, it is your duty to concern yourself with such matters. For that, I won't reprimand you, in fact, I will commend you." Hyong outwardly expressed his gratitude, but inside he thought, "I just got scolded." Though, King Sejong continued, addressing a concern that had been on his mind. "But every time you speak, there are always people opposing your ideas. And that's a problem. Both the ministers and I often don't understand what your reasoning is behind these suggestions. That's why I believe you need to explain your political philosophy clearly when presenting your ideas." Upon hearing the words, political philosophy, Ryu Yung-yun's face darkened. King Sejong added, "You will do this in the main hall, in front of all officials of rank 3 and higher, including all the ministers. Can you do this?" Sensing the opportunity growing closer, Hyong couldn't hide his excitement. "So, father wants me to give a full presentation, huh?" With confidence, Hyong immediately responded, "Yes, father, I only need 5 days to prepare." After the assembly concluded and everyone left the main hall, the ministers began to share their thoughts. "How could a child possibly have a political philosophy?" one questioned. "I can't understand what His Majesty is thinking." Another added, "No matter how brilliant the crown prince is, he is still just a child. Even with all the preparation in the world, it will be very difficult for him to convince the ministers." "I agree, even if the crown prince spends all 5 days preparing meticulously." At that moment, Ryu Yung-yun interjected, "No, we must prepare ourselves thoroughly as well." The group turned to face Yung-yun, realizing he was already formulating a plan. "It's not just about the Confucian classics. We also need to understand the policies of other nations," he added. One official felt this level of preparation was unnecessary. "But he's only 9 years old. Do we really need to go to such lengths?" Yung-yun emphasized his point once again. "Have you forgotten what that 9-year-old has put us through already?" The crown prince may be the one speaking, but it's clear these ideas reflect His Majesty's thinking as well. Until now, has His Majesty ever opposed the crown prince's ideas? Connecting the dots, the official had to admit, "It's true, that has never happened." Yung-yun noted, "Yes, the crown prince may only be 9, but we must remember, the one behind him is His Majesty. So we must prepare carefully. Don't forget how we built Joseon. We cannot allow the bad habits of past kings to return." At the censorate, a voice rang out, "What do you think?" The chief censor raised his voice. "Regardless, we must file an official remonstrance first. How can we allow a 9-year-old to discuss political matters?" Amidst the many voices plotting to bring down Hyong, there was one man who recognized the prince's talent. But from the gold-nibbed pen incident, we've seen that the crown prince truly has ability. Before he could finish, the chief censor angrily cut him off. "That's what frustrates me the most. I should have opposed it when the crown prince suggested using the gold-nibbed pens for trade. Ever since that incident, His Majesty and the ministers have only cared about money. Now, all I can do is regret not standing firm. We must write a memorial opposing the crown prince immediately." "Yes, we must act at once." The ministers echoed in agreement. The chief censor sprang into action, leading everyone outside. In another setting, an official reported to King Sejong. In summary, most of the officials didn't react favorably to the crown prince's proposal. The king grew irritated, pulling at his ears in frustration. Why are they all so stubborn and conservative? The official continued. Most disappointing were the young officials from the censorate and inspectorate. I expected Yung-yun to oppose it, given his experience and knowledge. But even the younger officials of the censorate seemed to blindly follow Neo-Confucian teachings. He added, however, they all acknowledge that the crown prince is very intelligent and determined. So many also admit his talent. After hearing the official's report, King Jungnyeon's expression darkened. With a serious tone, he muttered, I have no trustworthy talents left. No one at all. Meanwhile, back in the palace, the crown prince, Hyang, was reflecting on recent events. We're lacking talented individuals, truly lacking. Those old-fashioned ministers are too rigid, he mused. Suddenly, the eunuch beside him asked, Your Highness, what does old-fashioned mean? Hyang quickly brushed it off. Never mind, I wasn't talking to you. At that moment, Hyang was consumed with many thoughts. It's not even the later years of the dynasty. This is just the beginning of the Joseon era. The ruling class should still be flexible, right? How on earth am I supposed to convince those stubborn, hard-headed ministers? And on top of that, Father said he'd summon all the high-ranking officials, including those at the third rank. I'll be presenting my views to people who will undoubtedly look down on me just because I'm still a child. After thinking it over for a while, Hyang came to a resolution. Fine then, I'll show them a taste of 21st century capitalism and modern management structures. Without wasting any time, he began to prepare. Eunuch, I need to prepare something. Take me to the Bureau of Graphics and the weapons storage. Yes, Your Highness, the eunuch replied respectfully, thinking to himself, what will the crown prince come up with this time? 5 days later, at the main hall of Gyeongbokgung Palace, the ministers and high-ranking officials had gathered in full. As the officials mingled, one approached another with a friendly greeting. Minister Cha, it's been a while. The other responded cheerfully. Minister Park, how long has it been? When did you return to the capital? I arrived just yesterday, Park responded. Their conversation then turned to the day's topic. His Majesty summoned us to hear the Crown Prince's political views. Didn't he? Su Up sighed. Yes, what a waste of time. Why did we even have to come here for this? Yung Hyeon, another official, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I imagine most of the ministers feel the same. At that moment, the announcement rang out. His Majesty the King has arrived. King Jungnyeon entered the hall and took his seat on the throne. Getting straight to the point. As you all know, the Crown Prince has recently made several proposals. However, I believe we cannot fully evaluate those proposals without understanding their foundation. Therefore, I've gathered you all here to listen to the Crown Prince's political philosophy. I hope you'll listen attentively and guide him so that he doesn't stray from the right path. The ministers all responded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. From the distance, the sound of footsteps grew louder as Hyang confidently made his way forward. With servants following behind carrying some mysterious items, the sight piqued the curiosity of the ministers. What is that? Someone muttered. Once Hyang stood before his father. He bowed respectfully. I thank you, Father, for giving me this opportunity. Now, I will begin presenting my political views. Proceed, the king instructed. After hearing this, Hyang clapped his hands. The reform petition for the household staff was immediately opened. The young man grabbed the loudspeaker and spoke confidently. 1, 2, can everyone hear me clearly? 1, 2. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. What is this? Why is the prince's voice so loud? What is that thing? The young man continued. Thanks to the opportunity granted by my father, I am now able to meet all of you ministers. So, without further delay, let's begin. The room fell silent as everyone listened carefully to Hyang's political presentation. He used various drawings as evidence, confidently expressing his stance. To achieve the best outcome for humanity, I will get straight to the point. The foundation of my political philosophy is to achieve the best result for all humankind. As you may know, this was also the ideology of Wanning when establishing the Goryeo dynasty. This aligns with the fundamental principles of wise rulers, specifically the royal way and putting the people at the core. To achieve this, first and foremost, the well-being of the people must be guaranteed, and they must live in peace. However, our country has very little flat land, while the mountains are steep and rugged. Therefore, the common people are forced to gather on the limited flatlands. With so little land for agriculture, won't the people become even more impoverished? Thus, we must actively encourage not just agriculture, but also handicrafts and trade, so that the country can develop, and we can purchase what we lack from foreign nations. Hearing these words, some were left with mouths agape in astonishment, while others burst into laughter. Some remained silent. waiting for what would come next. Hyang drew a diagram and continued. Therefore, we must reform the current 6 ministries and local government systems to preserve our good traditions. All the systems we have been using up until now must be changed. So, first of all, in the future, we must abolish the 6 ministries system and replace it with 3 larger bodies, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, as well as establish positions within those 3 bodies. Secondly, we need to reform local governments. Instead of overburdening a single person with all the work, officials will share the tasks among themselves. Thirdly, we must establish an education system to help people escape poverty. We need to organize basic education to ensure that everyone knows the most essential knowledge. In addition, we need to exploit gold and silver mines, ensure fair tax collection, and reform the land system. At this point, everyone felt enlightened. It's even more revolutionary than I imagined. Just as I thought, the prince is a mad genius. Seeing the minister's amusing expressions, Hyang couldn't help but feel amused. If you're surprised now, it's still too early. There's a long way to go before I can rediscover my old joys. Inside the main hall of Manhwa, the young boy confidently presented. And that is my political stance. After his speech, the old men around him were all astonished by a mere 9-year-old child. Even Junon had to admit the boy was incredibly talented. It's truly remarkable. Did you come up with all of that yourself? Hyang frankly admitted. No, father. I referenced the classics of wise sages. And I've also read books from the West. The man, feeling a bit flustered, responded. You truly brought up many things I hadn't even thought about. Although since the founding of the Osun dynasty, many systems and methods have changed, there are still many that remain unchanged. The boy humbly replied, Father, you give me too much credit. The Westerners have a saying, new wine should be put into new bottles. It's been 35 years since the founding of the Joseon dynasty by the great ancestor. But the people still suffer as before. That's why I believe we need reform. For the future of all people. Nihon echoed his last words, observing the gloomy faces of the ministers. With a louder voice, Hyang declared, yes, for the future of everyone. Finally, the man officially announced, that concludes the presentation of the Crown Prince's political views. Leaving the main hall, everyone remained completely silent. At that moment, someone broke the solemn atmosphere. What do you think? Yung Hong, clearly dissatisfied, replied, what do I think? My mind feels completely blocked. We must immediately submit a petition to stop him. The Crown Prince uses grand words like, for the future of everyone, to hide his true self, while disregarding our values and traditions. Not only that, but he follows legalism rather than Confucianism. I am deeply saddened by this. After hearing this, the people around him also chimed in. I think so too. How could the Crown Prince come up with such a reckless idea? Even some officials from the imperial court reacted similarly. We must submit a petition to prevent this at once. Yes, exactly. Sung was the first to voice his opposition to Hyang's ideas. On the surface, the Crown Prince's words sound reasonable. But in reality, he is trying to revive the tyranny of Qin Shi Huang. We must stop him. The group continued their discussion. But His Highness seems very fond of the Crown Prince. Even so, we cannot allow this dynasty to collapse. Can we? Suddenly, Sung had a dangerous thought. Lowering his voice, he said, if the worst-case scenario occurs, we will have no choice but to depose the Crown Prince. The man was left stunned by what he heard. Isn't that a bit too serious? Sung remained firm in his stance. After hearing the Crown Prince's presentation, you still think this isn't serious? Even His Highness didn't think this way from the start. Before he could finish his sentence, someone quickly covered his mouth. The person whispered in warning, watch your words. Do you think your neck is made of iron? Sung angered, pushed the hand away and stubbornly retorted, am I wrong? How could a mere 9-year-old child say such nonsense? We need to hold those who have been educating the Crown Prince accountable. And even His Highness too. Discipline has always been the most important thing. If all they do is praise him, the consequences will be dire. The man quickly interjected, then you should just say that. We need to tighten the discipline of the Crown Prince. But talk of dethroning him. Sung shouted angrily. Look at the situation we're in right now. Do you think it's not too late already? We must depose him immediately. Only then can we follow the righteous path. Hearing this, many became uncomfortable. You're speaking too loudly. On the other hand, there were quite a few ministers who agreed with the crown prince's views. They happily conversed with each other. It's been a while since we've felt so relieved. I agree with you. We usually have to listen to endless nonsense. But now we're hearing practical suggestions for what Roshan needs. At this very moment, it feels like my mind has finally cleared. Did you see His Highness's expression? He looked like he wanted to implement those policies right away. I never imagined the crown prince would be this outstanding. With him, our kingdom of Yoshin will. Before he could finish his sentence, they suddenly ran into another group ahead of them. At that moment, everyone split into two factions. One supporting the crown prince, the other not. As they passed each other, those who opposed the crown prince thought the supporters were nothing but loud-mouthed hypocrites. Meanwhile, the supporters said, "They are just authoritarian hypocrites." Shameful. These words stirred anger in the opposing group. Let's go. Arguing with that lot is a waste of time. Let's go write a petition. That's the only solution. On the other side, people were telling each other, they think we don't know how to write petitions. Huh? We'll write one too. Exactly. By late afternoon, Hyung had a meeting with Chung Neo and was showered with praise. Your presentation today was excellent. Thank you, father. The boy replied joyfully. The man continued to admire him. I've said this before, but your ideas have brought up many things I hadn't considered. There are so many policies I want to implement right away. Hyung presented his opinions. Father, you flatter me, but to be honest, those policies are quite difficult to implement right away. Junon quickly responded. I know, I've always thought that we, as father and son, should discuss policy matters more often. Besides, I'm a bit concerned about the number of petitions we'll receive tomorrow. The Thua Chin Veen, Supreme Council, is going to have a rough day. The young boy sighed, to which the man replied, I'll send some food over to the Thua Chin Veen. The next morning, in front of the Thua Chin Veen, two men stood frozen for a long moment, staring at the scene before them. They're really diligent, aren't they? Yes. Did they stay up all night? They're quite impressive. I don't even dare to step inside. The man quickly cut him off. Standing here talking won't make the workload any lighter. Hurry up and start sorting. Sorting? The other asked. And with that, everyone began to do their work. You all know, some are criticizing the crown prince, while others are supporting him. So, we'll split these into two piles. I understand now. Meanwhile, Chung Neon's face expressed deep exhaustion as he looked at the towering stack of petitions before him. So many? You've really been hard at work. Let me start reading. With that, he pulled out a random petition and began reading carefully. In the end, he couldn't hide his shock. His hand clenched in anger. He immediately turned and called out, Phuong Thien. Yes, Your Highness. The man replied meekly. Chung Neon sternly commanded, Summon the crown prince. Jin Ho bowed to the emperor. Father, you called for me? Yes, I did. You may rise. The emperor picked up a scroll and said, I summoned you because it seems that quite a few officials did not understand what you said yesterday. Suddenly, he raised his voice. Lan Gi Chen. Hearing his name, the man quickly responded, Yes, Your Highness? The emperor's face was grim. He raised the petition and commanded, This is your petition. Read it aloud for the crown prince to hear. The atmosphere became tense, as the officials could only steal glances at one another. Lan Gi Chen hesitated. Your Highness? But the emperor held the scroll before him. Take it. The one being questioned should hear directly from you, to avoid any misunderstandings, right? With no other choice, Lan Gi Chen obeyed and took the scroll, resigning himself to follow the emperor's orders. After receiving the petition, the old man began to read. I Rio Yung Hung, the Lan Gi Chen, humbly submit this petition to His Highness. The emperor, losing his patience, interrupted with a sharp command. Skip the formalities and get to the point. Terrified, the old man paled but managed to continue reading. The crown prince's political views, while seemingly correct, contain many inappropriate elements. First, our kingdom adheres to Neo-Confucianism. However, the ideas proposed by the crown prince are more aligned with legalist philosophy. Legalist principles are too strict, causing suffering for the people and harming the nation. Second, the crown prince has suggested removing the restrictions on concubine-born children. These are the rules that distinguish between the children of primary wives and concubines, which were established by King Taejong. To carelessly abolish these would be an act of great filial disrespect. Moreover, if concubine-born children are allowed to become officials, as proven by previous dynasties, they will abuse their power. Third, the crown prince suggested increasing the number of officials. But the more officials there are, the heavier the burden will be on the people. In my opinion, if local officials find the workload too heavy, they should simply ask local scholars for assistance. After finishing, he looked up and added, "These 3 points are the unreasonable aspects of the crown prince's political views." Jin Ho listened carefully, his brows furrowed. The old man continued reading, but the tension was palpable. After he finished, the crown prince asked the emperor, "May I respond, father?" The old man, Yung Yun, clenched his fists in anger after receiving a sharp glance from the crown prince. The emperor, hearing the request, replied, "I grant you permission to respond." The crown prince stood alone between 2 rows of officials and confidently addressed each point. First, the Lan Gi Chin stated that Neo-Confucianism is the guiding philosophy of our kingdom. However, the true philosophy of our country, according to the teachings of the sages, is the royal way, with the people at its core. Neo-Confucianism is merely a tool we use to achieve that. If we only focus on it, we will limit ourselves too much, won't we? He continued. For example, if the royal way is a plate, then philosophies and systems of rules are the bowls. Is it really necessary to differentiate between these tools? When applying the royal way, the officials were stunned by his words. One of them, trembling, attempted to interrupt, but the crown prince boldly continued. Neo-Confucianism is just one branch of Confucianism. Is it not too restrictive to focus solely on that? His words were so persuasive that even though Lan Gi Chin was furious, he could only grit his teeth in frustration. The crown prince pressed on. Second, you mentioned that concubine-born children would abuse their power. But were they the only ones to abuse power in past dynasties? Yung Yun, unable to bear it, called out loudly, "Your Highness." But the crown prince continued without pausing. Isn't it true that everyone from prominent families, whether firstborn or concubine-born, has engaged in corruption? Isn't it unjust to lay all the blame on concubine-born children? Moreover, doesn't the law clearly state that all those who take concubines are guilty as well? Yet, most of the ministers here have concubines. Do they not? The officials glanced at each other, and the air grew even heavier. The crown prince wasn't finished. Hasn't it become a habit for prominent families to bury their own mistakes while continuing to discriminate against the children of concubines? Who would have thought you could speak so bluntly? The officials could only bow their heads in silence, speechless. And third, Hyong continued, his hand clenched into a fist. You mentioned that local officials could ask local scholars for help if they have too much work. Right? Since the time I began sitting next to my father, observing how he handles state affairs, I've heard countless reports from many places about unfortunate people dying of starvation. But I have never once heard of local scholars stepping in to help the starving, or opening the grain stores to aid them. Suddenly, he emphasized, and not only that, instead of helping the people solve their problems, they exploit the drought, charging interest rates higher than the standard rate. Time and again, the people have no choice but to sell their lives, or become refugees, while their land is taken from them. Finally, Hyong directly asked Yung Yun, Lan Gi Chin, tell me this, for the common people with no power, who is more fearsome than a tiger? Is it the government officials, or the local scholars? Yung Yun was startled, his face pale as he bowed his head. The emperor glanced at him, waiting for an answer. When none came, the emperor spoke, I'd like to hear your answer. 2. Lan Gi Chin, respond. Yung Yun was drenched in sweat, his body trembling as he bit his lip, unable to utter a word. Jin Ho pressed further. Why are you silent, Lan Gi Chin? Under immense pressure, Yung Yun finally muttered, it's the local scholars. The other officials tensed upon hearing this. The emperor then added, the petitions from the others are very similar to that of Lan Gi Chin. Different people submitted them, but the content is nearly identical. How amusing. He then picked up a yellow scroll and said, but this one is different. Crown Prince, read it. Jin Ho bowed and received the scroll. Yes, father. He opened it and quickly scanned through its contents. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his brows furrowed. Noticing this, the emperor asked, what do you think? Jin Ho exhaled and recited some of the contents aloud. There is no enjoyment in this. If we encourage the people to enjoy luxuries, society will descend into a state that promotes extravagance, where wealth is worshipped instead of morality. That's why the sages of old divided society into 4 classes: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Standing tall, he solemnly declared, "I believe the person who wrote this petition should be severely punished." Father. The officials were taken aback once again. The crown prince insists on punishment himself, they thought? Startled, Jin Ho began to explain. First of all, in all the political writings I've read, there is no wise sage who mentions dividing society into such rigid classes. But by lying in this way, this person is trying to deceive the ruler. This is an act of disloyalty, and such a person must be punished severely. The official who wrote the petition was so furious he almost exploded. Unable to contain himself, he raised his voice. Crown Prince, the one who wrote this petition did so out of concern for the nation. If you punish someone for giving honest counsel, just because you dislike them, you will alienate everyone. Jin Ho quickly turned and rebutted. This isn't honest counsel. It's a deliberate attempt to cause division. Fabricating teachings that don't exist. How can that be considered counsel? The official retorted. Since ancient times, the sages have warned that extravagance is a disease that will destroy a nation. We must avoid it at all costs. How can you say that extravagance is better than frugality? At this, Jin Ho fully turned to face him and said, "Let me explain it to you again. Did the sages teach that the nobility had the right to exploit the people? Did they teach that it was acceptable to lend grain at interest rates over 50%? The official was speechless. Jin Ho pointed directly at him. More and more people are selling themselves into slavery because the interest rates are so high. Are you saying I should let this continue just because it has always been this way? Grand Censor, how dare you think like that? And you call yourself a servant of the Osun dynasty?" Suddenly, the emperor slammed the table. Jin Ho, realizing his mistake, quickly bowed his head. "I apologize, father. I overstepped." The emperor immediately corrected him. "Even if what you say is right, you must not be disrespectful." "That's enough," Jin Ho replied. "Thank you for your mercy, father." The emperor shifted his gaze and said, "Grand Inspector, step forward." The Grand Inspector quickly stepped forward. "Yes, Your Highness," the emperor commanded. "Give the Grand Inspector the petition. There is a part the Crown Prince hasn't read." After the Grand Inspector took the petition from Jin Ho, the emperor continued. "This petition was written by someone in the inspectorate. Grand Inspector, read it aloud." The Grand Inspector opened the scroll and, after a brief glance, his face turned pale, his fingers gripping the paper tightly. Without hesitation, he knelt down and kowtowed. "Your Highness, this was the opinion of one individual, not the entire inspectorate." The entire court held its breath for the Grand Inspector. The emperor looked at him and said, "I know, that's why the Crown Prince didn't read that part. And neither will I." The Grand Inspector, trembling, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy." Finally, the emperor concluded, "As for the punishment for the author of this petition, I will think about it carefully." After the court session ended, someone called out to the Grand Inspector. It was the Grand Censor, who curiously asked, "What was in that petition?" The Grand Inspector didn't respond and quickly walked away, ignoring the Grand Censor's repeated calls. Shortly after, an official was suddenly grabbed by the collar. The Grand Inspector, enraged, shouted, "You scoundrel, how dare you!" The surrounding officials rushed to stop him. "Please, my lord, calm down. Get out of my way," the Grand Inspector yelled. "This bastard will ruin us all." The bewildered official asked, "What do you mean, my lord? What are you talking about?" The Grand Inspector snarled, "You fool, who do you think you are? Suggesting the Crown Prince be deposed?" The other officials were shocked at the Grand Inspector's words. Grabbing the official by the collar, he yelled again, "Who do you think you are, to suggest deposing the Crown Prince?" Upon hearing what the Grand Official said, the other officials were shocked. He grabbed the official by the collar with both hands and shouted, "Who are you to dare mention deposing the Crown Prince?" The man struggled to speak, spitting out each word. How could a crown prince who abandons Confucianism and follows a path of treason be worthy of his title? The Grand Official roared back, "What, you want to depose a crown prince who is only 9 years old? Do you think that's reasonable?" The man stammered, What does age have to do with adhering to the teachings of the sages? At this, the grand official could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "You fool! If you want to change the direction of the ruler, we must have the right timing, geographical advantage, and popular support. These were the very factors that allowed His Highness to become the crown prince. But now, we don't have any of those three. Your reckless actions are endangering the lives of the other officials." The official was left speechless. But after a moment, he retorted, "A civil servant has the duty to speak the truth when faced with wrongdoing. After all, isn't standing up to injustice always a risk to one's life?" The other four officials stood frozen, staring at him. The grand official, stunned, let go of his collar and exclaimed in frustration, "Even an idiot like you managed to become an official. We're doomed." Switching to the crown prince's room, Jin Ho sighed deeply. "I knew it would turn out like this. But I didn't expect it to be this bad. Why does the chief minister keep opposing me? They're all so stuck in the past, constantly rehashing old matters." He paced back and forth, then stopped. "Wait, from their perspective, it makes sense. If someone proposed that I abandon agriculture and focus on commerce and industry, I'd react the same way. So, of course, they're angry. It's perfectly reasonable." Calming himself, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Outside, the servants knew that the crown prince was furious. Do they really think they're the only ones who can write memorials? Do they think I don't know how to write one myself? Fuming, Jin Ho grabbed a pen and began writing meticulously, one word at a time, determined to retaliate. "Fine, I'll show them. I'll show them what humility really means." Who knows how much time had passed when a certain official stood there, dumbfounded. "Wait, aren't you the eunuch from the Eastern Palace? What are you doing here so early?" He glanced suspiciously at the pile of documents the eunuch had brought with him. "What is all this?" When the eunuch explained that all of the documents were written by the crown prince, the official was stunned. "All of it?" "Yes," the eunuch replied. The official looked at the stack of memorials and felt pity for his own fate. "So, I guess we won't be going home today either." After the stack of memorials was brought to the court, the emperor couldn't stop laughing. Who would have thought the boy would write a memorial right away? Truly my son, but I can't stop him now. This is the first time I've read such a surprising memorial. He then turned to the chief minister and said, "Lan Gi Chin, you should read it too." Deng Hung was not too pleased but had no choice but to accept it. "Yes, your majesty," he replied, and reluctantly opened the memorial. His displeased expression piqued the curiosity of the grand censor and the grand inspector. At that moment, the emperor ordered the head of the board of revenue, "Send the crown prince's memorial to the minister of revenue to read aloud." Once the memorial reached the minister of revenue, the emperor instructed him to read it out loud for everyone. Although the minister was at a loss for words, he could only follow the emperor's command. He calmed himself and began to read. "I am Crown Prince Hyang and also a loyal subject to your majesty. I humbly submit this memorial. Several ministers have criticized and accused me of following legalism, using the downfall of the Qin dynasty as an example. However, the Qin dynasty did not fall because of legalism. It fell because Qin Shi Huang and his officials lost the people's support. They plundered and killed the innocent. How could such an empire not collapse? Nevertheless, it was also the philosophy of legalism that made the Qin dynasty the most powerful empire during the Warring States period. And to this day, the principles of legalism still exist in the most fundamental laws. Why do you think that is? There is a saying, a great tree stands tall against the wind because its roots are strong and deep. The governance of a country is like cultivating the way of the Tao. For our nation, which is just beginning to take root, to grow into a great tree, I believe we must accept various ideologies to ensure our roots grow deep and wide. Is Confucianism the only ideology we need to follow the noble will of the sages?" When the Minister of Revenue finished reading, all the officials were left speechless. The chief minister secretly showed a look of disdain. At that moment, the emperor smiled and said, "Isn't my son brilliant? The crown prince's memorial is certainly surprising, but I believe there is much in it for us to reflect upon. Therefore, I want to hear the opinions of the ministers. Think carefully about this memorial and give me your answers." The entire court simultaneously replied, "By your majesty's command." A few days later, Jin Ho was walking with the eunuch, deep in thought. "Now that I've said everything I wanted to say, I feel much more at ease." Not far away, there were loud shouts. "Minister, wake up, minister." The minister lay collapsed on the ground, unable to even open his eyes. I surrender. The eunuch, in despair, pointed at the pile of memorials. There's no time for you to lie here. Sir, can't you see the mountain of memorials waiting for you? The minister wailed in agony. Just kill me now. As Jin Ho passed by and saw the scene, he thought to himself, the problem is that both sides keep submitting memorials. Just as I expected, if I want public support, I have no choice but to make more people realize the benefits of smallpox inoculation. Only when people trust these new methods will I have a chance to introduce new techniques and policies. Just a little more time. I just need to wait for the right opportunity. With that, he turned away, leaving the minister behind, lamenting his fate. A few days later, during a court session, someone reported that in areas where smallpox inoculation had been carried out, only a very small number of people had contracted the disease. Upon hearing this, a suggestion was immediately made to extend the inoculation to other regions. The emperor responded with interest. Good, then let's expand the smallpox inoculation to other districts. However, another official spoke up, but there have only been a few cases so far. At this point, the chief minister interjected, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it is too early to expand based on just a few cases. Furthermore, isn't the inoculation just using disgusting cowpox pus? We should observe for a longer period. The emperor agreed with him. A few days later, the emperor addressed the court. Most of the population in Gyeonggi province has been inoculated, but there have been a few cases of side effects. As a result, neighboring districts have submitted memorials requesting inoculation for the safety of the people. I also wish to expand the inoculation. What do you ministers think? The chief minister immediately objected. We should not proceed, Your Majesty. The current financial situation does not allow for expanding the inoculation to other regions. I urge Your Majesty to reconsider and delay it for a few more days. Another minister reported, there are rumors that wealthy families in certain areas, having heard of the effectiveness of inoculation, have donated their cattle for this purpose. Furthermore, more and more memorials are requesting permission for inoculation. Hearing this, the emperor said, then we should not delay any longer. Ministers, prepare to expand inoculation across the country. Once again, the chief minister was the first to object. Forgive me, Your Majesty, but for many reasons, it is not possible to expand nationwide. The emperor, visibly displeased, demanded, explain your reasoning in detail. The chief minister responded, winter is approaching, which makes it very difficult to manage the budget and expenditures. The emperor, irritated by the financial excuse, said, we can simply collect money to buy cattle from the wealthy families. Moreover, many people are willing to contribute funds for us to purchase cattle. So, what exactly is the issue? The chief minister stubbornly insisted. But, Your Majesty, if we collect funds from scholars and officials, they will strongly oppose it. And, as I've mentioned, the effectiveness of the inoculation has not been fully proven. How can we inject this vile cowpox pus into the bodies of all our people? Furthermore, the ones performing the inoculation are nothing more than mere cattle herders. The emperor's hand shook with fury, veins bulging as his entire body trembled with anger. He immediately shouted, Lan Gi Chin, you despicable scoundrel. Lan Gi Chin flinched and looked up in shock. At that moment, the emperor pointed directly at him and roared, shut your mouth. Now, the entire court fell into dead silence. The ministers could only sigh in secret. The emperor, still breathing heavily in his anger, grabbed a scroll of memorials and shouted, do you know what this is? This is a report on smallpox inoculation in Hanyang. You keep insisting that inoculation is vile and ineffective. But among all the ministers standing here today, not a single one has gone without being inoculated. Not one. After inoculating yourselves and your families, you still dare to say it's not effective and refuse to expand it nationwide? You hypocritical two-faced cowards. Seeing the emperor so enraged, the officials immediately knelt down, banging their heads on the ground. Your Majesty, we are guilty. We deserve to die. But the emperor only continued to scold them. I don't want to see your faces anymore. Get out. Suddenly, the emperor stood up. Fine, I'll handle this myself. I'd rather deal with this on my own. So you lock and shut your mouths. As they watched the emperor storm out in fury, the officials called out in panic, Your Majesty. They were terrified, crawling on the floor and shouting after him, their eyes wide with fear. Yung Hung, who had been shouted at by the emperor, still couldn't swallow his anger. One of the ministers, frustrated, turned to Lan Gi Chin. How could you do this? Don't you know when to speak and when to keep quiet? Lan Gi-chin remained silent, refusing to answer. This only made the other ministers even more frantic. What are we supposed to do now? One of the remaining ministers sighed. What else can we do but perform the ritual of repentance? After that, we'll have to find a way to expand the inoculation across the country. It's the best course of action. With that, they all left the court, complaining as they walked. In the middle of this harsh winter. And now we have to perform the repentance ceremony. Most of them had already left. But Lan Gi-chin remained standing in his place, alone and deep in thought. After a long pause, he let out a heavy sigh. I've lived too long. If things continue like this, it will be no different from the era of a tyrant. I must stop this. We can't let the political situation develop in this direction. If it does, we'll be repeating the reign of a tyrant, just like in the time of King Taejong. With a bitter expression, he left the court. Even if it costs me my life, I have to stop this. Meanwhile, Jin Ho, after hearing the eunuch recount the events, calmly responded, I see, so that's what father did. Then he asked, and where did father go afterward? The eunuch replied truthfully, Your Majesty went to see the queen. Jin Ho's expression turned dark. Shall we play a little trick on everyone while we're at it? The eunuch, confused, thought he had misheard. What, Your Highness? But Jin Ho merely said, Never mind, don't you see? Trying to play psychological warfare right now is utterly pointless. The ministers had begun the repentance ritual. The Minister of Revenue, while laying out a mat, grumbled, My knees are already sore. And now we have to perform the repentance ritual too? It's freezing out here. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, Minister of Revenue, sir. Startled, the minister asked, What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Panting heavily, the man replied, The chief minister. He's writing a memorial accusing His Majesty. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Revenue felt as though lightning had struck his ears. What? He gasped, frozen in place. Without wasting another second, he rushed off to verify the claim, muttering, Has the old man lost his mind? When he arrived at the chief minister's quarters, the Minister of Revenue anxiously tried to enter. We must stop him. The commotion caused Yung Hung, who was inside, to turn around. Before he could speak, the Minister of Revenue burst in and shouted, Chief Minister, what are you doing? Writing another memorial? The repentance ritual may already be too much. Have you lost your mind? But the Chief Minister was insistent. I must write this memorial. This issue must be dealt with thoroughly. Of course, he added, if you truly care about the future of this dynasty. The Minister of Revenue was incredulous. Chief Minister, are you insane? The Chief Minister, however, ignored him completely, arrogantly pushing him aside. Move out of my way. His Majesty has forgotten how vital it is to govern the country properly. He's even forgotten the purpose of the ministers. With that, the Chief Minister grabbed the memorial and stormed out, despite the Minister of Revenue's attempts to stop him. Stunned, the minister tried to follow, but it was useless. In frustration, he turned to the others who had been watching. What are you doing? Why didn't you stop him? Do you want blood to be spilled? One of them replied, I didn't stop him because I understand his reasoning. If one wants to be a scholar of integrity, one must stand firm on such matters. True to his word, Yung Hung took the memorial and submitted it to the emperor. Its contents were as follows. I, Chief Minister Ryo Yung Yun, humbly present this memorial to your Majesty. The court, as its name suggests, is where the governance of a nation takes place. Thus, policies must always be considered carefully before being implemented. Moreover, consistency in policy decisions from beginning to end is of utmost importance in politics. If policies are inconsistent, how can the people trust the nation? Regarding the smallpox inoculation, Your Majesty's decision has lacked consistency. Initially, we agreed to implement this method only in Hanyang to observe its effectiveness before considering nationwide expansion. Your Majesty agreed to this. However, after a few suggestions to expand the inoculation, Your Majesty changed the decision. How can we call that consistent? Furthermore, policies should only be implemented when both the monarch and the ministers are in agreement. Why should policy decisions require the consent of the court? Because a monarch cannot possibly consider everything in detail. Thus, Your Majesty must consult with the ministers and carefully listen to their recommendations. If the monarch acts unilaterally in all political matters, what is the purpose of the court? This behavior is akin to that of a tyrant and does not align with the way of the king. The emperor seriously read through the contents of the memorial written by the chief minister. If tradition allows a tyrant to rise to power and abuse their authority, what will become of the future of the Zoyan dynasty? To prevent such a scenario, the monarch and the ministers must always reach consensus, no matter the cost. As a loyal subject under your majesty, I implore you to reconsider, even if it's for the future of the Joseon dynasty. In conclusion, I believe that your majesty must stop the autocratic decision to expand smallpox inoculation nationwide because I firmly believe it is ineffective. However, if it is proven effective, I, Ryo Yung-yun, am willing to offer up all of my personal assets. When the memorial ended, the entire court fell silent, with no one daring to speak. It wasn't until the emperor broke the silence. Have you all read this? They cautiously responded, yes, your majesty. Everyone was drenched in sweat, nervously watching the emperor's expression. Some trembled, unable to even lift their heads. Finally, the emperor spoke. When I first heard about the benefits of inoculation, I considered implementing it nationwide, but I didn't do so. And why not? Because the chief minister believed it was too hasty. I thought he made a valid point, so I agreed. Now I want to ask the minister something. At this point, Lan Gi-chin averted his gaze, waiting for the emperor to finish speaking. The emperor's voice turned cold. When have I ever ruled autocratically? King Chung Ni-ion's face darkened, and the atmosphere in the hall became unusually cold. I will ask you all again. When have I ever ruled autocratically? The ministers sat like statues, barely breathing. Each of them knew this was a dire situation. Outside, the sunlight was bright, but inside the hall, the air was cold and oppressive. King Chung Ni-ion continued. If a monarch only waits for the ministers to come to a conclusion and in doing so, misses the right opportunity, isn't he nothing more than useless? As his anger reached its peak, the king slammed his fist on the table, causing a loud thud, and shouted, "Do you really think I'm ruling autocratically? For what purpose?" Cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the ministers as they clenched their hands, trying to endure the tension emanating from the emperor. King Chung Ni-ion's fury had not yet subsided. Let me ask you this. If a smallpox outbreak occurs in the areas where inoculation hasn't been administered, what will you do then? Will you wait until it spreads to the inoculated areas just to prove its effectiveness? How many lives will be lost while you wait to verify the results? Hundreds of people could die or become mentally impaired. Is it worth sacrificing them just because the effectiveness hasn't been fully confirmed yet? Every word the emperor uttered expressed his deep concern for the people. Too many lives have already been lost due to a lack of vaccination. At this point, Lan Gi-chin interrupted. Your Majesty, we too feel the pain of such sacrifices. But solidifying the governance of the nation is even more important. Besides, smallpox is not something new. As soon as Lan Gi-chin finished speaking, King Chung Ni-ion's face flushed red with anger. His teeth clenched as he growled. You, Lan Gi-chin. Ignoring the emperor's growing irritation, Lan Gi-chin continued. Therefore, I am certain that the number of lives sacrificed will be within an acceptable range. The important thing is to uphold the traditions of the Joseon court. King Chung Ni-ion, seething with rage, shouted, "Do you dare claim that you are following the teachings of the sages?" Before his fury could subside, a messenger hurried into the hall, kneeling and bowing deeply. Your Majesty, there is an urgent matter. What's the rush? Speak. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, but smallpox has broken out in the Iondang-po district of Gyeongcheon. The news left King Chung Ni-ion in stunned disbelief. His eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Lan Gi-chin, too, was left speechless, a cold sweat running down his cheek as his face contorted with unease. The king quickly issued a decree. Quarantine the Iondang-po district from the other regions immediately. Only allow communication between Iondang-po and Hanyang. The messenger responded, Yes, Your Majesty. Before exiting the hall, after issuing the urgent order, the king turned to the Minister of Revenue and asked, What measures are being taken to treat the disease? A minister responded, We have dispatched physicians to all areas of Iondang-po. The king nodded approvingly. Good. Ensure the patients receive proper treatment as quickly as possible. Understood, Your Majesty. At that moment, a small figure came running in, gasping for breath. It was the crown prince. Father, may I speak with you? Hearing his son's voice, the king was a little startled. Hyong continued, May I come in for a moment? The king hesitated but eventually allowed him in. I heard that there's been a smallpox outbreak in Jiangqian, and that we'll be sending physicians there to help. Right? The king replied gently. Yes, we just discussed that. Still panting, Hyang suggested. In that case, why don't we call upon additional people from Hanyang to help the physicians in Jiangqian? Before the king could respond, Lan Gi-chin immediately objected. That would be too reckless. Hyang, not backing down, continued. The physicians will be occupied with treating the sick, so they'll need runners to assist them. However, if we use people from Jiangqian who haven't contracted the disease, there's a risk the illness could spread even further. Therefore, it makes sense to bring people from Hanyang to support the physicians in Jiangqian, and we could pay them generously. This way, the physicians will be less burdened, and we'll prevent the disease from spreading. But Lan Gi-chin continued to oppose the idea. Crown Prince, we cannot do that. If we send people from Hanyang and they contract the disease, and it spreads to our city, who will be responsible for the safety of our people? Hyang paused for a moment before continuing, his face full of confidence. I fully believe in the effectiveness of smallpox inoculation. If this event does not prove its effectiveness, then I will relinquish my position as Crown Prince. Hyang made the bold declaration, placing his hand over his heart and looking straight at his father. His words left the emperor utterly shocked. The Crown Prince. Hyang reaffirmed his statement. I believe in this so strongly. Father, and if the people of Hanyang are hesitant to step forward, then let me go in their place. I am confident that I can lead the effort to care for those suffering from smallpox. The room fell silent once more. One minister quietly muttered to himself. The Crown Prince. Once again, after a moment of contemplation, the emperor sighed and turned to the Minister of Revenue. Issue the decree to the people of Hanyang, and start gathering volunteers. The ministers all bowed in unison. By your command, your majesty. The king then turned to Hyang and said, And you, Crown Prince, listen well. No matter how desperate the situation, you must never make such promises lightly. What you said was very reckless. Hyang bowed his head in response. Yes, father, I understand. Inwardly, he felt a sense of triumph. I've secured the opportunity. Now it's only a matter of time. One day, the familiar sound of the emperor's arrival echoed through the palace. Hyang was playing in the courtyard when he suddenly turned around. Startled, father has arrived. He bowed respectfully. Father, you're here. Yes, the emperor replied. How are you? Thanks to you, father, I am well. Hyang responded obediently. Hyang then invited his father to sit and talk over tea. The emperor spoke first. Hyang, have you heard the news from Jiangchul? At that moment, Hyang hadn't heard anything yet. Sensing his father had important information, he listened eagerly. His father smiled and delivered the news. Other than the initial 5 cases of smallpox, there have been no new infections. Upon hearing this, Hyang couldn't contain his excitement. His eyes widened, and a bright smile spread across his face. Just as I thought, the emperor continued. To be honest, even I didn't expect the results to be this good. I am very proud of you for showing interest in a method that others dismissed as the lowly practice of cattle herders. Hyang bowed in gratitude for his father's praise. The acknowledgement from his father filled him with pride. I've won. Lan Gi-chin, he thought to himself. I'll slowly crush you, just like a tiger's prey. But his father's voice cut through his thoughts. Hyang, yes, father? The emperor gripped his cup tightly, his face tensing slightly as he spoke slowly. I am planning to execute Lan Gi-chin. Hyang's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His father continued. And I'm also considering dealing with those who have sided with him. When I think about the present and the future of Yoxian, I believe it's something I must do. Do you think I'm going too far? Hyang pondered for a moment before responding. Father, I believe they must be punished as a deterrent to others. Furthermore, given the state of the Yoxian court, this situation presents an opportunity. The emperor listened carefully, knowing Hyang's words carried weight. Hyang continued. Unfortunately, the power of the ministers and scholars has always exceeded that of the monarch. Therefore, I think this cleansing will be a good chance to strengthen the authority of the crown. The emperor considered Hyang's reasoning, finding it logical. Seeing that his words were well received, Hyang pressed on. However, I'm not sure if it's necessary to execute him. Since the previous reign, Lan Gi-chin has done much for this nation, and given his vast experience, I think it's natural for him to be skeptical of a method he's never heard of before. Therefore, I believe the most appropriate punishment would be exile. Hyang smiled as he finished speaking. The emperor said nothing, but it was clear he silently agreed with his son's proposal. After a moment of silence, the emperor finally spoke. I understand. I will think it over. On the day the emperor announced Lan Gi-chin's exile, the minister prostrated himself, pleading, Your Majesty, please reconsider. I only wanted to ensure that the inoculation would be effective. But the emperor, enraged, ordered him to be silent. Even now, you're still trying to talk your way out of this? Several other ministers bowed and pleaded. Your Majesty, perhaps Chief Minister Lan Gi-chin was wrong, but everything he did was out of loyalty to the nation. Please reconsider. Your Majesty. Their words only made King Chung Ni-ion angrier. If you keep up this nonsense, I will assume you're all in league with that hypocrite. Don't test my patience. One of the ministers, undeterred, continued, Your Majesty, to accuse an innocent man is unjust. In matters of state, the king and his ministers must reach a consensus. Just as the sages taught, the agreement between the king and his ministers is the fundamental principle of the monarchy. The emperor sneered and then exploded with rage, his face turning red as he pointed at the ministers kneeling before him. You're all truly wicked. Such hypocrisy. Are you telling me you're opposing my decisions because you follow the teachings of the sages? Really? Is it not simply to satisfy your own greed? What you want is not agreement between the king and his ministers. You want me to be a puppet with no real power. At this point, Lan Gi-chin, under extreme pressure, raised his head to defend himself. Your Majesty, I never intended. Suddenly, a man dressed in purple robes stepped forward from the crowd and spoke. Your Majesty, Jin Mu of the Royal Guard awaits your command. The emperor ordered. Jin Mu, take these hypocrites and throw them into the dungeon. Lan Gi-chin, along with the Grand Inspector and Grand Censor, must be imprisoned. Upon hearing this, the corrupt officials were left stunned. Even as they were being dragged away, they pleaded, Your Majesty, this goes against the teachings of the sages. This is the result of smallpox inoculation. The member of the censorate who had previously suggested deposing the crown prince was found guilty of treason, shackled, and exiled 1,000 miles away for attempting to mislead the monarch with outdated and obsolete ideas. The families of Lan Gi-chin, the Grand Inspector, and the Grand Censor were demoted to commoners, while the guilty parties themselves were exiled 1,000 miles away, with 80% of their assets confiscated. This was the fate of those who couldn't adapt to the rapid changes brought about by the crown prince. Hyang smiled. But, after all, they're still alive, aren't they? With the exile of the opposition faction, time passed, and spring arrived. Sitting on the throne, King Chung Ni-ion surveyed the court. It seems everyone is present today. I have an important announcement. Many in the court wondered. How did the crown prince manage to do it? Can something like jump rope truly change someone so drastically? The king continued. For the future of the Joseon dynasty, I intend to carry out a major reform. The emperor placed a reform proposal booklet on the table, his face beaming with excitement. Everyone who saw it was taken aback, except for Hyang, who looked tired. So, it's finally starting, he thought, his expression difficult to read. A few weeks earlier, while Hyang was sound asleep, he heard a voice outside his door. Hyang, are you asleep? Recognizing his father's voice, Hyang slowly sat up. No, father, come in. His father replied. No need, I just want to borrow the user chart from your presentation. Hyang responded. The chart? It's on my desk. Father, please feel free to take it. Thank you, his father said, then called out. Servant, bring me the chart. A man in green robes opened the door and entered. His father didn't forget to say goodbye. I'm leaving now. Go back to sleep. Half asleep, Hyang mumbled. Yes, father, then yawned and fell back asleep, unaware that this late-night visit would cause him endless headaches. One day, the familiar sound of his father's arrival echoed through the palace again. Father has arrived. Hyang turned and greeted him. The emperor entered the room and said, There's a section in your chart I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? Hyang, feeling a bit drowsy, bowed and replied, Yes, father, come in. The next day, during lunch, his father brought up the chart again, leaving Hyang somewhat puzzled. Then, the day after that, Hyang realized something wasn't right. By the third visit, he thought, doesn't this man get tired? It was 1 a.m., and instead of feeling tired, his father's eyes were gleaming with energy as they continued to discuss the chart. The king was deeply engrossed in the paper on the table and, after a while, turned to Hyang. It seems you still don't understand. Let me explain it again. Exhausted, Hyang quickly responded. No, father, I understand perfectly. The emperor, overjoyed, said, thank goodness I have such a smart son like you. Internally, Hyang was crying, but he forced a smile, pretending to be pleased by his father's excitement. Back in the present, King Chung Ni-ion enthusiastically shared his reform plans with the ministers. Your Majesty wants you all to thoroughly review the plan, see what issues need addressing, or if there are areas that can be improved. Everyone bowed in unison. By Your Majesty's command. The more the king spoke, the brighter his eyes became. And if any of you have better plans, be sure to let me know. Thus began King Sejong's, Chung Ni-ion's, reform. The first area to be reformed was the central government structure. Sejong outlined a new structure for the government based on 6 departments and proposed a procedure for putting it into operation. The second reform was the reorganization of local government bodies. The province of Gwanga was divided into 5 districts, Gyeonggi into 7, and Gangwon into 5 districts. Each district was required to establish its own local government. And finally, the most important issue, while they were out walking, the king turned to Hyang and said, Crown Prince, today we will discuss commerce and industry. Hyang was taken aback. Right now, father? The king continued. During my morning exercise, I suddenly thought of something. In your presentation, you didn't mention it, but your chart showed that by developing commerce and industry, not only will the economy grow, but the power of the monarchy will increase as well. I understand the economic part, but how will the power of the monarchy increase? Hyang thought for a moment before replying. It's a simple concept. Father, isn't agriculture what creates the basic wealth for the nobility? On the contrary, if the court encourages commerce and industry, it will generate more profit than what the nobles gain from land ownership. This will help strengthen the court and consolidate the power of the monarchy. The king asked further, but don't you see that it is those same nobles who buy goods from merchants? After all, they are the biggest consumers. Won't they grow stronger in the process? Just as you mentioned? Hyang quickly responded. Father, you need to look at the bigger picture. The king glanced at the small boy beside him. The bigger picture? After a few moments of thought, the king realized. You mean foreign trade? Hyang smirked slightly, thinking to himself. Sejong the Great. Indeed, he confirmed. Exactly, father. If we earn money through exporting goods, we won't be limited by domestic land restrictions. And we'll grow faster. The nobles, who are bound to their land, will no longer hold the same influence. The king placed a hand on Hyang's shoulder. I see, you truly are my son. But Hyang suddenly realized that if he explained this any further, it might lead to something else. Before he could finish his thought, his father's intense gaze fixed on him, as if he wanted to ask another question. His father's face now looked frighteningly serious, as if he wanted to devour Hyang whole. Hyang had anticipated this outcome. He knew his father would keep asking him questions, and it was exhausting. The king continued. In the end, we need money to open businesses, don't we? But most of the wealth that can be used as capital is in the hands of the nobles. If merchants borrow money from them, then ultimately, it's the nobles who will gain more power. Isn't it? Hyang quickly explained to his father. That is one way to do it. But instead, we can attract the merchants to our side. The king was puzzled. What do you mean by that? Hyang continued. The ones lending them money won't be the nobles, but the court itself. In modern terms, that's a national bank, a state-run bank serving a specific purpose. The state, not private individuals, would be the one providing capital, allowing merchants to borrow money at reasonable interest rates. King Sejong accepted the idea of establishing a national bank and suggested making it the final step in the reform. The result of Sejong's great reform was a significant increase in the number of government positions. And the court had to constantly seek out talented individuals to fill those roles. To ensure there were enough experts in each field, Sejong ordered a review of education policies to guarantee that even commoners could receive basic education. The reform was implemented gradually, and the policies were carefully coordinated by sending officials to observe the impact on local populations. However, from the moment the new policies were enacted, various problems, both large and small, arose across the kingdom. As a result, it took a long time for the new policies to be fully implemented. And it wasn't until 15 years later that they were completely in place. In the distant future, historians would name this event, the Reform of the Year of the Dragon. After the reform was complete, the The king turned to Hyang and expressed his gratitude. It will take a long time. But thanks to you, the lives of the people will become more prosperous. Hyang smiled brightly, giving a thumbs up. No need for thanks, father. Being able to help you is already enough for me. Inwardly, Hyang thought, this is the first time I've met someone even more excited about this project than I am. The king, hands clasped behind his back, laughed heartily. You rascal. Hyang glanced up and asked, Father, why don't you just leave the work to me and the officials? I feel you don't need to handle everything personally. The king playfully knocked Hyang on the head. You rascal. This is about the monarch's responsibilities. How can I not personally understand everything? Hyang rubbed his head and pouted. That's not what I meant. Father, I can work with the ministers and report back to you. The king smiled at him. Hyang, do you think there's a difference between learning by doing and simply understanding something through someone else's words? Which one do you think is more effective? Hyang was a little surprised by the question. The king continued, I don't want to be a king who just sits idle and listens to reports. After saying that, the king laughed heartily again and walked inside. Hyang watched his father with wide eyes, realizing, as I thought, no matter how much I know about the future, there are still things I cannot surpass. The familiar announcement echoed through the palace. His Majesty has arrived. King Chung Ni Ion entered the room, and Hyang greeted him politely. Father, you've arrived. As usual, the king came to Hyang to ask about the chart. Hyang, I was just looking at your chart again, and there's something that has me curious. Hearing the words, chart, Hyang immediately became terrified. This time, he didn't hold back and quickly said, Father, I just want to rest. Please, let me rest for a bit. Seeing his son so panicked, the king gently reassured him. This time, it's not about the reform plans. Although Hyang heard this, he still wasn't fully at ease, his face clearly showing his concern. What is it, father? His father continued. In your presentation, you mentioned several policies, but I want to know why you didn't talk about the military at all. Hyang froze at the question. The king pressed further. Don't tell me you have no ideas regarding the military. Hyang remained silent for a long time before finally grinning, which left the king puzzled. A bead of sweat rolled down the king's cheek as he muttered. This crafty kid. Hyang then explained, if I bring up the military, it will stir things up even more. He turned the question around. Father, what do you think of our current military? The king slowly responded, I think this country is still not stable, so we don't yet have a proper system to manage the military. We need to invest more resources and effort to face any threats that may arise for Yoshin. Hearing the answer he was expecting, Hyang thought, perfect, the time has come. With the king having finished, he asked Hyang for his opinion. Hyang quickly replied, I agree, father, I believe it is crucial. And I especially think we need to strengthen our naval forces. The navy? The king questioned. Hyang confirmed, yes, father, unfortunately, our Yoshin dynasty still doesn't have a strong enough navy to dominate the seas. Even during the Tsushima Island campaign a few years ago, over half of our naval forces were made up of untrained civilians. That's far from enough. And that's not the only problem, our ships are too small. Even crossing the waters between Busan and Tsushima Island puts our soldiers' lives at great risk. The king pondered this for a moment and realized Hyang was right. We must ramp up shipbuilding and strengthen our naval forces. Hyang nodded in agreement. Exactly, father. The king thought further. The biggest problem here is the budget. Before the king could find a solution, Hyang confidently offered, I have a suggestion to solve the budget issue. The king, curious, asked, really? What is it? With confidence, Hyang answered, mining stone. Hearing this, the king looked a bit confused. Stone? Why stone? A while later, decrees from the court were posted everywhere, calling for skilled miners to quickly gather at the Ministry of Works. Some people didn't even understand what mining meant. Does that mean digging up stones? People began to murmur. Why are they suddenly asking us to dig up stones? Some even speculated, maybe there's a gold mine somewhere. Inside the court, the king was busy calculating. The first priority was to ensure a stable currency supply, which included gold, silver, and copper. The king then turned to the ministers below and asked, do we need anything else? One minister replied, that seems sufficient, Your Majesty. Next to the minister was Hyang, who was lost in his own thoughts. For my own plans, I'll need that sooner or later. He mused. He spoke up, Father, we'll need a few more things. Hearing this, the king turned to Hyang. What else do we need? Hyang quickly responded, listing a few minerals: iron, sulfur, limestone, and a material called coal. The king, curious about this new term, asked, "What is coal?" Hyang launched into a detailed explanation. Coal is what remains after trees are burned and compressed into rock over time. It burns hotter and more efficiently than wood. If we use coal instead of wood, we can avoid deforestation. Hearing about this new resource, the king became very interested. Really? That's excellent. But what do you plan to use limestone for? Hyang continued. Limestone is essential for construction and iron smelting. The king questioned further. Construction? How can limestone be used for building? Hyang, a little unsure, responded. Forgive me, father, but I still need to research that further. However, it's a very common mineral, so gathering it should be easy. At this moment, Hyang was recalling modern knowledge. Iron, coal, and cement were essential for fueling the Industrial Revolution. Without these resources, how could industry ever develop? One of the ministers spoke up. Crown Prince, forgive me, but Rosian does not have sulfur mines. That's why we've always had to import it from the Wa Kingdom. Hyang rebutted. But are we sure we don't have any? It's possible we do, but we haven't found them yet. Both the Wa Kingdom and the Ming Dynasty have sulfur. Yet we don't? That doesn't make sense. Of course, the sulfur mines could be in hard-to-reach places. However, the most important use of sulfur is in making gunpowder. For national defense, it's the most crucial material. If we continue relying on imports, it could become a major problem in the future. Hyang's words left the ministers in the court astonished. It was only now that they realized the gravity of the situation. After hearing Hyang's words, the king wholeheartedly agreed. We must research further. One of the ministers spoke up. I fully agree. We must instruct the miners to focus on finding sulfur during the excavation process. Hyang, satisfied that he had achieved his goal, thought to himself, as expected, mentioning national defense makes everything move along more smoothly. And so, skilled miners from all 8 provinces of the Osun dynasty gathered in Hanyang. King Sejong even established a new organization under the Ministry of Works called the Ministry of Resources to manage the miners. The minister in charge addressed the miners. Your job is to travel across Osun and find the minerals listed here. If you search thoroughly, you will be greatly rewarded. So, make sure to do your best. The miners responded in unison. We will do our best. At that moment, King Chung Ni Ion arrived. His Majesty has arrived. Upon hearing this, all the miners immediately bowed down. We greet your Majesty. The king smiled warmly. The work you're about to do is incredibly important. The wealth and strength of our nation depend on the outcome of your efforts. So, I hope you will all do your utmost. Yes, your Majesty. We will give it our all. The miners echoed together. The minister once again instructed the miners. Check this list carefully. See if there's anything missing. One miner replied. Yes, sir. After receiving the list and opening it for everyone to see, he read aloud. Let's see. Gold, silver, copper, coal. What's coal? Another miner, noticing his friend's confusion, quickly explained. I've heard of that stuff before. It's a type of black rock that burns easily. The miner holding the list was surprised. A rock that catches fire? Sounds strange. Next on the list was sulfur. The miner asked, do we even have sulfur in Rosen? Opening the paper further, the miners noticed something written in the corner. What's this in the corner? One of them asked. The miner holding the list read aloud. Report immediately if you find the following mineral. A shiny black rock that resembles obsidian but is more brittle. It's called graphite. A while later, a large shipment of minerals was brought to Hyang. Seeing the pile of resources before him, Hyang was very pleased. Excellent. They've done a great job. We now have all the essential materials. Someone nearby reported to Hyang. Your Highness, there's news. The envoy from the Ming Dynasty has returned. Overjoyed, Hyang exclaimed. Ah, finally, they've returned. Inside the court, a table full of books and papers was placed in the center of the room. These are the gifts from the envoy. Your Majesty, one person announced. A minister examined the items on the table, astonished by what he saw. Above, King Sejong was holding a large piece of paper. Frowning in thought, what is this map all about? The king looked at the documents in front of him and asked Hyang. What is all this? These books and maps? Hyang quickly replied. I requested them, father. They are essential for governing the country. Records and maps from Zheng Yi's great expeditions. At this moment, the Minister of Revenue spoke up. I've also heard of someone named Zheng He. He was a eunuch under the Ming Emperor Yongle. It is said that he led expeditions to explore distant seas on the emperor's orders. A bit of information about him: Zheng He, the head eunuch, is greatly honored by modern-day China. I've heard that he even reached places as far as Southeast Asia and Africa. After hearing the minister's account, the king realized that he had also heard of Zheng He in the past. But he still didn't understand how the records of those voyages were relevant to governing the country. Hyang held up the map in front of his father. "Look at this map, father. This is worth its weight in gold." As he spoke, he looked up, only to see both his father and the minister staring back at him with puzzled expressions. They clearly had no idea what he was talking about. Seeing this, Hyang's face showed clear frustration. He continued, trying to explain further. "Do you remember the issue with importing buffalo horns?" The Minister of Revenue repeated. "Buffalo horns?" He seemed to be trying to recall something. Hyang continued his explanation. "Buffalo horns are an essential material for making bows. Osun lacks this material, so we had to import it from the Ming dynasty. However, they only supply it to us when we send tribute missions. That's a hassle, isn't it? Surely the Ming dynasty isn't the only place with buffaloes. I've heard that Dai Viet and Siam also have plenty of buffaloes." Gradually, Hyang guided them toward the main point. "But we don't trade with them at all. And the reason is simple: we don't know how to get there. Right?" At this point, all the ministers let out a collective "Ah." They hadn't considered this before. Hyang, feeling more confident, continued enthusiastically. "But with this map, we will know how to reach those countries. Once we can do that, our kingdom, Rosian, will be able to trade with them without spending unnecessary resources." Hearing Hyang's convincing words, the king stroked his chin, deep in thought. Incredible." As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up, a gesture he had recently learned from Hyang after completing the reform. Seeing the king's unusual action, one of the ministers asked, "Your Majesty, what does that mean?" The king laughed and explained, "It means you're the best. The crown prince taught me this not long ago." Standing next to the minister, Hyang was at a loss for words, managing only a cold smile. Suddenly, the king turned to Hyang. "But, Crown Prince, I'm still puzzled about one thing. The Ming dynasty wouldn't just hand over such an important piece of information. What trick did you pull?" Hearing the phrase, trick, Hyang's face turned grim, feeling a bit nervous. He thought, well, we'll have to go back in time a bit for that story. Back to the day when the diplomatic mission from Joseon visited the third emperor of the Ming dynasty. Emperor Yongle. The emperor sat on his throne, looking down at the envoys and asked, "You've traveled a long way to get here. It must have been exhausting." All the envoys responded in unison. "Your Majesty, you are wise and benevolent." The emperor admired the birdcage that had been presented as tribute and couldn't help but praise. "The tribute you've brought is truly precious. Just as I expected, the falcon from Osun is indeed elegant." The emperor couldn't take his eyes off the bird in the cage. Its feathers were truly beautiful, radiating an indescribable majesty that perfectly matched the emperor's regal aura. Pleased with such a gift, Emperor Yongle decided to offer a gift in return. He asked what Rosian desired. One of the envoys stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, we would like sulfur and copper." Immediately, the emperor instructed his cabinet to negotiate with the envoys and grant Joseon an appropriate amount of both. He then asked if there was anything else they wanted. The same envoy hesitated for a moment before daring to continue. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but we also hope you might grant us a record of Zheng He's voyages." The emperor asked in return, "Zheng He's exploration records? Why does Joseon want that?" After a moment of thought, the envoys began to speak, their words filled with honeyed flattery. Every envoy wore radiant smiles, exuding admiration and enthusiasm. Rosian is just a small country, hidden away in a remote corner of a vast world. Because of this, we truly don't know how big the world really is. Thanks to the grace of Your Majesty, our small nation has learned that this world is filled with many countries. We are deeply grateful to Your Majesty for this. But we have heard that the eunuch, Zheng He, was sent by Your Majesty to spread word of your greatness to the farthest reaches of the world. Hearing such flattering words, the emperor smiled widely, and the Joseon envoys pressed on. Our small nation has only just realized how vast the world is. But for a long time, Joseon has been isolated and unable to fully grasp the grandeur of this world. Therefore, We humbly request a record of Zheng He's voyages so that we may witness the greatness of the Ming dynasty. The officials in the court could barely tolerate the endless praise. Their faces were filled with frustration as they listened to the endless flattery from the foreign envoys. Yet the Joseon envoys didn't stop. They closed with one final plea. We earnestly hope that Your Majesty will allow us to witness Your Majesty's greatness. Hyang concluded the story. And that's how it happened. Father, the king, having listened to the tale, didn't know what to say. So he simply offered words of encouragement. The envoys truly worked hard. The king then pondered. But I'm still curious. No matter how much we flatter them, why would they give us something so valuable? Could they have some ulterior motive? The Grand Censor, hearing this, felt uneasy. As if realizing something, he said, Your Majesty, something seems off about this record. King Sejong asked, What do you mean? The Grand Censor picked up the document from the table. His face serious. This isn't a copy, it's the original. Hearing this shocking revelation, the ministers in the court were stunned. The original record? Could it be a mistake? Will this cause problems later on? The Grand Censor opened the document in his hand. How could this be the original? As he opened the record, a letter slipped out from between the pages. The Grand Censor picked it up and said, Your Majesty, there is a letter inside. The king extended his hand. Give it to me. The Grand Censor, trembling, stepped forward and handed the letter to the king. The king opened it, read through it, and after a moment of reflection, shook his head. Goodness, I don't understand this at all. Hyang, who hadn't yet seen the letter, raised his head and asked for permission from his father. Father, may I read it? The king handed the letter to a court official to deliver to Hyang. Hyang took the letter and opened it. Inside, it read, This document has been delivered through official channels. Therefore, Roshan does not need to question or inquire further about its origins. Reading this, Hyang suddenly imagined the Ming emperor thrusting the letter at his father, saying, Here, take it, just take it, don't ask anything, just take it. After picturing the scene, Hyang couldn't help but think to himself, That's exactly what it feels like. After thinking it over, Hyang looked up at the king and said, Father, it seems like the Ming dynasty just wants to offload this onto us. The king, still doubtful, asked with a worried expression, What do you mean? Hyang recalled the modern times, remembering the steady sound of chalk on the green board and the floating voice of his teacher. Samtron Po, do you know why the emperor of the Ming dynasty sent Zheng He on those expeditions? To understand this, we must first talk about how Emperor Yongle came to power. He ascended the throne through a coup, which meant he lacked a solid foundation. Therefore, he needed to achieve some political accomplishments to show the people. The great expeditions were one way for him to do that. But the question remains, why didn't anyone repeat Zheng He's grand explorations in the 15th century? If they had, the famous age of exploration could have emerged in Asia instead of Europe. The reason lies in their foreign trade policy. It wasn't true trade but a tribute system. Under this system, those who offered tribute had to be rewarded with something in return. However, the tribute system wasn't profitable with distant countries. When they sent ships out to sea and back, they had to reward the contributors and repair ships. If a ship was damaged in a storm or lost, they even had to build new ones. This was costly. So, after Emperor Yongle's death, all records of the expeditions were erased to prevent future emperors from repeating this mistake. That's why, for the Ming dynasty, these records are more of a burden than a treasure. After listening to Hyang's explanation, King Sejong began to understand. Exploration is indeed very expensive. The Minister of Public Works, hearing this, raised a question. If it's so costly, shouldn't we avoid it? Hyang immediately responded, It's not a problem for us because the Ming dynasty is different from us. The king was also curious. How are we different? Hyang grinned mischievously and answered, The difference is in the foreign trade mechanism. While the Ming dynasty uses a tribute system and gifts in return, we can adopt a bilateral trade model. Everyone in the court shared the same confusion. Bilateral trade? Once again, Hyang introduced a new concept. He smiled and explained, Instead of doing things like the Ming dynasty, we can develop bilateral trade. The ministers began to murmur. What is bilateral trade? Hyang continued his explanation. It's the opposite of the Ming dynasty's trade model of tribute and gifts. We can engage in mutual exchange by trading each country's essential goods. His father, curious to know more, asked for further clarification. Hyang respectfully explained. To put it simply, We'll operate based on a principle of trade. The court will handle transportation and ensure the merchant's safety. In return, we'll collect taxes and fees to ensure trade remains profitable. By doing so, we can import many essential goods for the people's daily lives at a lower cost. And the court can control prices since we would be the sole supplier. After hearing Hyung's explanation, King Sejong pondered for a moment. The Minister of Taxation had a few questions. Essential goods for the people's daily lives? Are such things even available from foreign countries? Most of the quality goods we already produce here in Osun. Hyung quickly responded. Do the ministers know about pepper? Suddenly, the Minister of Public Works remembered something. Pepper. Right, the Minister of Works exclaimed. Pepper. I forgot about that. Hyung silently sighed, thinking, these people don't realize how bland food is without pepper. We can only purchase a small amount of pepper from Arab merchants. Which is why it's extremely expensive. Another minister had some concerns. But do we need to import it from abroad? If there's any issue, the people might overspend and cause the nation's wealth to flow out. The Minister of Public Works responded. Of course, there's that risk, but if we blindly try to stop the outflow of funds, it could lead to an increase in smuggling. And when that happens, people will end up spending more money to get the goods. Moreover, corruption will spread as more people will bribe officials to cover up the smuggling. The other minister agreed. That's true. The more prosperous Roshan becomes, the more the people's lives will improve. Isn't that right? Everyone in the court nodded in agreement. We agree. Hyung then spoke up. In that case, Minister of Taxation, where are the other items I requested besides the books? The minister responded. They're in storage. Hyung politely asked his father. Father, may I bring these items into the East Palace? King Sejong immediately agreed, and after counting a few chests, the Minister of Taxation added. There are still 20 more chests left. Hyung was surprised and said. Oh, really? Hyung opened one of the boxes and remarked. There's more here than I thought. Curious, the Minister of Taxation asked. What is it? Hyung quickly replied. Sugar. The minister asked again. Sugar? Cane sugar? Hyung once again recalled his teacher, Samchonpo, who had said, during the Joseon period, sugar was a valuable ingredient for cooking. Due to the difficulty of growing sugarcane, sugar was very expensive and considered a luxury item. The ministers were taken aback. Sugar? Such an expensive item? And the crown prince has 20 chests of it? King Sejong, surprised, said, Crown Prince, even though you are the heir, living so extravagantly. Hyung silently laughed to himself. He then asked the Minister of Taxation, Minister, does the list of goods include their prices? How much does it cost? The minister checked and exclaimed in shock. Let me see. Sugar, sugar, oh, 20 taels of silver. Everyone was astonished. King Sejong, shocked, asked, Is there a mistake, Minister of Taxation? How much sugar was purchased in total? The minister responded politely. A total of 201 worth of sugar. Your Majesty. Once again, everyone in the court was stunned. What? The minister's voices trembled with disbelief. In the market, that amount of money wouldn't even buy a handful of sugar. How is this possible? The words of teacher Samchonpo echoed in Hyung's mind. But you know, if we examine the records of the Joseon dynasty more closely, we'll see how severely Joseon had closed its doors to the outside world. The people of Joseon had no idea that the Ming dynasty had begun mass-producing sugar. They produced so much that sugar was considered a secondary commodity. Hyung continued. So, that's how I was able to buy the sugar at such a dirt cheap price. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oh, King Sejong praised him. I'm so proud of you. You're very knowledgeable, truly worthy of being my crown prince. Suddenly, the Minister of Public Works objected. But we already have honey and 5-grain syrup to replace sugar. Therefore, we don't need to rely on foreign products. Another minister spoke up. Minister, your reasoning is flawed. Honey is hard to find. And 5-grain syrup depends heavily on the annual crop yield. Instead, isn't it better to rely on foreign products? Why choose the harder path when there's an easier one available? The two ministers stared at each other, sparks flying between them. The other minister continued. This isn't about choosing between hard or easy. If we keep importing, Joseon will become dependent on foreign countries. Even so, are we just going to sit back and let smuggling run rampant? Hyun interrupted their debate. I want to ask the ministers, has anyone here ever tasted cane sugar before? Everyone looked confused. What? One by one, they began to answer. One said they had tried it once. Another mentioned tasting it once after passing the state exam. Some even admitted they had never tasted it at all. Hyang sighed deeply and muttered to himself. Our Joseon is really poor. Isn't it? King Sejong overheard him. What did you just say? Hyang quickly replied. Oh, nothing, father. He then changed the topic. I have a suggestion that I hope father will accept. Since we've recently acquired a large amount of sugar, why don't we share a portion of it with the court officials and use it as a reward for palace servants? The ministers began murmuring. Using sugar as a reward? Hyang continued. Yes, I believe it's important to recognize and reward those who have consistently placed the nation above all else and devoted themselves fully. Soon after, palace servants and court officials began receiving sugar as a reward. Not long after, all the ministers agreed to sell off the sugar stockpile. A few days later, while the king was leisurely enjoying his sugar with great pleasure, Hyan suddenly ran in from outside. Father is calling for you, he said, seeing the crown prince enter. The king, who hadn't yet swallowed the piece of sugar in his hand, was slightly startled. Oh, crown prince, you're here already? Noticing his father eating sugar again, Hyan shouted, Father, you're eating sugar again. Look, your belly is getting bigger. The king, not willing to back down, replied, I was just about to skip dinner. Hyan continued to argue with his father. What if you get diabetes? His father helplessly exclaimed, I already know. Goodness. The two of them were locked in a never-ending argument over the king's sugar addiction. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. Your Highness, the ministers have arrived. The king had no choice but to pause the argument with his son. Clearing his throat, he called out, Let them in. The doors opened, and 3 ministers slowly stepped inside. Each one moved with great dignity. Their faces serious, and their aura unlike that of ordinary people. Hyan turned to look, wondering, who are they? This was the first time he had met these men. Once the ministers were all present, the king began to speak. As you all know, the left minister has just retired to his hometown. After the previous incident, several high-ranking positions have remained vacant. I have now made my decision regarding these appointments. Turning to Hyan, he continued, This is probably the first time the crown prince is meeting you all. So why don't you introduce yourselves? Hyan glanced at the men beside him, unsure of who they were. The first man introduced himself. My name is Mensa Young, Right Minister. The next was Hoang Hai. I am the new Left Minister. Finally, Remix introduced himself. I am the Prime Minister. Hearing their introductions, Hyan was stunned. His emotions began to spiral as he thought, this is crazy. Could it really be them? He looked over at the 3 men and thought to himself, they've really arrived. Overcome with excitement, he thought, if they're here, that means. Meanwhile, the king continued to speak with the ministers. First, he turned to the Minister of Public Works and inquired about the water measurement issue he had mentioned before. Your Highness believes we need more accurate tools than what we are currently using. Jiang Ion Shin, take charge of this matter. The king commanded. The Minister of Public Works immediately obeyed. Despite his father's ongoing discussions, Hyan was lost in his own thoughts. Could it really be Jiang Ion Shin? Could this be the grand entrance I've been waiting for? The appearance of the Avengers? In his study at the Eastern Palace, Hyan was diligently writing. After finishing his notes, he rolled up the paper and proudly shouted, all done. His small hand clenched the paper as he quickly walked to the door. Reaching the door, he urged, let's go to the royal infirmary. Hurry. The servant bowed respectfully and responded, yes, Your Highness. A bright smile appeared on Hyan's face as he said to himself, I'm going to greet him right now. Jiang Young Shin, sir. At the Eastern Palace, Hyang's voice echoed with regret. So, Jiang Ion Shin isn't at the royal infirmary right now. Huh? The guard standing nearby responded. Yes, Your Highness. He is currently at the water clock. Hyang's face showed clear signs of disappointment and helplessness. Oh no, he muttered. Seeing how much the crown prince wanted to meet Jiang Ion Shin, the guard intended to summon him to the Eastern Palace right away. However, Hyang quickly turned and said, there's no need to constantly summon busy people. It's not right. Then, he asked, you said he's at the water clock? The guard bowed and answered, yes, Your Highness. Without delay, Hyang set off to the water clock to find Jiang Ion Shin. Upon seeing the enormous structure in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel. Wow, it's huge. So, this is Osin's early water-powered timekeeping device. It's even bigger than I imagined. Suddenly, a man approached the structure, rubbing his forehead in deep thought, as if wrestling with a tough problem. This won't work, no. That won't either, he muttered to himself. Hyang walked up to the man and asked, "Hey, are you Jiang Ion Shen?" The man bowed and replied, "Your humble servant greets the crown prince." Hyang smiled and said lightly, "Humble servant? If a 5th rank official still calls himself that, people will curse you. You know, I wouldn't dare." Jiang Ion Shin replied. Hyang continued, "Never mind that. I noticed you were looking at the water clock with a worried expression. Is there an issue?" The man politely responded, "Yes, Your Highness has ordered me to create a more accurate water-powered timekeeping device. I understand the basic principles, but calculating all the necessary measurements is proving a bit challenging." Hyang smiled and replied, "I see. What if we made a smaller device?" Jiang Ion Shen was initially surprised but then replied, "I've thought about that as well, but it's impossible to make it any smaller than this." Hyang's eyes sparkled as he said, "Well then, I've sketched a design for a new kind of clock. Since you specialize in this field, would you like to take a look?" Receiving the paper from Hyang, the official seemed doubtful, thinking that the crown prince might be speaking nonsense. Designing a clock was no simple task, but as he opened the paper, his eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, this is using the force of a pendulum instead of water and gears? This design is far too convincing. What shocked him even more was that such an intricate design had come from a child. The official could hardly believe his eyes. It was truly miraculous. Seeing that the man in front of him had finished looking at the design, Hyang's face brightened up as he asked, "So, what do you think?" The official asked back, "Did the crown prince come up with all of this by himself?" Hyang replied, "To be honest, 30% of it is knowledge from the West, actually. It's 100% knowledge from the 21st century. Hyang asked again, "So, what do you think? Can you make it?" The official seemed a bit concerned and said, "I'm not entirely sure, but I'll give it a try." Hearing this, Hyang was overjoyed and smiled from ear to ear. "Great, let's get started right away." The official didn't waste any time and took the design with him to follow the crown prince's orders. After taking a few steps, Jiang Ion Shin suddenly stopped and said, "I almost forgot. I probably can't do it right away. I'm currently working on another task under orders from His Highness. I beg the crown prince's pardon, but I'll start on the clock as soon as I finish that." Instantly, Hyang's mood dropped, and he pouted in disappointment. "I'll take care of that task for you." The official, not quite understanding, asked again, "What did you say?" Hyang repeated, "I'll handle the order from my father. You can start working on the clock design now." The official was still in disbelief. "Is that really okay? I could lose my head for this." Hyang reassured him, "Don't worry, you said it yourself. It's difficult to calculate all these numbers on your own. Do you know anyone skilled in calculations?" Jiang Ion Shin thought for a moment. "For calculations, there's Lord Young Cho from the Ministry of Public Works, and Lord Young YG from the Hall of Sages. I've also heard that Lord Etron from the Ministry of Justice is quite skilled as well." Hyang clapped his hands with excitement. "Got it, I'll take care of all that for you. You don't need to worry anymore. Just start working on this." With that, Hyang handed Jiang Ion Shin another scroll with the name, "Knock High," written on it. The official took the scroll but didn't quite understand what it was for. After visiting Jiang Ion Shin, the crown prince went to see his father. When the king saw him arrive, he asked, "What brings you here?" "I have a proposal," the crown prince replied. The ministers, hearing that the crown prince had yet another proposal, had mixed feelings. Most of them, however, broke into a cold sweat, filled with worry and shock. The crown prince always gave them headaches. Without hesitation, Hyang stated his request. "Father, I would like to enlist some people." The king asked, "You want to enlist people?" Hyang continued to explain, "I need to use Lord Dung Cho from the Ministry of Public Works, Lord Dung Easy from the Hall of Sages, and Lord White Trio from the Ministry of Justice." The ministers couldn't help but express their surprise. "My lord." Hyang wasn't done yet and continued, "I also need some skilled craftsmen from the military and Lord Jiang Ion Shin from the Royal Infirmary." The Minister of Public Works quickly interrupted. "Your Highness, those people." The king turned to the minister and asked, "Why are you so surprised? Is there a problem with these people?" The minister hesitantly replied, "No, Your Highness, please forgive me, but all of these individuals are key talents in their respective departments. Without them, Handling state affairs will become very difficult. I understand that what the crown prince wants to accomplish is important. But national matters take precedence. The king turned to Hyang and asked, "Explain to me why you need these people." After a moment of thought, Hyang replied, "I want to invent some things that will help make Osun stronger." His father was curious, so Hyang clarified, "I have several inventions in mind that could further strengthen Osun. Right now, I have about 10 designs already drawn up in my study at the Eastern Palace. But they're only the basic structures. Precise calculations still need to be made, which is why I need these experts in mathematics. Moreover, if they, like me, help invent these things, they'll become pioneers who will contribute to Osun's wealth and military strength, making us like a tiger with wings." Seeing Hyang's confidence, the king was slightly puzzled. Really? The minister next to him also didn't quite understand what the crown prince was up to. The next day at the Eastern Palace, 3 officials were sitting together discussing. The first to speak was Lord Dung Easy. "It's been a while, Lord Jiang." Lord Jiang replied, "Yes, Lord Dung Easy. Long time no see." Lord Dung Inji then turned and asked, "The crown prince said you're working on a clock. Is that true?" Lord Jiang responded, "Yes, this is the clock design that the crown prince drew." He opened the design for everyone to see. As they looked at the drawing, Lord Yung Igi realized something and said, "This seems to be a system that uses a single time structure to define the entire day. I was going to ask about this. Rojin uses a different system to measure time at night. But won't this be confusing for the people? We'll be forcing them to use the same system for both day and night." At that moment, Hyang pushed the door open and entered. Everyone immediately stood and bowed. "Your humble servants greet the crown prince." Hyang overheard their concern and explained, "The current way of measuring time depends on the seasons. So it's inefficient. Wouldn't it be better for the people to follow one unified time system?" The officials all nodded in agreement. "That's true. But, Your Highness, why have you summoned us?" they asked. Without a word, Hyang placed a thick stack of papers on the table in front of the 3 officials. "Could you kindly solve all these math problems for me?" In his hands were sheets of math problems he had prepared for the 3 officials. His sunny smile made the officials even more uneasy. Who summons top officials just to give them math problems from a child? Raising the stack of problems, Hyang grinned cheerfully. "Would you kindly solve these for me?" Lord Jiang Ion Su of the Royal Infirmary and Lord Li from the Ministry of Justice were both in shock. Their eyes wide open, unable to speak, when the crown prince handed out the math problems to the officials. It was Lord Yung Ichi's turn from the Hall of Sages, and he expressed clear concern. Nervously, he asked, "What is this?" Hyang responded, "Just a few simple problems. As easy as candy. Solve them first, okay?" The math problems that the crown prince handed out seemed quite difficult. Even though these officials were considered some of the best mathematicians in the Eastern Palace, they had to rack their brains to figure them out. Lord Li John was utterly confused when he reached a question about calculating the area of a piece of land. Unsure how to approach it, Lord Jiang Ion Su rested his chin in his hand, wishing he had an abacus with him. After a while, Hyang was at a loss for words when he saw their scores. Deep in thought, he muttered, "This is a bit of a disaster. The highest score is only 70. I really need to popularize Arabic numerals. And they need to learn math, too, but I'm too busy to teach them. What should I do?" Then, the crown prince had a light bulb moment and came up with a reasonable plan. "If that's the case, I'll have to find some Arab mathematicians." 1 month later, at the Tu-Chin Hall, after completing the pendulum clock he had designed himself, the crown prince proudly brought it to his father for inspection. The king and the ministers were astonished to see such a groundbreaking invention. With a confident look, the crown prince pointed at the clock and said, "This is the new clock, meant to replace the water-powered ones. This clock will not only be placed in the palace but also in all 6 ministries. That way, everyone in Osun will be able to tell the time." The king approached the clock with a big smile and said, "That's right." He immediately ordered the Minister of Public Works, "Begin installing this clock in the palace and the 6 ministries." The Minister of Public Works responded loudly, "Yes, Your Highness." The other ministers, seeing this, were also filled with joy and whispered to one another, "The crown prince has invented something remarkable again." As expected of the crown prince, life will be much more convenient from now on. However, this was just the beginning of a nightmare. After some time using the new clocks, the ministers, who were not yet accustomed to the new system of time calculation, started arriving late to their meetings at Tu Chin Hall. This made the king very frustrated. When they finally arrived, the king pointed at the clock and asked the ministers, Minister of Personnel, Minister of Household, what time is it now? Both ministers, feeling ashamed, wanted to cry as they hurriedly apologized and begged for forgiveness from the king. In another scene, at the Ministry of Rights, the head of the ministry was also furious with his subordinates. Why haven't you finished the tasks I assigned yet? His subordinate could only bow his head and plead, Please forgive me, my lord, I beg for a little more time. The head of the ministry continued to scold. How is it still not done? Didn't you say it would be finished by 5 p.m.? The subordinate had no response and could only apologize again. I'm terribly sorry, my lord. Over at the Ministry of Public Works, the head was also angrily shouting at his officials. When will this report be finished? The terrified officials responded, If you allow us, we will work until 7 p.m. to complete it. But the head of the ministry glared at them and raised his voice. Are you serious? It's 7 a.m. now. Not 7 p.m. Are you all being lazy? The officials quickly replied, No, my lord, we wouldn't dare. The head then turned away coldly and said, You all graduated from the military academy. But you're this slow? Outside, at a tavern near the Eastern Palace, the commoners were also in disarray. This newfangled clock is a curse. Who came up with this weird invention? I want to find them and give them a beating. One man, clearly frustrated, shouted, That useless minister of public works. I want to resign. During a stroll with the crown prince, the king cheerfully said, Thank you, Hyang. The crown prince, confused, looked up and asked, For what, father? The king smiled and replied, Thanks to you, the entire court has become much more lively. We're no longer wasting time like we used to. Hyang humbly replied, You're too kind, father. I will continue to work hard and bring you even more useful things. The king patted his son on the head and laughed. You're too modest. I'm very proud to have a son like you. Afterward, the king asked the crown prince, Is there anything else you need to create those inventions? Hyang chuckled mischievously and replied, To be honest, I really do need something. The king, full of excitement, asked, Really? Let me hear it. Still calm and composed, Hyang answered, It's nothing big, father. I just need a small, independent building. The king was so shocked by the request that he nearly fell over. A separate building? He exclaimed. With sparkling eyes, Hyang pleaded, Yes, I need a space to focus on my research. While I was working on the clock, I encountered many difficulties because I didn't have a proper space. My desk was so cluttered with blueprints and parts that I had to eat my meals on the floor. The king, still hesitant, said, But a whole separate building might be a bit wasteful. Hyang, like a child throwing a tantrum, cried out, If I had my own space, I could have made even more inventions by now. Seeing Hyang's pitiful tears, the king was flustered and finally relented. All right, I understand, but this isn't something I can decide on quickly. Let me discuss it with the ministers first, and I'll get back to you. 5 days later, the Institute for Scientific and Technological Development of Osun was officially established. The ministers were speechless when they came to visit. As they entered, a gentle, cold breeze swept through the tiny room, which was only a few square meters in size. They asked each other in disbelief, Is this really a government department? It's so small it's barely bigger than a closet. The crown prince, though a bit disappointed, tried to stay optimistic and said, We're starting small, but the results will be grand. I guarantee no one will dare look down on us. One official asked, So, what exactly are we supposed to do here? Hyang smiled and responded, Good question. Come inside first. The crown prince then showed them a diagram of the institute's structure. Standing tall, Hyang proudly introduced it to the ministers. This is the organizational chart for our research institute. Here, we will conduct technical research to make Osun stronger and more prosperous. First, I will be the director. Under me, there will be 2 divisions. The first is the Division of Basic Science and Technical Research, which will be responsible for research. Let's call it the Basic Division. The second is the Division of Applied Science and Technical Research, which will apply our research results to real-life situations. We'll call it the Applied Division. The ministers were amazed and murmured in admiration. Hyang continued to assign tasks. Lord Dung, Lord YG, and the Minister of Public Works will belong to the Basic Division, while Lord Li Chan will be part of the Applied Division. Lord Jiang will manage military supplies and the craftsmen from various departments to produce the necessary tools for research. One official, still confused, asked, I understand, but what exactly will we be working on? Hyang quickly replied, let me explain right away. The basic division will use mathematics to study fields such as metallurgy, chemistry, architecture, and many more. The task of the applied division is to elevate the research results to a higher level, based on the findings from the basic division and existing knowledge. Hyang explained. Jiang Ian Su hesitantly asked, metallurgy and architecture are considered academic fields too? Hyang confidently replied, of course, only by thoroughly understanding the theory can we come up with more diverse ideas. Lord Yang acknowledged, I understand, Your Highness. Hyang continued, and if any of you know officials who are skilled in mathematics, you must bring them into the institute. If there aren't enough, you can even bring in Muslim scholars. Jiang Young Su was quite puzzled, thinking to himself, Muslims? Aren't they just merchants from Saracen? He then expressed his concern to the Crown Prince. I beg your pardon, but if we employ Muslims, the ministers will surely oppose it. Hyang clarified his thoughts. It's essential for the research the basic division will soon undertake. If anyone objects, just mention my name. He continued. It's said that Muslims have been present on the Korean peninsula since the Silla dynasty, and trade with them began during the Silla period and extended through both the Korean and Joseon dynasties. They're excellent at mathematics, so they will certainly be helpful. The Crown Prince then proposed a new idea to the ministers. Let's improve our firearms. Lord Li Chan was taken aback. What? Hyang chuckled to himself. For a military man, there's no sweeter proposal than this. Li Chan bowed his head and replied, I will accomplish this at any cost. The Crown Prince was pleased. Good, but first, we need someone who understands firearms. Do you know anyone skilled in this area? Lord Li then recommended General Choi Hazen. He's the overseer of the Military Supplies Bureau and the son of General Choi Susan, a former officer of the Joseon dynasty. Currently, he's probably working at the Ministry of War. Hyang beamed with excitement. In that case, let's head straight to the Ministry of War. Li Chan responded, Yes, Your Highness. Scene transitioned to the Ministry of War. As soon as Hyang entered, an official approached and asked, Does the Crown Prince wish to see me? The official was none other than the former military man and firearm expert, Overseer Choi Hae-san of the Military Supplies Bureau. Initially, the Crown Prince felt a bit shy meeting General Choi, thinking to himself, he really has an overwhelming aura. After regaining his composure, Hyang cheerfully said, It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard much about you. However, just a moment later, upon seeing Choi Hae-san's stern and serious face, Hyang could only offer a nervous smile. Worrying. Oh no, this doesn't look good. But despite his intimidating appearance, Choi Hae-san was actually not as scary as he seemed. He smiled warmly and said, Thank you, Crown Prince. It is my honor to meet you. Choi then asked, So, what brings you to the Ministry of War? Your Highness? Hyang sighed in relief and quickly invited General Choi to sit down and talk. The Crown Prince then made an offer to both Lord Li Chan and General Choi Hae-san. Would the two of you like to join me in inventing something? General Choi, surprised, asked, What exactly do you mean? Your Highness? Hyang explained clearly, I want to improve the weapons of Osin's military. Upon hearing the word weapons, General Choi was even more astonished. That's right, Hyang continued. We can't compare ourselves to the military strength of the Ming dynasty, and when it comes to close combat, Japan has also surpassed us. Do you agree? General Choi, convinced by the Crown Prince's reasoning, nodded. That is true. Hyang went on. Furthermore, our financial situation is terrible, and we can't afford to recruit more soldiers. So, to solve this issue, I believe the first step is to improve the quality of our weapons. And then we can gradually increase our troops. General Choi offered his opinion. Please forgive me, Your Highness, but the quality of Osin's spears and swords is already excellent. Hyang reassured him. I know, but weapons aren't limited to just spears and swords. The type of weapon I'm talking about is gunpowder-based. Lord Li's eyes widened in shock. Your Highness means firearms and cannons? Do you have plans to improve those? Seeing the mischievous smile on Hyang's face, both officials felt a bit uneasy. A 10-year-old child with such a confident expression. What is going on here? They wondered. Hyang said, When I have a detailed plan, I'll explain everything in depth. But first, I want to see the effectiveness of Osen's cannons. Could we organize a demonstration? Lord Li responded. A demonstration? That would require permission from His Highness the King. The Crown Prince quickly said. All right, I'll go ask my father for permission. Scene transition to the king. The king was quite surprised when he heard Hyung's request to organize a demonstration. Is this really necessary? If you're just asking for fun, I don't see the point, he said. However, in the end, the demonstration was approved and took place. On the day of the event, Hyung carefully observed and took notes. The cavalry and archers opened the demonstration. However, something puzzled Hyung. The spears the soldiers were using were shorter than the ones he remembered. When the order to shoot was given, the soldiers released their arrows, and the cavalry was quite energetic. Yet Hyung noticed something odd. Why are they pulling the horses back? Doesn't that waste all the momentum they worked so hard to build? He thought. The cavalry's task is to break through the enemy's first line of defense. Right? Hyung sighed in concern. The long road ahead of me, he thought. Next up was the firearms and cannon demonstration. Choi Hae-san, in his military uniform, looked incredibly impressive. Hyung's eyes lit up with excitement, feeling a surge of anticipation. Finally, it's time. Let's get started already. But he also wondered, why does the back of my neck feel so hot? The cannons were brought in one by one. The largest cannon was called the Sky Cannon, followed by the Earth Cannon, and finally, on the outermost side, there was a mysterious handheld cannon, an improved version of the Sky Cannon. The command to fire was given, and the cannon shot out its projectile with immense power, soaring through the sky with a thunderous boom. The king, delighted, exclaimed, "What powerful firepower! How far did that go?" One of the ministers standing nearby answered, "About 1.300 paces. Your Highness." The king, beaming with joy, said, "This is fantastic, absolutely remarkable." He then turned to Hyung and asked, "So, what do you think?" Hyung was so deep in thought that he didn't respond right away. The king had to call him several times before the crown prince finally snapped out of his thoughts and replied, "Oh, I think it's amazing, father. All thanks to the excellent generals and skilled soldiers." Choi Hae-san, also pleased, humbly said, "The crown prince is too kind." After that, Hyung made another request to the king. "Father, may I speak with the cannon operators for a bit? I'd like to confirm a few things." The king, feeling a bit suspicious, thought to himself, what kind of trick is this boy up to now? The scene shifts to the soldiers firing cannons. Seeing the crown prince arrive, they respectfully bow and say, "Greetings, Your Highness." The crown prince Hyung praises and thanks them, saying, "Thanks to your efforts, this nation enjoys peace. I am deeply grateful to all of you." They humbly respond, "Your Highness is too kind." Suddenly, Hyung notices something unusual. "I was thinking about this earlier. Why are their armors all different?" The crown prince then asks, "Did you all prepare your own armor?" The soldiers reply in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Hyung ponders, "No wonder the armor looks different. It makes sense. Actually, I've heard that during the time of Roshan, soldiers had to prepare their own armor. So it's only natural." He puts the armor matter aside for later. "First, I need to do something." Then the crown prince asks, "Are all the cannons and handheld cannons here?" General Choi responds, "Yes, Your Highness." He uncovers the tarp to reveal a large number of weapons, swords, spears, and cannons neatly arranged. Hyung is overjoyed, exclaiming with emotion, "Who would have thought I'd get to see this with my own eyes? The color is beautiful." Choyasan, confused by the reaction, wonders, what is he talking about? After that, the crown prince carefully examines the weapons and realizes they're still using wooden cannons without braces, meaning there's no stopper to enhance the gunpowder's power. He mutters to himself, "Well, it will be quite some time before cannons with braces become common. So it makes sense for them to still use regular handheld cannons." Then, he suddenly notices something. Hyung asks, "Is this cannon made of wood with braces, right?" Choyasan replies, "Yes, Your Highness." The crown prince, resting his chin on his hand, ponders like an old man. Although improvements are being made, it's clear that a full upgrade is necessary. The key issue is, where should the improvements begin? He decides to set aside the cannons for now and turns his attention to the handheld cannons. Hyung starts asking General Choi questions continuously. How is the penetration power of the handheld cannons? Do the Jurchen army wear armor? General Choi replies, "Yes, Your Highness. There are various levels of armor, but they all wear either heavy or light armor. The Crown Prince then inquires. So if they wear light armor and are hit by one of these handheld cannons, what happens? Choi Hae-san gives his best guess. I haven't witnessed it firsthand, but according to reports from the north, a Jurchen warrior was killed at a distance of 40 paces, which is about 50 meters. After hearing this, the Crown Prince says, I understand, I've seen enough, let's head back. As they walk back, Hyang is deep in thought. This is complicated, it's tough to pinpoint the exact issue. Where should I start? After the drill, the Crown Prince expresses his satisfaction, praising the generals and soldiers. Well done, everyone, I have prepared food and drink, so eat and drink to your heart's content. Hearing this, the soldiers jump in joy, cheering in excitement. Long live His Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. As for the Crown Prince, he couldn't stop thinking. Hyang could no longer hold it in and blurted out. This isn't right, I'm too curious, I can't stand it anymore. The Crown Prince called over 2 soldiers from the artillery and handheld cannon team. They looked at each other in confusion before responding. Yes, Your Highness? Hyang grinned mischievously and said, follow me for a moment. I have some questions for you. Before getting to the main topic, the Crown Prince politely said, I apologize for delaying you from joining the feast. Hearing this, the 2 soldiers waved their hands and replied, no need to worry about that. Your Highness, we're fine. Relieved, the Crown Prince said, really? In that case, I'll ask freely. Although the 2 soldiers seemed eager and unhesitant, inside they felt a bit uneasy. Crying internally, the Crown Prince then began asking very practical yet highly specialized questions. First of all, when using these handheld cannons, do you find any inconveniences? I mean, do you feel uncomfortable or encounter any difficulties? Please speak freely. The 2 soldiers candidly replied. It's not exactly uncomfortable, but there are difficulties. Hyang's face showed concern as he asked, what difficulties? One of them responded, most handheld cannons need to be mounted on a pole to fire. But even the strongest artillerymen struggle to fire more than 2 shots. The range and accuracy are also problematic. If the target is close, the accuracy is high, but the farther away the target is, the harder it is to hit precisely. Hyang raised his hand and asked, may I hold it? Picking up the cannon pole, he understood the problem immediately. The center of gravity tilts too far forward. But is it just because the cannon is too heavy? Curious to know more, the Crown Prince asked, how heavy is this handheld cannon? General Choi replied, 3 gon and 8 real. Your Highness. Hyang continued, and what about the length? Choi answered, each cannon varies, but the shortest is at least 4 feet long. So, the lengths are different? Choi hesitated before awkwardly replying. That depends on the measurement system used. So there are some small discrepancies. Hyang was shocked to hear this. What? That's the same as saying the rulers are of different lengths in modern times. Wasn't there a standard measurement agreed upon before manufacturing these? General Choi quietly explained that they were all tribute items. Hyang bit his lip and thought to himself, it seems the issue isn't just the cannon's center of gravity but something else. He then asked, how much gunpowder is used for this handheld cannon? After hearing the amount General Choi mentioned, the Crown Prince was left speechless, shocked to the point where he felt like he needed immediate medical attention. Seeing this, the general anxiously asked, are you all right, Your Highness? Hyang scratched his head and replied, I'm fine. The amount of gunpowder needed is much greater than I thought. After understanding all his previous doubts, the Crown Prince said, you may go now. General Choi, Hae-san, let's go. Hyang didn't even look back, smiling brightly as he encouraged them. Well done, everyone. The 2 soldiers happily responded. Thank you, Your Highness. But they were still puzzled. Why is the Crown Prince so curious about these things? He's still young. What would he know? Must just be curiosity. Meanwhile, Hyang was quite pleased because he had figured out where the problem lay. While walking with General Choi Hae-san, the Crown Prince asked, General, does the process of firing a handheld cannon require 2 people to work together? General Choi responded, usually, yes, Your Highness. Still curious, the Crown Prince continued, but I've heard that 1 person can operate it alone. Choi Hae-san explained, if necessary, the artillerymen can clamp the cannon under their right armpit or use their right hand while igniting the fuse with the left hand. Hearing this, Hyang sighed and said, that sounds really inconvenient and complicated. The general agreed, indeed, that's why we normally use 2 people. But that creates a manpower issue. Expanding the number of artillerymen becomes more difficult. The Crown Prince nodded and said, "Now I understand. Let's focus on solving the handheld cannon issue first." Hiang then recalled when he was still Kim Jin-ho. Before being reincarnated as Crown Prince Hiang, he had once traveled to the United States to work on shipbuilding, where he met many military enthusiasts. One of his friends there had invited him to see his collection. In that collection, Jin-ho saw numerous firearms from all eras, displayed like in a museum. That friend had once said, "Jin-ho, let me show you how to make ammunition." Jin-ho had been amazed because his friend even knew how to make bullets. Truly the land of guns, he had thought. He had innocently asked if the bullet's gunpowder was 30 grams. But his friend replied, "No, it's measured in grains, not grams. Remember that, Jin-ho." At the time, Jin-ho hadn't even known how much a grain was in grams. He had checked on his smartphone and had been shocked, barely 2 grams. Jin-ho had marveled. Just under 2 grams of gunpowder can fire a 14-gram bullet at the speed of sound. Incredible. It had been an amazing discovery. Back in the present, reincarnated as Hiang, the Crown Prince pondered. Black powder has about half the power of smokeless powder. But with 1 hectogram of black powder, it should still generate the force of at least 50 calibers. Right? In this era, there are no aiming tools. So aiming with the naked eye is already the best they can do. However, to improve efficiency when aiming by sight, the shots need to be taken at close range or in large quantities. But to provide enough energy for that many shots, the only way is to increase the amount of gunpowder. Yet, if they did that, the artillerymen would be knocked out by the cannon's recoil. Wouldn't they? The Crown Prince sighed to himself. This really is a vicious cycle. Hiang kept muttering, "Should I create a sighting device? But how could I do that in the time of Osen? Maybe I should improve the handheld cannon while I'm at it. I want to do it properly. But can the Zoyan artillery even handle the recoil?" Suddenly, Hiang had an idea. He quickly flung open the door and exclaimed excitedly, "That's it. Let's solve the smaller problems first and then move forward." Hiang reported to the eunuch, "I'm heading to the Ministry of War." Scene shifts to the Ministry of War. General Choi Hae-san was sitting in a strange position, reading a book. When the Crown Prince arrived and saw him, Hiang thought to himself, "Is he reading while doing squats?" Startled, the general quickly stood up, saying, "The Crown Prince has arrived. You're here already." He added, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I'll tidy up right away." Hiang waved it off. "No need. I only have a quick question for you." Feigning a few coughs, Hiang asked, "General, is the thickness of the fuse used for the cannon standardized?" Choi Hae-san replied, "Yes, Your Highness." The Crown Prince then requested, "May I take a look at the fuse?" General Choi quickly went to fetch a fuse for Hiang. Still a bit curious, Choi asked, "But why do you need to see it, Your Highness?" Hiang then asked a favor. "Could you light the fuse for me?" Since it wasn't a difficult request, General Choi agreed immediately and lit the fuse for the Crown Prince. However, the fuse lit briefly and then went out. The Crown Prince said, "I'd like to see other fuses as well." At this point, General Choi's face grew tense, sensing there might be an issue. Hiang, who had already suspected as much, said, "As I thought, General, you've realized the problem too, haven't you?" Choi Hae-san sighed and responded, "The issue is that the fuse can't withstand the wind, right?" The Crown Prince nodded. "Exactly. Has no one reported this problem?" General Choi replied honestly, "No, Your Highness. But if the wind blows out the fuse, it's not a big deal. They just replace it and relight it." Hiang challenged him, "But in the heat of battle, when time is critical, can they afford to do that?" The Crown Prince then ordered, "On the battlefield, time is life. Send an order to the military supply department to determine the appropriate fuse length immediately." General Choi, increasingly impressed, admired the Crown Prince even more. He couldn't comprehend how such a young child could think of these issues. On a beautiful day, the Minister of Revenue and Li Chan ran into each other by chance. Since it had been a long time since they last met, they decided to walk and chat. The minister asked, "Lately, I haven't seen the Crown Prince anywhere. What's he been up to?" Li Chan replied, "The Crown Prince said he's been busy with a very important experiment for the past 5 days. He's been engrossed in the annex of the Research Institute. Not long ago, he even took mercury from the military supply department." The Minister of Revenue was shocked when he heard that. His mouth agape. "Mercury? Why mercury?" he stammered. Scene shifts to the Crown Prince. Yang invited the ministers for a discussion. The crown prince began, "It's been a while since we last met." Then, Yang directly asked, "Minister of Public Works, how is the progress on modifying the calendar?" The minister replied, "We've made some positive progress. Your Highness, we've identified the discrepancies between our calendar and the Ming dynasties, and we are working on adjustments." Hearing this, Yang felt somewhat relieved and asked, "Good, so, when can we expect results?" The minister replied, "It should be completed by this winter, Your Highness." Upon hearing the word, winter, the crown prince's face darkened. "That's too slow," Yang shouted. "The latest it should be completed is by the Mid-Autumn Festival." The Minister of Public Works was taken aback, as he thought it would be impossible to finish by then. Yang, visibly tense, continued, "I've already informed you before. You can use my name to urge them. The deadline is Mid-Autumn Festival. No exceptions." The minister, bowing quietly, responded, "Understood, Your Highness." Next, Yang turned to General Choi Hae-san and General Li Chan. "I have a very important task for you both." Both generals, sweating, cautiously asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" Yang told them to wait a moment as he retrieved a scroll. When he unrolled it, it revealed a design for an improved firearm. Yang confidently said, "With this, the battlefield will be completely different in the future." Li Chan's eyes widened upon seeing the design. The crown prince explained to both generals, "This is the firearm I want to create." The ministers, astonished, stared at the design with open mouths. Yang emphasized again, "With this, the future of warfare will change dramatically. You can rest assured." Then, addressing Li Chan and General Choi, Yang added, "Both of you, let's work together to create this firearm." The two generals hesitated, deep in thought. Minister Eon Su, who had some doubts, asked, "In this drawing, if you pull the ring at the bottom, it seems the curved part at the top would move. So how would the fuse ignite?" Instead of answering directly, Yang asked Minister Jiang, "If it were you, how would you do it?" Minister Jiang shared his thoughts. "If it were me, I would tie the fuse to the spot I'm pointing to here, and place a plate with gunpowder here. When we pull the crescent-shaped part, the tied fuse would move, and the gunpowder on the plate would ignite. The flame would travel into the barrel, causing an explosion, boom." After hearing Jiang's solution, Yang smiled with satisfaction. "Minister Jiang, your analysis is remarkable," the crown prince exclaimed. Now, Li Chan also understood the design, and General Choi added, after hearing Minister Jiang's explanation, "It truly is a brilliant design. This way, we won't need an extra person to light the fuse, and the firing time will be significantly reduced." Yang was pleased inside because they now understood how long it takes to cock and fire the gun. He smiled and said, "Exactly." Minister Jiang, still pondering, asked, "But Your Highness, in this drawing, there is no fuse or the gunpowder plate we just discussed. There's only a protrusion here. How do we get the gunpowder into that?" The crown prince chuckled and explained, "Let me clarify. According to the Westerners, this part here, which looks like a chicken's head, is called the cock, meaning the firing mechanism. In their language, they call this a frizzen, the cap where gunpowder is placed inside." Minister Jiang responded with an understanding nod. "Ah, so you just move the trigger and strike the cap?" The crown prince replied, "Exactly. When it strikes the cap, it will ignite immediately." At that moment, General Choi brought up another concern. "But Your Highness, gunpowder itself is another issue. The gunpowder we currently use has a few serious problems. First, producing gunpowder is very dangerous, and storing it is difficult. If the ingredients are mixed too violently, they can rub against each other and cause an explosion. And if it isn't stored properly, the mixed ingredients will separate. Furthermore, saltpeter, the main ingredient of gunpowder, absorbs moisture easily. That's why the army mixes it with sand to prevent moisture absorption. So, even if we want to use the cap you mentioned, I'm worried it won't work with such moisture-sensitive materials." After hearing this, the crown prince said, "What General Choi says is absolutely correct and makes perfect sense. But I have something that can solve that issue." Yang then pulled out a bag of powder. None of the ministers knew what it was. "This," the crown prince said, "is the gunpowder I made myself." He thought to himself, "I still want to refine it further. But for now, this is more than enough. I call it silver powder." Minister Jiang, confused, asked, "Silver powder? Does that mean it contains real silver?" The crown prince sprinkled some of the gunpowder onto a piece of paper. imitating the dramatic motion of a modern-day Salt Bay. He smiled and explained, I didn't use silver, I used saltpeter, mercury, and alcohol. Seeing the artist, Dung Ig, staring wide-eyed, Hiang handed him a hammer and said, judging by your expression, you seem curious. Do you want to strike it? Dung Ig took the hammer and hit the paper covered with the gunpowder. At first, he thought, why is he making me do this pointless task? But a moment later, he jumped back, exclaiming, oh my god, as smoke rose from the paper where the silver powder had ignited. The Crown Prince then turned to General Choi and Minister Li, asking, what do you think? General Choi, overjoyed, said, with this, we can absolutely use it. How did you come up with such a thing? Your Highness? Hiang burst out laughing, hugging the general. It's because I'm so clever, of course. Then he added more seriously, this is just a sample based on the design. When we use it practically, we can place it in this position. What do you think? General Choi hesitated and replied, I'm not sure, Your Highness. May I hold it and give it a try? Hiang responded, of course. General Choi held the gun and aimed carefully. He asked the Crown Prince, is this correct, Your Highness? The other ministers admired him, commenting, General looks so cool, very stylish. The Crown Prince chuckled to himself, thinking, these old men. Li John then gave his opinion. If we use this gun, the system of firing multiple rounds won't be suitable anymore. Firing single shots will be much more appropriate. The Minister of Public Works raised a question. But Your Highness, I still don't quite understand the strategy. With only one shot, wouldn't it be difficult to hit the target? Minister Jiang took the gun and said, it seems the protrusion here serves as a sight for aiming, and the length of the gun helps make it easier to hit the target. I get it now, but one thing about the design makes me curious. This gun doesn't use the usual casting method. Does it? Hiang responded, that's right, this gun will be forged, not cast. That's why I want you to inform the military supply department in advance. So, a whole day passed, with Hiang and the ministers discussing how to make the gun until late at night. Scene shifts to the palace. The Crown Prince's father, the king, was deep in thought and asked the eunuch, I haven't seen the Crown Prince lately. He wasn't here yesterday afternoon either. What is he up to? The eunuch replied, Your Highness, the Crown Prince has just arrived. Soon after, the Crown Prince entered the room, and the ministers whispered to each other, speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Hiang entered politely, greeting his father, I hope your majesty is in good health. The king responded, I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been doing? Hiang replied, I was just about to report my current research to you. The eunuch then presented a book to the king, which the Crown Prince introduced as, this is a report on the achievements of the Institute of Science and Technological Development. Your Majesty. The king opened the book and read it carefully. Surprised, he asked, is everything in this report true? The king, reading further in disbelief, repeated, Crown Prince, is everything in here really true? Hiang replied, yes, father, it is. The king was astonished, exclaiming, you've truly developed a method to adjust the Ming dynasty's calendar to suit Rosen's needs? The Crown Prince humbly responded, yes, Your Majesty. Hiang continued, do you remember the issue with the miscalculation of time during the Gucci Cree ritual a few years ago? The king replied, yes, I remember. The ritual was delayed by 15 minutes, and the official responsible for predicting the eclipse was punished. Hiang nodded, exactly. The reason for that unfortunate incident was that the Ming dynasty's calendar didn't align with Rosen's. That's why we had to come up with a suitable formula to adjust the calendar. The king rested his chin on his hand, carefully reviewing the report, and said, so, this will be quite useful. He was curious and asked, what is this astronomical observation tool you mentioned? Hiang explained, it's a tool to observe astronomical phenomena, just as the name suggests. The Minister of Revenue muttered, I don't understand any of this. Hiang felt a bit disappointed but still cheerfully replied, I'll submit another memorial explaining it in detail later. Your Majesty. The king paused for a moment, thinking of asking something else, but held back. He thought to himself, this kid, he's even thinking about relations with the Ming dynasty. Hiang was also deep in thought. Observing celestial bodies could become a major issue in relations between the Ming dynasty and Yoshan. That's why the memorial I submitted suggests that instead of using an independent calendar system, we should adjust our lunar calendar based on the method provided by the Ming dynasty. The king said, when this is dealt with, we'll discuss it further. Hiang, feeling a bit down, bowed his head and replied, "Yes, father." In fact, alongside the calendar corrections, there were other reports of achievements, but the crown prince didn't mention them. This made the king curious, thinking, he didn't talk about the part I'm most interested in. So he asked directly, "Crown Prince, I don't see any report on military matters." Yang hesitated before replying, "That research is being conducted in extreme secrecy. So we need a little more time. Your Majesty." The Minister of Revenue, hearing this, thought to himself, what on earth are they working on? Then Yang said something that made the king furious. "Although we are behind schedule, we would like to request additional funding." The king struggled to contain his anger. "This insolent kid, you need to show me some results before I can grant more funds." Even though the king expressed his frustration, Yang remained silent. Choi Hae-san and Lee John also kept their mouths shut. Despite the king and the ministers trying to pressure them, they didn't reveal anything. Scene shifts to late night in the king's chambers. The king was still restless, thinking, am I supposed to wait until that kid Yang submits his report? Or should I go visit him right now? At that moment, the eunuch informed the king, "The crown prince has arrived." The king ordered, "Let him in immediately." As the crown prince entered, the king leaned forward and asked gently, "Why have you come here so late?" Yang, understanding the situation, respectfully replied, "Please forgive me for coming at such a late hour. Father, I don't have much to report. But I do have one request. I need the military officers and soldiers from the training unit." Scene shifts to a few days later. The military officers and soldiers from the training unit were sent to the research institute. Interestingly, even these soldiers kept their mouths tightly shut and didn't reveal anything. The soldiers assigned to the research institute were quickly moved to another location. Although their location was shielded by fences, security was as tight as possible. Moreover, every day, loud explosions could be heard from inside. Yang placed a sign at the entrance that read, Area 51. In the modern era, Area 51 is a research facility in the U.S., rumored by internet users to be involved in weapon research and alien investigations. When Yang proposed the name to the king, His Majesty didn't understand what Area 51 meant. One of the ministers commented, "I don't know either, Your Majesty." But ever since that sign was put up, a new phrase, "game changer," has started to become popular. The king, puzzled, asked, "Game changer? What does that mean?" The minister replied, "I'm not sure, Your Majesty, but I hear it's a Western expression." Since the creation of Area 51, Yang had begun waking up every day around 6 or 7 in the morning. After fulfilling his duties as crown prince, he would immediately head to the research institute of the military supply department in Area 51. During this period, Yang was incredibly busy. He even started riding a horse to reduce travel time. The sight of Yang riding through the streets became a new attraction in Hanyang. Two officials who saw Yang riding became curious, wondering, what exactly is the crown prince working on? At court, a minister from the Ministry of Revenue reported to the king, "Your Majesty, we can't wait any longer. We must inspect what the crown prince is working on." Another minister added, "Yes, we must ensure the crown prince is using the budget correctly." The king shared the same concern and said, "Do all the ministers think so? I've been thinking the same." The king then ordered, "Summon the crown prince immediately." The chief official responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." When Yang met the king, he respectfully said, "Father, please forgive me. The matter I am working on is related to the national security of Osun, which is why I have no choice but to keep it a secret until we achieve results. This is a top secret issue." The king replied, "I understand, but no matter how secret it is, I cannot allocate more funds without a report." Two ministers exchanged surprised looks and then turned to the king, thinking, is the king really demanding an investigation? Yang became worried, and seeing the anxious look on his face, the king said, "I'll give you time to prepare. How much time do you need?" Yang sighed, thinking, there's no other choice now, and bravely said, "I only need 5 days." "Father." The king agreed, "Very well. In 5 days, we will inspect the research institute." Scene shifts to 5 days later. All the ministers and officials were gathered in front of the research institute. When the king arrived, they bowed in unison. Yang greeted his father excitedly. "Father, you're here." The king replied, "Yes, it seems the scale of research here has grown significantly. There are quite a few more officials now. But I notice they don't look very well. Everyone seems exhausted, or am I imagining it?" Yang quickly replied, "Father, You must have seen it wrong. Let's head inside. As the king stepped in, he was surprised by the items inside. He asked, "Aren't these things made by Minister Jiang? Why do they look so small?" Yang explained, "Those are just small models for display. They don't actually work." The king, still puzzled, said, "Is that all? This doesn't seem to match the budget that was spent." Yang chuckled mischievously and ran to the door of a secret room. Before opening it, he said, "Father, that's just the beginning. The real results are in here." Right inside. As the door creaked open, the king's eyes lit up when he saw the items displayed on the shelves. Stepping into the display room, the king excitedly asked, "What are these things?" He was eager to explore further, saying, "Let's go in quickly." Yang tugged gently on the king's sleeve, cautioning, "Father, everything we're about to see is top secret. So, except for you and the ministers, the other officials must stay outside." The king nodded, understood, and ordered the other officials to wait outside while only the ministers entered. Inside the room, the king asked Eon and the ministers, "Did you and the people at the research institute create all of this?" Yang quickly answered, "Yes, father, and specifically, these people worked very hard." The king smiled and said, "I see, you've all done well." The king then picked up a strange tool and asked, "But what is this long rod for?" Yang explained, "That is a tool called a leveler. As the name suggests, it's used to measure balance horizontally and vertically." He added, "But this isn't the final version. If the iron ball stops exactly in the center, it means everything is perfectly balanced." The king examined the tool carefully and said, "I understand, but why is such precision necessary?" Yang explained, "For construction, father." The king, surprised, asked, "Construction? Tell me more." Yang continued, "Yes, it's crucial for assembling astronomical instruments. The surface must be perfectly level for accurate measurements." Many people walking around the palace wondered what the commotion was about. The king nodded, "I see. So, we could use this tool when building walls for government buildings, right?" Yang, still cautious, said, "Please forgive me, father, but it's still too early to use this tool for construction." The king asked, "Why is that?" Yang responded, "This leveler is still in the experimental phase. Once it's ready for practical use, I'll submit a report." The king replied, "I understand. I'll wait for your report." Then, the king picked up a model of a ship and, intrigued, asked, "This must be a warship. Did you make a model of a battleship?" Yang answered, "Yes, father. This is a scaled model of the largest battleship." The king examined it closely and said, "But this ship looks strange. It doesn't look like an ocean ship." Yang explained, "That's because it's a Western ship. Father, the model is built to the same scale as their largest warship." The king, still holding the model in his hands, exclaimed, "What? The Westerners have already built such a gigantic ship?" Then he added, "But what about the oars?" Yang laughed and said, "That ship doesn't need oars. Father, it runs entirely on wind power." The king, now holding another model, asked, "And what about the weapons?" Yang replied, "The weapon is cannons. Father, if calculated correctly, it can carry about 80 cannons." The king was astonished. 80 cannons? Amazing, Crown Prince. Yang, delighted, said, "I will make you proud." Father. The ministers standing nearby were equally surprised. Then the king noticed a simpler model placed next to the warship and asked, "What's that doing here? Is that a bowl of noodles?" Yang laughed. "No, father, that represents an iron ship." The king and the ministers were shocked and said in unison, "An iron ship?" A few months earlier, Yang had expressed his desire to build an iron ship. At that time, the ministers had been equally surprised, asking, "An iron ship? That's impossible. Even children know iron sinks in water." But Yang had responded, "It's not impossible. We just haven't figured out how yet." Everyone asked, "What do you mean by that?" The crown prince then called for the eunuch. "Bring me a bronze cup and a large basin filled with water." The eunuch agreed, "Yes, your highness," and fetched the items. Yang conducted a simple experiment to demonstrate to the officials. "Look, even iron can float on water." The ministers, intrigued, wanted to hear more. Yang explained, "Even with the same weight, if the object is solid and only touches the water with a small surface area, it will sink. But if it's hollow and the surface area in contact with the water is large enough, iron can float. That's because if we keep the mass the same but increase the volume, the density decreases." One of the ministers stroked his beard and asked, "What's density?" The Minister of Public Works, standing nearby, chimed in, We learned about this at the Foundational Institute. He added, so, if we use thin, strong iron sheets and attach them together, we can build an iron ship. Yang nodded. Exactly. It's that simple. However, one of the ministers raised a concern. But how can we join the iron sheets securely while ensuring that water doesn't seep through? Yang, smiling innocently, replied, that's your research task. I leave that to you. The ministers silently cried inside, wondering if they should just resign. Afterward, Yang had explained to the king why the wooden model was placed there. The Minister of Revenue respectfully said, Your Majesty, I don't think building an iron ship will be easy. The king asked, but do you think we can figure out the method? Yang confidently replied, of course, we already know the principle. Now we just need to find the method. The minister continued, but, Crown Prince, isn't the problem that we don't know how long it will take? King Taejong then asked, will I be able to see an iron ship while I'm still on the throne? At this point, Yang wasn't sure how to respond, but he said, not only may father not see it, but I also might not see it during my reign. Shocked, the king exclaimed, what, even so, do you still believe we should continue this research, even though we don't know how much time or money it will take? Yang, filled with confidence, replied, for the future of Yoshin, we must do it. Father, please trust me. The king and the ministers, taken aback by Yang's confidence, could only say, this kid has some guts. One minister commented, but everything strange that he has done so far has led to good results. The king sighed and said, all right, keep going, but we can't just blindly invest time and money into this. You'll need to prepare and submit a detailed plan, and provide periodic progress reports. Yang, smiling, responded, yes, father. As the king examined more models, he asked, I've been wondering, what's that strange thing in the corner? Yang replied, oh, that's Heron's steamball, father. The king, surprised, said, a steamball? It looks like this? Yang explained, it's a measuring device created by a famous Western scholar from long ago. The king then added, even if we successfully build the iron ship, there's another issue. The heavier the ship, the harder it will be to move with just sails and oars. Right? So how do we plan to make it move? The minister said, that's right, that's another problem. Yang, full of excitement, said, of course, Yang Shin would have thought of that already. I've also considered it. That's why I want to start a new research project with all of you ministers. He called for the eunuch. Bring the device I asked the military supply department to prepare. The eunuch, obedient, replied, yes, your highness, and brought out a device that was spinning. Seeing it, the ministers were amazed. It's spinning like a wheel, and it's getting faster. Yang asked, have you ever seen how a pot lid moves when rice is cooking in the kitchen? The energy from the water and fire can even move that heavy lid. I want to call this a steam engine. The model steam engine was running, and the ministers were surprised at how fast it was spinning. Like a whirlwind, the Minister of Public Works exclaimed, with just a little water and fire. It's able to spin like that. I think it's worth researching. If we can perfect it, I believe we could use it for ships. It would be very convenient and useful because we wouldn't have to wait for the wind to blow in the right direction. Nor would we need so many people to row the ship. Yang waved his hand and said, this isn't just for ships. Minister Li John, confused, asked, you mean we can use it for something else too? Yang, quick to respond, said, what if we used it instead of horses for carriages? The Minister of Public Works and Li John were in disbelief when they heard that the steam engine could replace horse-drawn carriages. Scene shifts to King Taejong. Yang was presenting his invention to the king, who was deep in thought. You want to use this device to pull a cart? I don't understand, the king said. Yang asked, what part don't you understand, father? The king then expressed his concerns. To use this, we'll have to constantly supply it with water and fire. Right? If that's the case, we'll need to carry a large amount of water and wood on the cart itself. Wouldn't that leave no room for cargo? Hearing this, Yang thought to himself, as expected from King Taejong, he's incredibly sharp. Outwardly, he remained calm and responded, I understand what father is worried about, but this steam engine can generate a tremendous amount of power relative to its size. It wouldn't just pull one cart, it could pull many at once. The king was still skeptical. Many carts at once? Is that even possible? Yang, smiling confidently, said, let me show you, father. Excited, he opened the door to the secret room. The king and the ministers were awestruck, exclaiming, what are all these things? Yang thought to himself, This is the ultimate goal of my 21st century passion, the model railroad. He then said, allow me to demonstrate the current capability of the steam engine. The crown prince ordered the eunuch to prepare the steam-powered locomotive. At first, the king was puzzled. You attached a steam engine to wheels? He confidently lit the fire and said, all right, let me start the demonstration. He placed a burning coal into the locomotive's furnace. The king and the ministers held their breath, anxiously waiting for the results. The water inside the locomotive began to boil. Steam was released, and soon the model train started moving along the tracks. The king, overjoyed, celebrated. Oh, it's moving, it's actually working. He smiled and replied, this is just a model. But I will do my best to study how we can apply it in real life. If we succeed, we could travel from Hanyang to Busan in just one day. We could journey from the southern tip to the northernmost part of Yoshin in a single day. And when that happens, the heartbeat of Yoshin will be revived. The king, still amazed, asked, what do you mean by, the heartbeat of Yoshin will be revived? He explained, if we look at the current situation, we can see that the heart of Zoyan has slowed down. Due to the mountainous terrain, people are unable to leave the places where they were born. They live and die on the same land. But if we have trains that can travel across the country, Yoshin will truly witness a new era, bringing widespread benefits to humanity. While Minister Kim Jong and Right Prime Minister Mensa Young were in awe, saying, it sounds like a dream. The king remained calm, carefully considering the idea. He carefully observed the king's expression, trying to gauge his thoughts. Not only was the research promising success, but it was also clear that it would require a significant amount of money and resources. Understanding this concern, the crown prince ordered the Minister of Public Works, present the plan to His Majesty. The minister responded, yes, Your Highness, and, along with another official, retrieved a stack of plans and placed them on the table for the king to review. King Taejong could hardly believe his eyes. It was an enormous pile of plans. He opened the first one, which was a comprehensive development plan for the entire country. There were so many words. It made his head spin. And he muttered, I hate quill pens so much. He explained, these are strategic plans to strengthen Yoshin, based on our geography, economic conditions, population distribution, and resource allocation. The king, overwhelmed, began counting silently, 30, 35, 40, there were 42 volumes in total. He remarked, well, they're worth reading, I suppose, and then ordered the left prime minister, study them with the other ministers. Afterward, he made another request. Father, I have one more petition. The research institute is severely lacking in talent. None of the officials, including myself, are getting proper rest. The king, intrigued, randomly called upon the Minister of Public Works to verify. Is that true? The minister, on the verge of tears, replied, the crown prince is currently managing not just one, but several projects. There's too much work and too few people. We hardly have any time to rest. The king, still curious, asked, can't you find more people? The Minister of Public Works responded honestly. Rumors about the heavy workload have spread everywhere. No one dares to join. At first, many came because they thought they'd be promoted. But every time someone new arrives, the crown prince starts another project. Your Majesty knows, the research institute has only been around for a little over 6 months. But we've already created so many things and have so much work to do. The king, frowning and gritting his teeth, seemed like he would get angry. But instead, he smiled and said, Hiang, you're quite diligent, aren't you? Hiang, grinning and scratching his head, replied, Father, you are truly wise. Now understanding the situation, the king promised, I'll help resolve the personnel issue. But it seems that the research will require a significant amount of funding. This matter needs to be discussed seriously before we make any decisions. Hiang, a bit downcast, responded, I understand, Father. The king then added, but it seems you still haven't shown me everything. I've already provided a substantial budget for the research institute. This can't be all you've accomplished. Noticing the king's expression, Hiang immediately understood. As expected from father, he thought. The king, speaking with a hint of mystery, said, shouldn't we go check it out? He was, of course, referring to Area 51. Early in the morning, the king and Hiang were riding horses together within the palace grounds. The king said, riding horses together like this is quite nice, isn't it? Hiang cheerfully replied, I think so too, father. After a while, the king curiously asked, what does Area 51 feet even mean? Yang suddenly realized and said, "Ah, it's nothing really important. It just sounds nice," and laughed awkwardly. The king gave him a puzzled look. But they continued riding toward Area 51. When they arrived at the entrance, the king said, "It seems we're here." Yang replied, "Yes, father." As they approached the gate, 2 guards stopped them, loudly commanding, "Halt! Only those with proper authorization can enter this area. Present your token." The king, surprised, said, "What? How insolent." Yang quickly explained, "Father, even I can't enter without the token. Security here is of utmost importance. So please don't be upset." Yang then produced a token bearing the yin-yang symbol. Upon seeing the token, the guards saluted and allowed them to enter, shouting, "Permission granted." Watching this ritual, the king was bewildered, thinking, what kind of posture is that? Now that they were past security, they continued riding inside. As they went, the king remarked, "Yang, you seem to take security here very seriously." Yang replied, "It's to prevent any secrets from leaking out." "Father," the king thought to himself, "what exactly is this boy doing here that requires such measures?" Upon reaching the entrance of the display area, they were greeted by General Choi Hae-san and the chief steward, who stood at attention and saluted. The king noticed, this posture is different from before, but it's very formal. General Choi Hae-san bowed politely and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone has worked hard." The soldiers' uniforms looked slightly different but were very distinctive. The king, now curious, asked, "What exactly is the main work here?" The general respectfully replied, "We are focused on improving and developing explosives, Your Majesty. In addition, we are working on advancing cannons and firearms, as well as creating new weapons and military strategies. In short, all military-related research is conducted here." The king nodded. "I understand." Eager to see more, the king said, "I'd like to see what everyone has been working on. General, would you lead the way?" General Hae-san gestured, "This way, Your Majesty," and pointed in the direction. He added, "From here on, we cannot continue on horseback," and requested the guards to open the gate to receive the king. The king thought to himself, what could be behind this gate that requires such strict measures? General Choi Hae-san led the king and Yang into a large open area where military defense equipment was on display. The king, astonished, exclaimed, "What is that? Isn't that gunpowder?" General Hae-san responded, "Yes, Your Majesty. We've developed a new type of gunpowder that is much stronger than the one Zoyan is currently using." The king stroked his beard. Deep in thought, General Choi Hae-san requested permission to explain and led the king to inspect the weapons more closely. As they walked, General Choi began explaining the composition of the weapons in detail. "First, this powder, which resembles dirt in color, is the original gunpowder we use for convenience. It's called original gunpowder." The general picked up a sample and continued, "And this here is a more powerful version, twice as strong, developed from the original gunpowder." The king asked to hold the sample and examined it carefully. He remarked, "It's darker than the original gunpowder." "What's the difference?" General Choi explained, "Allow me to explain, Your Majesty. Like the current gunpowder, the raw ingredients are mixed, and then water is sprinkled on to bind them. Once it's dried, similar to fermented tofu, it's ground into powder and sifted. Up until this point, the process is the same. However, the next step is a bit different." He continued, "The sifted gunpowder must then be mixed with graphite." The king, now able to picture the gunpowder making process, realized that graphite must be what Yang had asked the miners to find. General Choi confirmed, "Yes, Your Majesty." The king asked, "What's its purpose?" The general explained, "It serves several purposes, but when mixed with gunpowder, it prevents moisture and stops the gunpowder from exploding prematurely. Additionally, it allows us to eliminate the need for sulfur." The king, surprised, asked, "No sulfur? But without sulfur, can it still explode?" The general replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The king then asked, "Sulfur has been used in gunpowder for centuries. Are you sure it's safe to omit it?" General Choi responded, "Indeed, Your Majesty. By not using sulfur, the gunpowder gains another characteristic, though this is both a strength and a weakness. It cannot be ignited with a standard fuse." The king, taken aback, asked, "Then how do you ignite it?" General Choi held up an object and said, "We use this, Your Majesty." The king looked at the item in the general's hands but couldn't quite understand what it was. General Choi introduced it. "This is what we call a frizzen, or a bronze firing cap. It can hold the special gunpowder developed by the crown prince. The king was amazed. Using a different type of gunpowder for the ignition? Isn't that too complicated? Choi Hei-san replied. Instead of explaining further, Your Majesty, we've prepared a demonstration. I believe you'll want to see it for yourself. Please follow me to the testing area. When the king and the ministers arrived at the testing grounds, they were astonished by the sheer size of the place. The king remarked, I see there are scarecrows over there. Those must be the targets. Right? General Choi began organizing the demonstration. Let's begin the exercise. 2 soldiers, armed with the new firearms, stepped forward and took their positions. The ministers, not yet familiar with the new weaponry, were puzzled, saying, What are those? They look strange. He chuckled and said, Those are the newly created guns. The soldiers began loading the gunpowder and ammunition. General Choi explained each step to the king. They're using the bronze firing cap to ignite the powder. The soldiers aimed carefully, using their sights to focus on the targets. The general then gave the command, Fire. The soldiers pulled the triggers, and bullets shot through the air, flying straight toward the targets with tremendous force. The power of the shot was astonishing and impressed the king and the ministers. Leaving them speechless, they exclaimed in awe, The power is incredible. Despite the long distance, the force of the shots showed no signs of diminishing. Leaving everyone amazed, the crown prince praised the air, saying sulfur couldn't compare to this. Compared to bows, guns have the disadvantage of limited range. But this weapon has overcome that weakness and possesses tremendous power. It truly is the ultimate weapon. Hyung, upon hearing this, was very pleased but remained humble, saying, You all praise me too much. This is all thanks to the hard work of the officials and artisans. We propose naming this gun, Armored Weapon Cannon, one of the officials said. The prince then turned to General Choi San and remarked, The name, Armored Weapon Cannon, is well suited. Bring it to me. I want to see it with my own eyes. However, General Choi hesitated and responded, Your Highness, before that, may I present another type of explosive? The prince, somewhat puzzled, asked, Another type of explosive? What do you mean? Choi Hesan replied, Yes, Your Highness. To the left is the standard gunpowder we use. Next to it is an explosive known as explosive silver, which the heir developed for use with bronze spears. There's also cotton gunpowder, made from cotton fabric, and on the far left is an advanced explosive called armored gunpowder, which has been improved from cotton gunpowder. Additionally, we have a special explosive oil, which was also created by the heir. Upon hearing this, the prince grew concerned. Explosive silver? Could it be made using precious silver? Hyung quickly clarified, No, Your Highness, we used mercury. While mercury is valuable, it is more accessible than silver. Moreover, it doesn't require much, as it's only used for detonation. Hearing this, the prince felt reassured. Good to know. But what is explosive oil? General Choi ordered someone to bring the explosive oil. A servant brought a wooden box, and the prince commanded, Open the box and show me. The servant opened the box, and General Choi cautioned both the prince and the heir. Please step back a little. It could be dangerous. He then slowly revealed the contents to the prince. The prince marveled at the heir's creation, saying, You have created something extraordinary. Although filled with pride, Hyung humbly stated, Father, you flatter me, but with the current state of Joseon, this weapon cannot be used yet. The prince, surprised, asked, Why not? Hyung explained, This explosive is extremely sensitive to impact during transportation. If the barrels were to collide or experience heavy vibrations, it would explode instantly. Furthermore, during the spring or summer, when the weather is hot, production becomes nearly impossible due to the use of concentrated acid, which makes the manufacturing process very dangerous. Upon hearing this, the prince became worried, saying, Indeed, it seems to be a troublesome weapon. General Choi then spoke up. That is why we have improved and created armored gunpowder, an explosive made by combining cotton gunpowder, explosive oil, and citrus oil in a specific ratio. The prince, slightly shocked, asked Hyung, Combining it with explosive oil? Didn't you just say it's difficult to use? Choi Hesan explained, Cotton gunpowder and citrus oil have neutralized the explosive nature of the oil. Your Highness. The prince finally understood but still inquired, Why do you call it armored gunpowder? General Choi was also left speechless and responded, I'm not entirely sure about that either. Hyung quickly interjected, Ah, right, it's thanks to Your Majesty's grace that the soldiers can use explosives so easily. which is why we named it that. However, Hyang was intentionally hiding the truth. He thought to himself, even if I were to be beheaded, I could never reveal that the name was inspired by the abbreviation of Nazi Germany. Because the method of manufacturing originates from there. The prince, overjoyed, continuously praised Hyang. You have made a great contribution. My son, the new gun and explosive will undoubtedly become a powerful asset for Joseon. Our nation will only grow stronger and more prosperous. The prince then turned to the left minister and asked, how will mass production proceed? The left minister responded, first, we need to determine the production costs. Your Highness, what are the costs? Hyang replied, the cost is about 30% higher than the production cost of the same quantity of standard armored gunpowder. However, by using only half the amount, we can achieve the same power. Currently, though, it is difficult for Joseon to procure large quantities of saltpeter and sulfur. Additionally, the main ingredient, cotton fabric, must be of a high grade without any fibers. The biggest issue, however, is that the primary ingredient for explosive oil is citrus oil, which is extracted from pig and cow fat. The prince, shocked and disheartened, said, oh no, in an era without a petrochemical industry, it would have been better if I hadn't known that such a powerful explosive could be created. Hyang approached to comfort and encourage his father, saying, Father, don't give up. Abandoning national defense is the path to ruin. The prince replied, who doesn't know that? But the current situation in Joseon doesn't allow us to know how to proceed. Hyang then bluntly reminded him, what was the reason you initiated the country's reforms? Father, wasn't it to overcome these difficult times? At that moment, Hyang continued, right now, I, along with General Choi, Lord Litron, and many other officials, as well as Master Yang Bitoa and numerous artisans, are all striving to find solutions. Father, I believe that survival is a challenge, and giving up is death. Hearing these words, the prince regained his spirit. He became more determined and confident in his decisions, joyfully saying, you are right, from the moment I ascended the throne, I vowed to give my all for the prosperity of Joseon. Then the prince addressed everyone, my loyal subjects, focus your minds and dedicate yourselves to the success of our nation's reform. The officials, deeply moved by his words, responded in unison, we pledge to give our utmost efforts. The prince replied, good, we are united as one. Many years later, all the officials collectively sighed. If only we hadn't inspected Area 51 back then, we wouldn't be so exhausted now. Ta Lan Gi Hoang Hai slapped his mouth and said, this mouth of mine has caused me trouble. Truly, disaster comes from the mouth. The officials' complaints were likely due to the overwhelming workload. Returning to the events at Area 51, before leaving, King Chung Ni Ion, unable to conceal his satisfaction, spoke to the crown prince. This is a remarkable accomplishment. I will spare no resources to support this endeavor. Find a way to mass-produce the gunpowder. I want to see all of Joseon's soldiers equipped with this state-of-the-art weapon soon. The crown prince, Hyang, smiled and responded, I obey your command. But as the king glanced at the pale faces and thin bodies of the workers, he couldn't help but feel worried. All of this is thanks to the hard work of the artisans. How much they must have struggled to look so worn out, he thought. Then, the king turned to General Choi and asked, explain the process of completing the musket to me. With emotions welling up and almost shedding tears, General Choi joyfully responded, yes, Your Majesty. To craft a musket with rifling, all the tools must be custom-made. The crown prince chimed in to add more details, recounting how, after he made his request, two artisans had nervously discussed. The crown prince wants us to forge a rifling rod. The other asked, can we use the old anvil? I don't know, but we must follow the crown prince's orders. He responded. Suddenly, someone burst in and shouted, the crown prince has sent the necessary materials. Everyone turned to look and wondered, what is this, a metal rod? At that moment, the crown prince ordered them to begin. Artisan Doan was in charge of coiling the rod into the rifling tool. Artisan 2 was tasked with placing the rod in the casting frame, which had been prepared. Artisan Kim was responsible for using a specialized belt to forge the rod that had been placed in the frame. The crown prince also reminded them, after filling the gaps, you must use a file to smooth it. Check carefully to ensure the frame is completely filled. Everyone responded in unison, yes, we understand. The crown prince, fully serious, grabbed a horn and urged the officials to scout quickly and get everything done perfectly. Hurry up and get to work, he commanded. The artisans, rushing through their tasks while being scolded, inwardly felt like crying, thinking, how can we even do this? But thanks to the artisans' hard work, 5 prototype muskets were successfully completed. The Crown Prince praised them, saying, these are truly masterpieces, created from blood and sweat. At Area 51, the Crown Prince stood silently, observing with a determined gaze. The atmosphere weighed heavily on every artisan and soldier, as they all knew that today's trials were not merely simple gun tests, but decisions that would determine the future of the kingdom of Joseon. The Crown Prince carefully gave instructions, his voice calm but powerful. Now, let's begin testing its actual performance. First, let's check if it can withstand the gunpowder. Yes, Your Highness, they replied. Then the Crown Prince suggested, the old musket used 1 hectogram of powder, so let's start with half. The artisans around nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of every step in the process. No one dared to be careless, each person was fully focused. General Choi Hae-san then firmly commanded, fire. Immediately, 2 bullets shot out from the barrel, cutting through the air. All eyes were fixed on the bullet's trajectory. The Crown Prince, unable to hide his anticipation, quickly asked, what's the result? General Choi, both delighted and tense, immediately reported, half a hectogram of armored gunpowder and half of the secondary gunpowder have no issues. However, considering the purpose of the long musket, I don't think there's a need to increase it to 2 hectograms. The Crown Prince nodded, satisfaction evident on his face, but he made sure to emphasize, good, then let's reduce the amount of gunpowder to find the optimal quantity. The killing range of the old musket is 40 paces. Let's use that as our standard. Yes, Your Highness, they replied, and soon after, continuous musket tests were carried out under the Crown Prince's direction. Leetron suddenly cheered in excitement as the results became clear. The bullet has pierced the target at a distance of 40 paces. Based on its power, it seems capable of hitting targets even further away. The Crown Prince, quietly pleased, calmly responded, certainly. Leetron excitedly proposed, then let's try it at a distance of 50 paces this time. This is truly thrilling. Immediately after the command was given, 2 bullets tore through the air with a loud crack, creating an ear-splitting explosion. A thin layer of smoke lingered in the air, signaling the latent power of the musket. Lee Jun couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, Your Highness, the secondary gunpowder has allowed the bullets to pierce the target at 70 paces. It's incredible. But then, his voice suddenly lowered, and the joy on his face was replaced by concern. But this is only a half success. His sudden change in demeanor caused the Crown Prince to frown in curiosity. Lee Jun continued, we've fired over 20 shots, but none of them hit the mark. It seems that the trajectory of the bullets is unstable with each shot, leading to low accuracy. The Crown Prince nodded thoughtfully. Sharp observation. As expected, it's time to introduce them to that, he thought to himself. Then, the Crown Prince spoke up. But is that the only issue? Cleaning and reloading the gun seemed to take a long time. Why not try skipping those 2 steps? Lee Jun, somewhat surprised, asked, but if we do that, the bullets might fall out. The Crown Prince sternly replied, we just need to craft bullets that fit the barrel properly. Try it out. Yes, Your Highness, General Choi responded, but inwardly, he felt a bit frustrated. We already have the answer. So why even ask? He thought. As for the Crown Prince, seeing their confusion, he simply smiled to himself, thinking that letting them figure it out on their own would be better than telling them directly. Let them experience what I've learned from Xtube, he thought. It will not only lead to progress but also instill confidence in the craftsman. After some time spent following the Crown Prince's guidance, General Choi Hae-san returned to report. We've tried the method as per Your Highness instructions, but the gunpowder residue obstructed the next shot. I see. The Crown Prince pondered for a moment before continuing. So, cleaning is still necessary. General Choi, think carefully. On the battlefield, cavalry will charge quickly. Will there be time to clear the barrel? This question left General Choi stammering, quietly admitting that the prince was right. His expression showed his embarrassment. While next to him, Lee Jun scratched his head, lost in thought. Then what should we do? The Crown Prince silently observed, feeling a bit disappointed. Must I intervene again? He thought. But just before he could speak, General Choi suddenly had an idea and exclaimed, why not try carving grooves? Li Jun turned, eyes wide with surprise. Grooves? He asked. General Choi nodded and pointed toward a nearby stream. Yes, look at that stream. The water flows along the grooves. The fire from the gunpowder also has a flow. Isn't it the same? If we carve a long groove inside the barrel, the gunpowder residue might escape along the flow of the flame. Li Jun, now astonished, realized, that seems worth trying. The Crown Prince, hearing this, felt satisfied and thought to himself, looks like I don't need to intervene after all. But just when things seemed to be going smoothly, a craftsman stepped forward, his face filled with concern. General Choi, but how do we carve the grooves? This question hit like a splash of cold water, dampening the excitement. General Choi, now confused, muttered, we're back to square one. The Crown Prince could only smile wryly, realizing, it's far from finished. However, he wasn't discouraged. This is a long journey, and each small step forward is still progress. The artisans pondered and worked tirelessly through many nights, and eventually, they created a tool to carve grooves. Additionally, they crafted long muskets with grooves ranging from 3 to 15. Yet, in their subsequent tests, General Choi Hae-san and Jang Ion encountered a new problem. At this moment, Li Jun sighed and said to the other officials, so, in the end, cleaning is still the solution? Another official, full of concern, asked, what are the exact results? Li Jun hesitated for a moment before responding. Well, each number of grooves has its own pros and cons. With 6 grooves or fewer, the power doesn't decrease significantly. But there's a lot of gunpowder residue. With 9 grooves or more, there's less residue, but the power drops sharply. He sighed again and asked, so what do we do? Is 9 grooves the solution? But the problem with 9 grooves is that the power decreases too much. Another official pointed out, what about 6 grooves? Someone else asked. Li Jun immediately replied, then the gunpowder residue becomes an issue again. If only there were a better way. At that moment, the Crown Prince was also present, silently pondering, will they figure it out this time? Suddenly, Jeong Young-so spoke up. Why don't we try spiraling the grooves? His words caught everyone off guard, especially the Crown Prince, who smiled with satisfaction, thinking, excellent, that's the spirit. The Crown Prince then stepped forward and asked Jeong Young-so, please explain further. Yes, Your Highness, Jeong Young-so replied, if we make the gunpowder's path spiral, wouldn't the length increase? That way, even with just 6 grooves, the length would be enough for the gunpowder residue to escape. And because the grooves are spiraled, the explosive force of the gunpowder wouldn't be wasted. The other officials, suddenly realizing the potential, brightened up and shouted excitedly. That's it. It seems possible, Your Highness. Spiraling the grooves might be the solution. The Crown Prince immediately ordered. Then let's test it. Afterward, numerous tests were conducted, and eventually, they found the optimal shape to achieve the highest performance. A voice rang out. The 6-groove spiraled musket, with 1.5 turns, is ready for testing. This is also a great opportunity to understand the concepts of maximum range and effective range. Li Jun hurriedly urged everyone, quickly record and categorize the results. Seeing how hard they were working, full of enthusiasm, the Crown Prince nodded in satisfaction, thinking, they truly understand, grasping one thing. They learned 10 more. If given the right conditions, these people could win a Nobel Prize. He smiled contentedly and thought, my servants, grow quickly and automate everything. At the same time, both Li Jun and Yang Ion-su suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Why does it feel so eerie all of a sudden? They wondered. While everyone was working hard, Li Cho suddenly noticed something wasn't right. He looked at the instruction sheet and muttered to himself, what is this all about? At that moment, General Choi Hae-san passed by and, noticing Li Jun's confusion, stopped to ask, what's the matter, sir? It's nothing major, General Choi, Li Jun replied, but according to Jeong Ion-su's instructions, we didn't carve spiraled grooves into the musket barrels. Somehow, that seems to have significantly improved accuracy. What do you think, General Choi? I find it strange as well. Improving performance is great, but it's unsettling not to know the reason behind it. Choi responded, falling into thought along with Li Jun. Suddenly, a craftsman spoke up, breaking the silence. Could it be that the spiraled grooves make the bullet spin when fired? The simple question startled General Choi. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Well, sir, the craftsman replied humbly, I come from a background in fletching. When attaching feathers to arrows, I always attach them at a slight angle. This makes the arrow spin as it flies through the air, allowing it to travel straighter and resist wind better. Both Li Jian and General Choi were astonished by this explanation. They immediately began taking notes, recording every detail, and prepared the important documents to present to King Chung Ni-ion. When the king flipped through the pages of the research, his eyes lit up as he saw the thorough studies. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Now I understand why the crown prince and the officials kept this a secret. If the musket's performance were to be leaked, the technique would surely be stolen." With that, the king cheerfully ordered, "Bring the forge here immediately. We must follow through with this plan." Then, the king tossed the stack of secret documents into the forge, burning them entirely to protect the dynasty. He approached the crown prince and praised him. "You've worked hard, my son. This is a monumental achievement." The crown prince, Hyang, humbly bowed and replied, "It is all thanks to your grace, father." The king then turned to the artisans, his curiosity piqued by their unfamiliar attire. He thought to himself, "Now that I think about it, I should ask about those outfits commonly seen in Area 51. After a moment, he asked, "Is there anything else to show me? If not, explain these outfits to me." General Choi respectfully responded, "There are still a few things left to show. Your Majesty, Chief Steward, bring it out for His Highness." He then explained, "This time, what I wish to present to you, father, is the mounted armored weapon, the mini-pistol." King Chung Ni-ion was taken aback, exclaiming, "A pistol? Bring it closer so I can have a look." As the king held the newly crafted pistol in his hand, he couldn't help but remark, "What a peculiar object." He then noticed 6 chambers and asked, "Could this gun fire 6 shots in a row?" The crown prince proudly replied, "That's correct, father." "Really?" the king asked, his curiosity growing, while the officials around them whispered in amazement. How could they have achieved that without all the proper tools? How did they manage? Feeling incredibly proud, the crown prince explained, "This is one of the masterpieces from Area 51. Of course, the design already existed." King Chung Ni-ion, unable to contain his excitement, immediately commanded, "I want to see how it works right now." General Choi replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He then got into position, ready to fire. He aimed the pistol and fired 6 consecutive shots, all hitting the target accurately. The officials who were watching couldn't help but praise him. "General Choi, that was incredible, truly the best of the best." The crown prince Hyang, filled with pride, thought to himself, "I worked hard to create this." One of the officials stepped forward and asked, "May I inspect the target?" General Choi graciously responded, "Of course." With permission granted, the official quickly ran to the dummy to examine the shots. Seeing that all 6 bullets had hit critical points, he turned back and reported to the prince, "Your Highness, with this kind of power, any enemy within 30 paces will be sent straight to hell." The king, unable to contain his surprise, shouted, "Are you certain?" "I am certain, Your Majesty," the official replied. Overjoyed, the king couldn't help but marvel at the achievements of his people. "You have truly accomplished something extraordinary. Seeing how exhausted you all are, I am convinced that the deputy minister's praise was well-founded. You have worked very hard." The crown prince Hyang, ever humble but still proud, respectfully replied, "Your Majesty is too kind." The king, still impressed, asked, "You've done well, my son. Now, what about the armor?" The crown prince bowed slightly and said, "Forgive me, father, but there is still another weapon I haven't introduced yet." The king, shocked, exclaimed, "Another one? How many more weapons are there?" The crown prince, aware that it was nearly time for lunch, remained resolute. "The next weapon I wish to present is the firebomb. As for lunch, it can wait. Let's go." The king, though amused, couldn't help but indulge his son, thinking to himself, "This boy really has a fascination with firepower." As they walked further, the king noticed the distance from the palace and remarked, "This place is quite far from the royal grounds." The crown prince quickly explained, "We needed a large, open space for testing the firebomb." Upon arrival, the king saw an expansive field with several dummies set up in staggered positions. He couldn't hide his curiosity. What kind of firebomb requires such a vast, empty space? Did you clear all the trees here? The crown prince responded, "Yes, father, to prevent any risk of fire. We cleared the area thoroughly." The king, along with the other officials, was astonished as the crown prince introduced the firebomb. "This is the newly developed firebomb. We propose naming it Phi Kich Tran Thien Loi." Immediately, The officials began discussing the name excitedly. Phi Kich Tran Thien Loi. It sounds like a version of the heaven-shaking thunderbolt. The heaven-shaking thunderbolt? Isn't that the thunder weapon from the Jin kingdom of old? It seems so. I heard it's similar to General Thoi Vu Thien's explosive cannon. But maybe the term Phi Kich was added because it uses a rocket launcher. Crown Prince Hyang stood on the sidelines, watching with immense satisfaction. He thought to himself, even in another life, I couldn't miss these iconic moments, true classics among the classics. The sea is ruled by the northern compass, while the land is ruled by the Phi Kich Tran Thien Loi. The truth was, on the night before, as darkness settled over the palace in Area 51, a serious discussion had stretched late into the night. The officials were tense, listening to every exchange. Suddenly, a voice broke the uneasy silence. Which one should we choose, MK1 or MK2? Or maybe MK 2.1? Crown Prince Hyang, present at the meeting, suddenly asked, "What is MK?" The officials exchanged tired glances, sighing internally, thinking, here we go again. The prince is about to say something strange. One of them muttered to himself, looks like we won't be going home tonight. Then, one of the officials stood up to explain. What Your Highness referred to is an arbitrary classification based on the detonation type of the Tran Thien Loi. MK1 is the type where, when the gunpowder explodes, the fragments inside are scattered in all directions, injuring the enemy. MK2 is the version where, upon ignition, fire spews out from the gunpowder chamber, causing the Tran Thien Loi to spin and shoot flames and shrapnel in all directions. As for MK 2.1, it uses an iron plate to seal the chamber before releasing fire and shrapnel. Crown Prince Hyang immediately followed up, his tone sharp. Which one is the most effective? One official began to speak. Your Highness, in my opinion, but before he could finish, Jiang Ian-su quickly covered his mouth, interrupting, please, sir, be silent for a moment. I apologize for the disrespect, but please wait a little longer. At that moment, anger flared on Crown Prince Hyang's face. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted furiously, why are we debating this? We've already decided to make both versions. And we'll choose MK 2.1, the 21st century version. This military meeting is adjourned. Everyone, go rest. The officials, startled by the sudden outburst, quickly asked, but what about you, Your Highness? The Crown Prince grinned and replied, I've just come up with a great idea. How could I sit still now? You're all distracting me, dismiss yourselves. With that, Jiang Yang so swiftly ushered the other officials out of the room, whispering, let's go, gentlemen, the Crown Prince has everything under control. Back at the open field, King Chung Ni-ion was staring intently at the firebomb lying on the table. With a hint of skepticism, he asked, is this really something you developed? This Phi Kich Tran Thien Loi? General Choi respectfully replied, yes, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince personally designed it, from its concept to its form. Hearing this, the king couldn't help but express his surprise. Really? I'd love to know the principle behind it. However, General Choi hesitated for a moment. Luckily, Crown Prince Hyang quickly intervened, saying, please allow us to explain everything after the demonstration. Two soldiers hurriedly dragged out the cannon. General Choi, in a serious tone, reminded the king and the other officials, it's dangerous. Please take cover behind the wall. The soldiers carefully loaded the Phi Kich Tran Thien Loi into the cannon barrel, then quickly hid behind the brick wall, awaiting orders. A voice from a distance shouted, fire, fire, fire. The cannon was ignited with a deafening roar, and the missile shot out like a rocket, carrying immense power. The king watched with anticipation, but after a moment, there was no visible reaction. Puzzled, he turned to General Choi and asked, nothing is happening? General Choi responded, it's about to explode, Your Majesty. The missile slowed down as it approached the center of the target. And suddenly, it detonated with immense force. The explosion was so devastating that the officials stood in awe, their mouths agape at the sheer power of the weapon. After the blinding light subsided, a cloud of thick black smoke began to clear, revealing the shredded remains of the dummies. Utterly obliterated, one worried official asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? I'm fine, just a little startled, the king replied. The official then said, Your Majesty, you may stand now. The king, slightly shaken, coughed and stood, but his eyes remained fixed on the scene of destruction before him. Another official, still in shock, asked, How could it be this powerful? The sight was horrifying. The force of the explosion had completely annihilated the dummies, reducing them to shreds. The king, still trying to process what he had witnessed, exclaimed, "How could this be? Is this really the power of a single firebomb?" Another official chimed in, "If this were a real battlefield, it would surely turn into a hellscape." Overcome by curiosity, the king turned to General Choi and commanded, "Explain to me how the Phi Kich Tran Thien Loi works." General Choi respectfully answered, "Yes, Your Majesty. First, the outer shell of the bomb is made as thin as possible, ensuring it can withstand the force when fired and upon landing, while still being strong enough to contain the internal explosion. Inside, the shell is packed with tiny iron balls. This increases the number of fragments, thereby enhancing its lethal effect. Lastly, we skip the step of mixing clay into the gunpowder to maintain the explosive force." Upon hearing this, the king was astonished, realizing the brilliance behind the design. "Truly, your efforts are commendable, but can this type of firebomb be mass-produced?" General Choi, pleased by the king's question, responded, "If we are supplied with enough gunpowder, mass production is certainly possible." "Your Majesty." Another official, still doubtful, asked, "General, are you sure? To mass-produce such a powerful firebomb, you'll need many skilled artisans. Isn't Area 51 short on manpower?" General Choi nodded and replied, "The deputy minister is correct. But Crown Prince Hyong has already solved that problem during the design phase of the firebomb." He then recounted the discussions that had taken place over the past few days, involving Jeong Youngshul, Lee Chen, and General Choi Hae-san. Jeong Ion So presented a blueprint and said, "This is the design for the Phi Kich Tran Thien Loi, personally drawn by the Crown Prince." The two other officials were astonished and puzzled. "We don't understand any of this, it looks so strange. Male and female threads?" The Crown Prince then spoke up to explain, "If you want to load gunpowder into the sphere, making a complete sphere from the start is highly inefficient. Instead, you should divide the sphere into two hemispheres. One side is carved with a male thread, and the other with a female thread. By twisting them together along the threads, you can form a complete sphere. By the way, you can also learn about the concept of bolts and nuts here. When it reaches the target, the explosion will be extremely powerful." At this point, the two officials were taken aback. "The power is terrifying. With such strength, we can equip this for our soldiers immediately." General Choi then asked the Crown Prince, "Shall we report this to His Majesty?" Crown Prince Hyong calmly replied, "Not yet. There are still many things to test. The thinner the shell, the greater the power. So first, let's try gradually reducing the thickness of the shell." After numerous tests and productions by the skilled artisans, Li John hurriedly approached with a beaming face. The Crown Prince knew it had to be good news. Li John eagerly reported, "Your Highness, after reducing the thickness, we've found that the minimum thickness that can withstand the impact during firing and landing is 3 units less." The Crown Prince was surprised. "Really? Then now, let's load gunpowder and see how the result differs." Official Litron, still amazed, responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Once again, the artisans worked day and night, crafting new weapons for the next series of tests. Regardless of their exhaustion and fatigue, the next morning, the test was carried out, and Litron nervously reported to the Crown Prince, "The minimum thickness remains reduced by 3 units. The Crown Prince, still not completely satisfied, responded, "Then report this to my father." However, he added, "But the blast radius is too wide, there's a risk of our own troops being harmed. We need to find a way to reduce the blast radius while still maintaining the power." This statement left the two artisans feeling even more helpless. They gathered with 2 other artisans and discussed, "How can we increase power while reducing the blast radius?" One artisan, after reviewing the documents repeatedly, sighed in frustration, "I'm at a loss. This task from His Highness is too difficult." From a distance, Crown Prince Hyong observed their struggle and thought, "Looks like I'll have to step in and help a little." He then approached and asked, "Any progress?" One of the artisans respectfully replied, "Your Highness, we are still working on it." At that moment, the Crown Prince offered a suggestion. "Why don't we try applying a thick layer of clay inside the bomb and then tightly fix small lead pellets into it? Once the clay dries, it will hold them in place. How about that?" The artisans were enlightened by the Crown Prince's insight, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, so that's the solution. What a brilliant idea. We never would have thought of it." "Your Highness." After speaking, the Crown Prince smiled and walked away. but not before offering encouragement to everyone. I'm off now. Keep up the good work. Once the crown prince was out of sight, both Li Chan and General Choi were still in shock. It's as if His Highness already knew the answer, Li John remarked. He nodded and added, if that's the case, didn't we waste all this effort? They were furious, days without going home, frustrated and muttering angrily. Clever trickster. However, in the end, that tactic had encouraged the artisans to think and research on their own. It had not only helped them follow instructions but also understand the principles behind the weapon's creation. Thanks to this process, they had become reliable craftsmen, capable of mass-producing the firebombs without obstacles. General Choi, with a tone of confidence, replied, exactly, mass production won't be an issue. At this point, the king could no longer hide his surprise. A hint of admiration lingered in his mind as he thought, this boy, I have no words to describe him. Suddenly, the king remembered something. Wait, I have one more question. I've been wondering since I saw the test. Why didn't the firebomb explode immediately? I'm curious about its mechanism. General Choi, with a thoughtful expression, replied, that's because the Phi Kich Tran Thien Loi contains a subtle secret. Your Majesty. The king, Yung Ni Ion, was taken aback. A subtle secret? Tae Young asked General Choi. What is this subtle secret? Hesitant, the general explained, it's the ability to adjust the explosion time. Your Majesty. Tae Young, astonished, asked, really? General Choi continued, yes. By winding the fuse around a bamboo tube, we can control the detonation time. The king, finally grasping the concept, excitedly asked, so, the explosion time is determined by the length of the fuse, right? General Choi respectfully responded, that's correct, Your Majesty. The king's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. Gazing at the bomb in awe, he said, so, only we know the exact explosion time. This truly is a subtle secret, brilliant. Meanwhile, the crown prince, witnessing the conversation, silently thought to himself, actually, this feature has existed since the creation of the Phi Kich Tran Thien Loi by King Bantong. The crown prince approached his father and respectfully reported, Father, I have shown you all the weapons. Seeing his father nod in agreement, the prince then suggested, shall we return to the palace now? But the king placed a hand on his son's shoulder and signaled, wait, is there anything else you want to show me? Hearing this, the crown prince felt a wave of fear wash over him. His face was drenched in sweat as he stammered, of course, father, please follow me. When they arrived, the king's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with anticipation. Finally, I get to see it. Meanwhile, the crown prince was inwardly screaming, how is he not tired? I just want to go home. The king, noticing that the soldiers' uniforms were different from those of the usual Joseon army, commanded his son, explain these uniforms to me. The crown prince, bowing respectfully, replied, yes, father. First, regarding the soldiers' uniforms, the crown prince began, we have made improvements to make them more suitable for using muskets. We've also dyed them in green and earth yellow. At this point, the king raised an eyebrow. Puzzled, why those two colors? Anticipating his father's question, the crown prince explained, these colors were chosen to make it harder for the enemy to spot our troops. The green and brown shades blend in with the forest and the ground. Hearing this, the king stroked his chin and looked down. But on the battlefield, shouldn't soldiers wear bright colors to intimidate the enemy? Additionally, wouldn't it be difficult for our own troops to distinguish each other? The crown prince replied, we are still refining our military strategies to address those concerns. Father, these uniforms are only in the testing phase. It will be a while before they are put into practical use. The king nodded, appearing to agree, but the crown prince continued, that's not all, we are also working on improvements to armor. The crown prince then invited everyone inside. Here, we have the armor currently in use by the Joseon military. The king nodded, yes, I'm quite familiar with this. The crown prince hesitated before continuing. However, in reality, fully equipping soldiers with this armor has been quite difficult. As you know, many soldiers have to procure their own armor. And as a result, the quality varies greatly. Due to financial limitations, many soldiers are forced to use subpar armor. The king listened attentively, nodding in agreement with the points being made, as did the officials standing behind him, carefully observing his reaction. As you know, this is the lamellar armor that has been in use since the late period of the previous dynasty. Inside, layers of silk fabric are reinforced with small iron plates. providing excellent protection. However, the Crown Prince added, this armor has several issues. First, it requires a lot of time and effort to produce. Not only does it take time to prepare the small iron plates, but each one must be meticulously fixed with rivets, which is labor-intensive. Second, the cost, he continued, from silk to fur, the materials are very expensive. Third, while the protection is good, there are weaknesses. Although it provides decent defense against arrows, the underarm and side areas are exposed, making it vulnerable in close combat. The Crown Prince paused before listing the fourth issue. Lastly, because the armor is heavy, it's difficult to wear for long periods. Since it's worn like a cloak, all the weight rests on the shoulders. The king, astonished by his son's thorough explanations, couldn't help but feel impressed. I didn't expect my son to bring up so many valid points, he thought. Finally, the king asked, is there a solution to this? To address these problems, the Crown Prince said, gesturing toward the display, we have developed something new. He pulled back a curtain to reveal a metallic figure dressed like a royal guard. This is it. Everyone present gasped in amazement at the sight. What is this? The king asked. Still surprised. With a respectful tone, the Crown Prince replied, this is the improved armor we've designed to address the weaknesses of the lamellar armor. Father, do you remember the moment when you calculated the price of this expensive armor? The armor weighs 16 taels and 10 jin, and the helmet weighs 4 taels and 5 jin. Are they trying to make it so only nobles can join the battle? How come the price of this armor and helmet, converted to today's value, is around 400.000.000? I planned to exclude the armor, but now I can't. I must also consider the soldiers engaging in close combat. By combining Western plate armor and riveted armor, we can make some adjustments. Suddenly, you seem to realize something and shout, what on earth is this? Returning to the present, you continue. First, we replaced the small iron plates inside the fabric lining with a single steel plate. This allows the front and back to be protected by 2 steel plates, ensuring the upper body is well guarded. The waist is protected by overlapping the front and back steel plates, and the armpits are covered by attaching a round steel plate to the shoulder and arm guards. Moreover, the armor is divided into 2 parts, the upper body armor and the lower body armor, allowing the weight to be distributed evenly across the body. The lower body armor specifically protects the thighs. Everyone standing there was astonished to hear this. First, the cavalry and close combat soldiers would be equipped with full body armor, providing protection from the neck to the knees. The improved upper body armor would be used by musketeers and artillery soldiers. Those who had tried it on were curious, asking, but what did the general say? He explained, they said it was a bit heavier, but because the weight was evenly distributed across the body, it was manageable. Moreover, the areas that were previously unprotected are now covered, making them feel much safer. This is the first time I've seen such armor. It's truly bizarre. Saying that, you stared at it intently. Not only is the shape unique, but the structure is also quite special. The Crown Prince, deep in thought, smiled to himself. Even though I made it with my own hands, I still find it surprising. This type of armor will save both production costs and time, making it highly efficient. The more he explained, the more amazed everyone became. One person, lost in thought, suddenly stepped forward and said, however, Your Highness, I have a question. You couldn't refuse. Go ahead. As I understand it, both the helmet and the armor plates are made of steel, right? You had to admit that the man had a keen eye, paying meticulous attention to every detail. He bent down and asked, so, do the craftsmen have to forge each steel plate by hand? Wouldn't that be too labor-intensive? I fear the cost may exceed even that of riveted armor. You understood what he was getting at and pondered the question for a while before replying. That's a very good question. I've had the same concerns. That's why I planned to use the stamping method. At this point, everyone looked confused, not understanding what you meant. Hesitantly, they asked again. You confirmed firmly. Yes, stamping. The main reason I borrowed the idea from Western plate armor is that mass production requires stamping machines. The Crown Prince's father heard the idea and found it incredibly innovative. What do you mean by using the stamping method? Just as the name suggests. Father, it may sound unbelievable, but this is truly a concept I came up with myself. However, it would be better for you to see it in person. We will prepare and present it to you later. Surprised, the king asked again, my son can't show it now? Turning with confidence, The prince responded. There are still a few items we haven't been able to demonstrate yet. We will prepare as soon as possible. But for now, I ask you to inspect the work first. The king, puzzled, didn't fully understand what the prince was planning. About an hour later, the officials reported, there are no issues with the records. Your Highness. The king nodded in satisfaction. Well done, everyone. Turning to General Hasten, he gently said, you've worked hard as well. Thanks to the efforts of all of you, our dynasty will become even stronger. The general respectfully bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. One of the officials hesitantly asked. So, is court dismissed for today? Everyone's faces lit up with joy at the thought of being able to go home. But the day was not yet over. The king suddenly announced, I want to visit the armory now. To see the production process for firearms and armor. His words left everyone in shock. They hadn't expected that their prince would want to tour so many places. Just when they thought they could celebrate going home, they now had to stay behind and serve. One of them politely said, Your Highness, it's already late in the day. There might not be enough time to inspect the armory. If you are absent for too long, the affairs of the court will fall behind. After considering this, the king turned and said, Then I'll inspect it first thing tomorrow morning. Don't misunderstand, I wasn't planning to go right now. Seeing the king's decision, the general replied, I understand, Your Highness. It was more than anyone expected. At the armory, the crowd shouted, Long live His Highness. Standing beside him, the crown prince said happily, First, Father, I'll show you the process of cannon making. Everyone was eager to witness this. Two men came into view. One was melting bronze, while the other was hammering it into shape. Both of them meticulously carved intricate designs. To create a masterpiece, this process required the skillful hands of craftsmen. The king finally understood how such a work of art was made. It became clear that everyone had been assigned specific tasks throughout this process. I tried assigning different jobs to different people, Father, the prince said with pride, as his efforts had finally been recognized. It has proven to be very effective. Now, I'd like to see how they use the stamping method for armor production. The king praised the prince. You were right, it's better to see things with my own eyes. The prince respectfully responded, Yes, Father, I will make the preparations right away. Inwardly, the prince thought, the king must be curious about the stamping machine now. He called for the guards to give orders. Yes, Your Highness. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, the prince picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, Everyone, let's begin the armor production now. Upon hearing the order, the workers immediately started without hesitation. Even the king noticed that his son truly had the ability to manage things. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. Why are the people making cannons all moving? Son? Because we don't have enough craftsmen. Father. So that's the reason, the king said, realizing it was a simple explanation. At this moment, he felt a bit angry inside but crossed his arms and tried to suppress it. He couldn't scold the young prince, so all he could do was sigh. This situation is becoming more and more unsettling, isn't it? He was certain that His Highness would soon demand a solution. Meanwhile, the officials were abuzz with discussions. The prince took up the loudspeaker again and announced, So now, we shall begin the production process immediately. With a single strike of the hammer, the work commenced. He watched with a mixture of excitement and fear, unsure whether the crown prince was truly as capable as they hoped. Above, something was suspended in place, ready to become a finished product. One worker heated a piece of copper in the fire to perfect its shape, while another worker below pulled the rope following the exact process the prince had outlined. The iron bar struck down with expert precision, and everyone there was astonished. Indeed, the production method was true to its name. They used tongs to retrieve the heated piece. And at last, the final product was revealed, a remarkably sturdy piece of armor. Witnessing this, his eyes lit up with amazement. This truly is a miraculous method. If we use this process, mass-producing armor will no longer be just a dream. As expected, this method was devised by the crown prince. He glanced down at his son with pride. But now, isn't this also the place where gunpowder is made? I'd like to take a look. The prince scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating. I'm terribly sorry, but we can't demonstrate that right now. The king didn't understand why the prince was so hesitant. So the prince calmly explained. Due to the complexity of the production process and the dangerous nature of the materials, we need to choose the right time to carry out the work. Hearing this, the king reluctantly accepted the explanation. while one of the officials by his side urged, "Your Highness, please return to the palace to protect your health." Upon hearing this, the king's retinue was overjoyed. Eagerly, they said, "All right, let's head back together." But this was not the end. "I have seen the weapons in section 51, and they are truly excellent. What do you all think?" One of the officials replied, "I agree, Your Highness, especially the cannons and firearms created by the Crown Prince. They are unmatched in power anywhere in the world." "You all think so too?" the king asked, nodding and stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Then we shall produce these weapons in large quantities. What do you all think?" The Crown Prince, sitting nearby, had anticipated his father's suggestion. This outcome was exactly as he had expected. "Your Highness," one of the officials began, "I must report that mass-producing these weapons will be very difficult. First, there is the issue of manpower. Among our craftsmen, there are very few with the necessary skills. Additionally, the supply of materials is proving to be a major challenge. Even the explosive materials we inspected today, the essential ingredients, pig fat and beef tallow, are in short supply and hard to procure in large quantities." He sat on the throne, considering the idea. "As for the craftsmen, what if we recruit skilled workers from all over Joseon to supply the cannon components?" Finally, the prince spoke up. "Father, I'm afraid that this could lead to a high risk of leaking our secrets. This issue can be resolved if we restrict the components to the pre-processing stage before they are fully assembled." One of the officials added, "Also, if we rely on tributes, the quality might not be guaranteed." The king raised his hand to signal, "We will not accept tributes. Instead, we'll purchase what we need through the trading posts that are being set up. This will not only improve the lives of the people, but the craftsmen will also take their work more seriously. This is indeed a good plan." As for the issue of resources, the king began to scratch his head, thinking hard but saying nothing coherent, leaving everyone puzzled by his strange words. Late at night, while sleeping soundly in his bed, the crown prince suddenly woke up, exclaiming, "That's it, I've got it." The next morning, General He-san spotted the prince and called out to him, "I've been waiting for you." "Your Highness," the prince happily replied, "General, it seems I've found a solution. Coincidentally, I also have an idea." The general said. Both had something to share and were eager to talk. "You go first, General," the prince said. "No, Your Highness, you should speak first." The two exchanged pleasantries, insisting the other go first, until the general seriously spoke up. "What if we used soybean oil?" The prince's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It was as if both had the same thought, a flash of inspiration connecting them. They clapped their hands in excitement. "Let's test it right away. Our nation has long used various types of vegetable oils. Soybean oil is sufficient to make glycerin. Your Highness, may I conduct a test shot?" General He-san asked for permission. "Go ahead, General," the prince replied. Watching the general's joy at receiving permission, the prince could see how eager and passionate he was. The general took the gun seriously, aimed at the target, and fired. A thunderous bang echoed, causing the prince to cover his ears. Looking at the places he had shot, the general reported, "With this efficiency, I believe it's ready. Your Highness, we should inform the king immediately." Both were pleased with their idea. And from inside the house, the king's voice echoed, "Is that true? That's indeed great news. So, we can start mass production now, right?" Standing below, the prince respectfully bowed and replied, "Yes, father, but there's still one important matter." Worry appeared on the prince's face, leaving the king puzzled about what his son wanted to report. "For this batch of soybeans, we used the crops from the fields managed by the livestock farm on Neobo Island. The reason is that the soybean meal left after extracting the oil is suitable as feed for cattle and pigs." The king stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "But that quantity isn't enough to meet our needs." "That's correct, father. The fat, beef, and soybeans are also resources widely used by the people. If the court collects large quantities, it could make life harder for the common folk." The king nodded in agreement. "National defense is important, but we cannot ignore the lives of our people. I will think more about this matter." "You've worked hard, Crown Prince." "Thank you, father. I humbly take my leave." At the palace, after the Crown Prince left, the king sat there, deep in thought, unsure of the best solution. The prince, standing in the courtyard, felt anxious. He turned to see that the doors had closed at some point. Silently, he thought to himself, "Father, I believe you will find a good solution." At the court, The sky was clear and the sun was already at its peak. The officials and the king were in an urgent meeting. The boy has suggested a plan to supply pressed oil. The king said, "Crown Prince, explain your plan to everyone." The prince nodded and responded, "Yes, the plan I propose is to use soybean oil." Everyone there was astonished by his words. "So, I will encourage farmers to migrate to the northern frontier to cultivate soybeans. And the court will purchase the entire harvest. In this way, the people's livelihoods will stabilize." The prince was surprised by his father's plan. This means that all the issues will be resolved, he thought. In addition, we will buy pork fat and beef tallow at reasonable prices. The king carefully instructed, and the officials replied, "We will comply with your orders, Your Highness." The prince looked up at his father with bright, admiring eyes. "Crown Prince, this time, you've made a great contribution." The king was immensely proud of the boy. "Thank you, father. It was all thanks to your guidance and the hard work of the people in Section 51. The king beamed with joy. This boy really understands the situation. Gripping his knees with determination, the king declared, "I will consider this the first step in strengthening the defense of Yotian. Therefore, proceed with utmost care. No mistakes can be made." The officials all responded in unison. "We will follow Your Highness' command." The prince thought to himself, "When it comes to the northern frontier, there's an old legend that says the name of the Tumen River means soybeans. This will be an excellent choice. If so, I'll also contribute my efforts to the northern frontier." Elsewhere, a soldier reported to General Him Jin Geo. "Some new settlers have arrived, requesting to work as farmers." "I see," the general replied. "Follow the usual procedures and find them a place to stay. This way, follow me." That's why the crown prince granted the local generals golden pens. But the work didn't lessen, instead, it only increased. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard. "Is there anyone who can write? Please, help me." The people were gathered, grilling ribs. "Hey, hold the jar to catch the oil. Hurry, be careful with the oil." This stove was a gift from the crown prince. Seeing everyone happily enjoying their ribs, one person asked, "Can the officials here really eat this kind of meat?" The man replied, "Right now, it's being supplied to the military first. But if you take good care of the soybean fields, you too will be able to eat like this. In return, when the time comes, you must carefully collect the oil and deliver it to the military workshop." Just like they do back at the royal palace. Papers were scattered messily on the shelves. Some pages had been blown open by the wind. The crown prince lay exhausted on the bed, sprawled out, from one matter to another. It was all about the shortage of gunpowder. He lay there, one leg crossed over the other, deep in thought. Even if we exploit the northern lands, it still won't be enough, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Ah, that's right. What about the south?" After the old officials left the court, power quickly shifted towards King Se-young. With the start of his reforms, King Se-young gradually implemented the policies he had long desired. Time passed, and on a summer day when Hyung was 10 years old, the king discussed with his officials, "It's about time to find a husband for Princess Jeong-su, don't you think?" One of the officials replied, "I believe this is a very suitable time, Your Highness." The crown prince turned, surprised by his father's words. "What, is Jeong-su getting married? Well then, let's begin the search, as you command, Your Highness." In reality, Princess Jeong-su had passed away in history. But now, she was about to get married. The feeling was truly strange. "Father, I don't want this." Jeong-su's voice broke in. "I only want to live forever with you and the queen," she said, her eyes pleading for help. "It's not that I don't understand. But there comes a time when marriage is a natural part of life. Doesn't it? Still, I just want to stay with the two of you for a little while longer," she said, her face wet with tears. "Oh, this girl is so stubborn," the king said with a hint of reproach. "Father, I hate you," she cried out and turned to run outside. Ignoring her father's attempts to call her back,